I'll get it right at some point. Good morning, or actually, good afternoon to you. I am back. Oh my god, this shit is hard. This is hard, man. I'm telling you right now. I'm used to making pre-recorded videos, and so I was up. Good morning, by the way. Good morning. Hello, Eric. Thank you so much for tuning in early. I had it scheduled for noon my time, which would be what 3 if you're on the East Coast. And then I was like, I better push it to 12:30. And so it made me at least um get ready, and I was able to shove something in my mouth. I know it sounds terrible. But anyways, I was able to like throw in some breakfast somehow. So good morning to you guys, or good afternoon. How's your Sunday? Is the weather good? The weather is getting hot here in Northern California. I live in Northern California, so hey. I live in Northern California, so it's getting kind of uncomfortable in here. And I film in in a room, that I've created as a studio. So if you guys have any ideas for backgrounds, let me know. This is something I just went in the garage and I went, oh hey, Marilyn Monroe. Okay. You know? so but anywho, I have a lot of lights in here, and the way that this room is in here, the sun does not hit the part of the house. So it's really hard to light this room up. And it's very, for some reason the vent is open, because we have the air on, and I can't feel shit, you guys. I can't feel shit. So I I just, it's very hard to have all the lights on me. I had to move one box light. These box lights get on my nerves too. You know what I mean? I got these big ass bulky box lights, and I need to get some flat ones that don't like, just, they're so bulky they kind of irritate me. So anyway, how are you guys? Good morning. I got my I brought the luck of the Irish out for JD this morning, and found my cool little $1 rings, and one of them has a J on it. So good morning, everybody. This is my new intro, is, or good afternoon, actually. Good afternoon. This is the Canon Gear. Okay, wait. You guys got to help me. I need an intro. I haven't edited in like 6 months. Good morning and welcome to the Canon Girl Theories. I am Christina, your host. Come hang out with me. um Resolution is weird, huh? Let's see. I don't know. Let me check it. Let me check it for you. Oh, okay, hold on. Sorry. Okay. How about that? I'm so glad you guys are here. I love y'all so much. How about that? Is that better? I changed it. What happened was I ended up having to move my laptop into the living room for a sec last night because I was doing the 4-hour audio. See, the thing is I had the 4-hour audio of JD and Amber, and I got dinged for it. Like I said, I don't know if, I know you guys are here right at the beginning, but I didn't have anybody here at the beginning yesterday. And so I had this 4-hour audio up, because I live streamed the day after the trial. I mean, it was like an hour after the trial on Thursday. Plus, I got big news also. Don't know if you guys have caught up on any YouTube this morning, but I caught up on some of it last night. Anywho, and do you know how hard it is to braid an A-line? Can I just say that? I recently got an A-line. So let me tell you this story really quick before I get into the whole JD thing. So my hair's really thin, right? Because I'm old as fuck. And so like I went to the hairdresser for the first time in a long time, like 2 years, okay, since COVID. And I was trimming my own hair because I was like so afraid that, like, someone would cut my hair the wrong way or whatever. So a friend of mine opened up a salon, and she announced on Instagram, hey, I got my new salon. Da, 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 da. I was like, ooh, okay, I'll come and support you. So I go there, and like I tell her, my hair's really long, like it's almost to the waistband of my, shorts or pants or whatever. And I said, I want kind of like an A-line, but a longer one, you know what I'm saying? And then I told her I want like a purplish black, because I'm feeling the purple right now. And I'm trying to start this podcast with the girls, and lavender's in the name. So I was like, I want my hair kind of like a really deep purple, kind of. I don't like reds. So I go there, y'all, and she puts my hair in a ponytail. And I tell her, I show her a picture. It's like right to your bra strap, whatever, you know what I mean? And I'm like, I just want about 3 or 4 inches cut off, right? And she's like, oh, okay. And she's like, you got a picture? And I had been communicating with her for like 2 weeks. And then I get there, she puts my hair in a ponytail and just boom, 12 inches she cut off. And I was speechless. I was like, okay, this did not happen. This did not happen right now. So ever since my hair has gotten shorter, I hardly have any hair as it is. And so now I'm trying to braid it and I'm like, oh my God, there's no fucking hair there. Anyway, you guys don't give a shit about my hair. Anyway, good morning, everybody. My name is Christina. If you guys didn't know that, people call me C. So you can do that if you want. So I was looking on. So let's go ahead and talk about a little bit of what I've been doing since last night. So last night, like I said, I had a live stream with the 4-hour 22 audio of JD and AH, I guess, and I got dinged for it. So YouTube locked it down, said no, you're not doing that. And actually, I did it as a reaction video too. I did it. I've got makeup on the top of my hat. I did it as a reaction video, off of Christina Pickel's channel, because I was like, she's the only one that had the clean audio that started like right from the beginning. And I was like, I'll just do this one, you know what I mean? Because it doesn't have a bunch of shit in the middle of it. And so I did that. And then I woke up the next day and I got all these like, I guess they're claims or whatever. So I ended up, they locked it down. I couldn't appeal it or anything. So I was like, okay, I'll just pull it. And luckily with StreamYard, they pre-record your videos. So that was awesome. So I just took the audio and I'm making a video out of it now. And it's actually uploading on the channel. So later on in the week, if you guys want to hear this, the audio will be available on my channel of 4 hours and 22 minutes plus Toronto. We start out with Toronto because it's shorter. And then we go on to the 4-hour video and the 22 minutes. So if you guys want to hear that, it's going to be a really tight, stressful week, y'all. I found out last night that JD will be on the stand tomorrow. So, and I found that out from the lawyer, I looked all over. I don't know why, but I thought Legal Bites did a live stream yesterday with a bunch of people, and maybe she did, but I was just so off. I mean, because I'm trying to focus on doing my own thing. So I haven't been able to catch up. Now I know Emily D did her live stream a little while ago, like I think she might still be live. She just went live like about 11 o'clock my time. So, and I know I think Emily D's in Tennessee, I want to say. So, anyways, so if you guys, want to check out LawTube, make sure you do that before tomorrow. But JD will take the stand first thing in the morning. So make sure you guys are tuned in. If you're working and you can't or something, or maybe if you have access to listen to it. I mean, I know that's kind of hard, so you'll probably have to catch up on break or lunch, but I did want to go ahead and say that right away. Yeah, so that's kind of like the big thing right now. I know a lot of people are doing their predictions for this coming week. And we'll talk about that in the wrap up. I don't know how long we'll be here. Last night I said, oh, we're just going to be here for an hour. I don't know. It never turns out that way just because there's so much involved in this trial. So hopefully I can entertain you guys this afternoon. So hello, Eric. Hello, Candy. Thank you so much. I did get your message, Candy, about finishing the live stream. Thank you so much. And anybody else that's in here that's just observing, hi, how are you? I hope that you hang out, decide to subscribe, hit the bell. You can follow me on my socials. I am on IG and on Twitter. And Twitter, I'm trying to be really active and I'm growing every day there. So I'm pretty excited about that. So what have I been doing? Okay, so I did the audio. That's uploading as we speak on the channel. So that'll be available once this is over. I know we talked about Twitter highlights today. I like to open my show with Twitter highlights. And that is because a lot of things trend on Twitter, especially when it comes to the trial, because there's so many people that have such good stuff. One thing I wanted to share last night, and I know we got really super busy and we were, listening to stuff and talking and stuff. But one thing that was trending last night was I Stand with Amber Heard. Now, I thought that was very interesting. I did take a screenshot of it, so I want to just show you that real quick. It wasn't trending in high numbers. Hi, Kathy. Good afternoon. Thank you guys so much for coming back, y'all. Come on over and hang out with me. Okay, so I did check Twitter last night, and like I said, I Stand with Amber Heard it's kind of a weird thing, because it's like at first I was like, wait a minute, are people like siding with Amber Heard this weekend? But I don't think really that's the case. I know some people are trying to figure out if some of that stuff that happened last week was true, or where are they in their mindset, that kind of thing. But I think a lot of people are using I Stand with Amber Heard on the opposite, if that makes sense. So they're using it as an example, and then they're putting after that hashtag justice for Johnny Depp. So it's kind of hard to predict how the I Stand With Amber Heard thing is going. But I'm going to show you this real quick because I thought it was interesting. It was only trending by 10,000. So it's not, or, like on the high 9,000 side. So it wasn't like big trend, if that makes sense. It was just kind of like, ooh, it's trending. Let's just take a screenshot of that and see what other people think about that. So that is something that I think it's worth joining Twitter just to support Johnny Depp, to see what's going on around. You can find out a lot of things if you're not familiar with Twitter. I know I'm not. I'm a dinosaur. Twitter's been around forever, y'all, and I just got on board. So I'm kind of embarrassed to say that, but I absolutely love it. I wish I would have done it a long time ago, because it's, I don't know, to me it's a lot more. I know a lot of drama goes on Twitter, but I feel like it's a lot more it seems a lot more mature. I don't know, let me know what you guys think if you're on Twitter. But here is this hashtag. Sorry about that, I crinkle my face when I'm trying to figure things out. What is this right here? Let me see. I don't want to miss anything. Hold on one second. I was going to crop this, but what is that? Somebody posted something that looks important, so I need to look at that. All right, so I'm going to crop this right quick and just show you what I was looking at last night. It's not there now. It's actually, the psychos are showing. Exactly. I don't know how anybody, seriously, man. I mean, I've tried in all aspects and in all angles on how to support this girl, and I just can't. I can't get on board with it because she's just a lying liar that lies. I just can't. I can't. All right, so let me add this to the stream and then go. Let me put myself on the side here. All right, so this is what was trending last night. It was right around the time that we were streaming. So if you can see this, so Amber Heard is a liar. Let me see. Let me open this up real quick. Let me expand that, and let me put this up. So as you can see, Amber Heard, it was really late when we were streaming too, right? But I Stand With Amber Heard was what I saw. This right here. This here is, I don't know. Somebody was posting. See how stuff is posted on Twitter like all the time. So it's like you're gonna miss something. Like if you're not on Twitter, you're gonna miss some good juicy stuff, because there's a lot of people that share like documents and all this other kind of stuff I'm learning. So this is from her to him, I think. So let's just read this real quick because I have no idea. This just says, oh, this is where she was trying to get him to break the restraining order. I think someone said that. I think the top of this was saying, look and see what Amber Heard was trying to, get JD to break the restraining order, which also is related to San Francisco. So she said, I'm going to call you to say I love you. That's all. Pick up or don't. Either way, it's fine. I'm not sure when we'll speak again, but I wanted to end things in a respectful way. In case you don't answer, I'll try you some other time when I am ready. I hope you respect that too. And then she goes, so this is at 9:25 on 2015 after the TRO. So it was at 11:20, okay, a.m. the next day, or no, later that night. She won't leave him alone. Later that night, she says, I'm here at the front door. Can I come in and talk? So, and then on top of that, she says, I don't want to fight. I just want to talk. So she was the one saying that he was bugging her, right? He was chasing her. That is such malarkey, as the president would say. As Biden would say. I think it's just amazing, like how she's trying to sell this story about how she was beat and how he wouldn't leave her alone, how he can't look at her and all this bullshit, and it just gets weirder and weirder. And by the way, you guys, sidebar, has anybody started watching that show Candy on Hulu? I started watching it because I was like, I got to get away from some of this JD stuff, but I started watching Candy with Jennifer Beal. And JT makes a appearance in it. You guys ought to see it. It's this true crime stuff is just, it's almost hilarious. It's weird and just odd, but it's just some of these characters, when they go back in time, just the clothes are funny and the hair is funny. So check that show out on Hulu. It's called Candy, Candy. So I thought that was kind of funny, JT plays a cop. Thought that was funny too. All right. It says, yeah, there are plenty of hit piece articles. Okay. Yeah. Saying how Twitter is bad for Hollywood stars to be on. The industry wants Twitter to be more censored, right? And more control. That's because they're money making um, superstars get exposed on Twitter. Yeah, of course. Like a lot of there was somebody's account that got taken down on Instagram for showing too many legal documents. But I mean, once something's submitted and it becomes public record, it's kind of silly, right, to do that, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like if it's public record and you can obtain it on the like right now, you guys can see. I don't know if you guys know. Let me show you something really quick because I think it's really interesting. And you guys, y'all may know, but I didn't because I was just like searching for it. But did y'all know that you can get the entire divorce paperwork, everything that was submitted into evidence and everything? Did you guys know that? Except for the only thing that I couldn't find as far as being raw is the audio files. That's the only thing I couldn't find. But if you go to the Fairfax website, you can actually see in PDF form, and you can actually see their filing. So if you guys haven't done that yet, or I mean, you may not be interested. Obviously, there's a lot of people that are playing detective. I think that's why things become so kind of popular that way, if that makes sense. But if you go on Google and you look up JD and Amber Heard's divorce on county record or public records or something, I think it is. Let's see. I forgot how I searched it. Divorce. Yeah, there we go. Public records. So this is just to show you guys. I was looking for the audios last night because I saw the divorce papers. If you know how to search, you can obtain all public records for free. Some countries charge a small fee. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, for me, I was just like, what? I mean, I knew that you could obtain. I know that you can obtain records. So it's. I mean, I used to work for a research for a kind of like a background check company when I was younger, and like we were able to get all kinds of files, verify credentials. A lot of it was international, so we had to use like what's that called? We had to use those translation, apps at that point. I mean, they weren't as efficient as they are now, but back then, because I'm old, but back then, it was like you had to translate everything to get their credentials. But anyway, it's 282 pages. It was filed January 13th, 2017. And this is the divorce. So in case you guys didn't know that, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I noticed it and I knew it was available. But one thing I was looking for it for was to see if the audios were available and the video. But I think that maybe that has, what is it called when they shut something down? But I think this is the reason why a lot of people on Twitter and stuff are breaking this down when they read it, and they're highlighting areas, and stuff like that, because then you can see everything that came into evidence and all the witnesses and everything, I think, that are involved and so on and so forth. But anyway, this is 282 pages. So I thought I would share that just because a lot of this public record, gets shared on Twitter, which I don't even know why they get butthurt anyways, because if this is all public, what does it even matter? Do you know what I mean? But I don't know if they want control, because I know YouTube is different, and I don't know about IG, but I need to train myself to be on IG. All right. So this morning, though, we are going to do some Twitter highlights first in the docket. We're going to do this first. I did retweet some stuff I wanted you guys to see when we were watching whatever we were watching yesterday. And then we're going to move on to the Amber Heard audio. So get comfortable. You could do laundry. You can, wash dishes, whatever. This is the 2 hours and 5 minutes audio that we're going to listen to. And then I found this really funny video, though, that I wanted to share with you guys, which I thought was super cool, because there's a lot of stuff I feel like from this video. And actually, let's do that first because it's shorter. The audio we'll save for last because it's the longest. Sorry, you guys, I divert. Good afternoon, language of horses. Odessa, hello, how are you? I hope you're having some coffee with me. I'm so behind. But I have coffee all day long. It's just what keeps me awake. anyways, so I found this video and I thought it was super cool and funny. So I'm going to share this with you guys. But before we get to that, let's go ahead and look at Twitter, because I was trying to show you guys some stuff. Now, the audio, remember I was talking about yesterday, the audio, there was an audio out. This is my Twitter, if anybody wants to follow me. I was looking for this audio where today's, by the way, not to be too, look, there's a butterfly everywhere, but today is Isaac's birthday. I did not know that. He's so cute. Today is Isaac's birthday. So that's so funny. I thought that was so cute. And then I saw this, which was so funny. Look at this. Look at it's Josh, uh Amber, Elon, Io. Oh my god. This just makes me this is so funny. Have you guys seen this on Twitter? Oh my god, you got to join Twitter if you're not there. I'm telling you, every day I wake up and I'm like, "Oh my god, I love Twitter so much." Anyway, here's the document I just showed you. I'm at the front door. Can I come and talk? So someone was just pointing out that showing up unannounced, that kind of thing, when she had a TRO in place. But anyways, I was telling you guys, I couldn't find that audio. Remember? Oh, this is Io and Rocky making fun of his finger. Did you guys see that picture right there? So a lot of people were tweeting this as the trial was going on, because Io was so full of shit that nobody could handle it, and Rocky too. So all her friends, everybody was mocking them and stuff, you know. But anyway, you know, all their bullshit that they're trying to sell in those depots, and also those depots are so old. They're so old. It's like, how can you even use something that's so old? Except for Rocky's, I think was from February 2022, which was kind of interesting. So, but anyways. Anyway, these are the retweets I did for you all that was happening during the week of the 16th when we all came back to court. And then, these were the knives. I wanted to say this when we were listening to the story. So there was anyway, before I get to this, I'm going to expand it for you. But before I get to this, there was an audio of her. I think she was talking to Johnny Amber Heard was talking to somebody. And she was explaining her plan to frame him. And it was on Twitter, and I retweeted it. And for some reason, because there's so much activity on Twitter, I could not find it. So I will try very hard to find it for you all when we're listening to the 2-hour audio. If y'all have time, like I said, just treat me like a podcast, y'all. And I'm trying to figure out a way to start to make this sort of a podcast type of thing, you know, so it's an audio form. But that's a little above my head at the moment. I got to talk to my son about that, because he knows all that kind of stuff. Anyways, so I thought this was really important. And this is something that Josh texted, I think, to Amber. And it just says, "I have a giant new knife you can borrow if you like." So there was a lot of talk about these knives going on. And then it shows this picture. And I know if you guys have heard the story about them, they kept referring to them as them. Do you guys remember that? There was something going on, you know, about them talking about these knives. Remember when they were talking about going to dinner and they were saying something about bringing these knives? So like I said, this story, it's so big and it's got so many pockets in it, I feel like, that a lot of people know. And I'm like, okay, wait, first it was supposed to be this way, then it was this way, then it was this way. Then you hear Io saying this, and like Io was Johnny Depp's best friend. Okay. And you know what I mean? And it was just like, it was weird. And then you got, Whitney over here partying with Johnny, where she's so fucking high out of her head. She doesn't know what's going on. You know, I mean, to get up on the stand and go, when were we not high? I mean, what is that? You know, like these people think they're really doing some kind of benefit to Johnny, to Amber's case, when they're just, oh my God, they're just a bunch of clowns. I mean, seriously, I refer to them as ass clowns all the time on Twitter, because this thing is a fucking circus. The whole thing, it's comical. Like, this will go down in history as the most retarded, excuse me, I'm sorry, because I know I need to be politically correct, but let's just be honest. You know what I mean? This case is just, it's just so like upside down. I'm like, and I know you guys, I don't mean to be that way. I know I need to watch what I say, but I mean, it's just, come on now. And this as you guys someone said, I think in the chat before, that she's been caught on camera messing with her lip. So why she would do that, so this whole thing, about her cut lip and this and that, and all that was basically everybody was catching her on camera. She does it all the time. This is not any exception. I mean, she's been doing it since court started. So if you guys have seen that, that's nothing new. Let's see. What else was I think I already talked about this stuff yesterday, right? So let's go ahead and see what else is trending this morning. I know there's a lot of energy hyping up on Twitter right now for tomorrow. The DIY guy has posted a lot, I think. Let's see what he said, because I know they're going to be standing in line. They're going to be in court tomorrow. So and there's also someone that doesn't have a YouTube channel. That's his name is James, I guess. But oh, that's a cute picture. That's Rob. Oh, that's them at the list. Oh my God, is that them in line? How cute. Oh, they've made international news, they were saying. So they said they need Lottie needs merch. Oh, okay. Good. Thanks, Eric. Anyway, LawTube has made international news, so they're very happy. I am happy for LawTube, man. YouTube needs that. You know what I mean? We need positive and we need legality in YouTube. I think it's great. I don't know how y'all feel, and I don't know how many of you guys are YouTubers, but I don't mind supporting other YouTubers. I don't care what their status is. We're all aiming for the same thing, and there's enough room on YouTube for anybody to be successful. So why not support each other in this endeavor? This thing, people think YouTube is easy. It's not easy. It's a lot of dedication and a lot of hard work and a lot of discipline, because when you start, you're not making anything, right? And if your aim is to kind of get a little bit of extra income in your pocket, or even to quit your job or whatever it is that you're trying to do, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And it's a lot of out-of-pocket costs as well. So they are arranging for pizza and coffee for people that are going to be sitting in line for them. So I think that's awesome. I mean, I think they've really done a lot for people that are trying to get the legal teams, LawTube into the courtroom, which I think is awesome. I just think that's really great. Oh my God, look at this! 2 hours ago, bringing these shirts with me to give away tonight. Legal Tube. What if anything? So that's cute. Oh my God, they made merch. That's so cool. He's funny. Anyway, I just thought I would, kind of share a lot that LawTube is kind of growing in the YouTube community. As you guys know, if you already watch LawTube, it doesn't matter. I love Emily D. Baker. She's my all-time favorite. I just love her. I love her attitude. She's very much on my vibe, so I really, really like her. Oh no, what's happening? Jason Momoa is trending right now, you guys. Also, what's happening? Oh shit, are they bringing in his text this week? Is that what's happening? I'm telling you guys, listen to this trial, watch this trial if you can. It's a big week. It's wrap up week. So it's a big week this week. Jason Momoa and Amber Heard lack the chemistry. Oh yeah, we already knew that. So we already know. They've narrowed her down to 10 minutes. I hope they nix her out of that movie. She doesn't deserve to be in that movie. What's this? As a male survivor of abuse, I find this hit piece astounding so much for the Guardian's impartial tagline. I don't know. The Guardian put out some kind of article, I guess. And this is what I was saying when I do the audios. This is Christina's channel right here. A lot of people are using her content. The reason why they're using her content, you guys, if you've never heard of Christina Pickles, I'll show you actually who she is. But the reason why people are using her content is because she just dropped the audios raw. She didn't add anything to them, which I think is a benefit for I think it was a benefit for her to do that instead of like trying to introduce the audio or whatever. But I'll show you, we'll look her up just a second so you can see who she is. If you want to follow her, she really has a lot to offer in terms of information. Also trending as well lately has been Courtney Love. She's out, supporting Johnny Depp, and so is Robert Downey Jr., as you guys know. So that's always a plus. I don't know how many of you guys like her. I know her story with the Nirvana guy was kind of, I don't know. I know when the story came out, they were saying something was fishy about that or something, but I know she's been around for a long time too. Let me show you Christina. So this is Christina's Twitter. She also has a YouTube channel if you guys want to follow her. She's a new YouTuber too, which I think is awesome. She's doubled her followers recently. But this is Christina Pickles, and she has she has a lot of information as well to cover for the case if you guys are looking for information. And then Geller Depp is also a great person to follow in terms of the Depp case, because she's got a ton of information, which I need to do. I didn't realize that Twitter had a bell. Did you guys know Twitter had a bell? I didn't know that. I keep forgetting to hit that bell so I can see the notifications. But anyways, yeah, Christina put out, you know, the audios, and I just did them as a reaction. So the one going up right now as we speak, the one uploaded to my channel, is basically a reaction channel. I mean, is a reaction to the audio. So if you guys want to, you know, check out that video at some point, you know, for me, if you want to help me grow, you're welcome to. But I always, if I'm going to use someone's content as a reaction, I always credit their channel in the description box, because that is what needs to be done. Credit is where credit's due, if that makes sense. So, but anyways, yeah, there's lots and lots of stuff going on Twitter. You know, I saw this morning. Did anybody see this on Twitter? Something about her forehead is swollen. I don't know. To me, though, if she's swollen, that seems like it would be a Botox thing. I don't know if you guys agree, but a lot of times when people have swelling around their eyes or in their forehead, it's from Botox. So I don't really think, you know, I don't know about if that's sus or what, but to me, it just seems like it's probably from Botox. I mean, in my opinion, I don't think it's a big deal, but you guys can, you know, let me know if you think differently. Yeah, I agree, Eric. I agree. So Eric says standard practice should always. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eric. So anyways, anyway, this was going around on Twitter, and I think it's Botox, honestly. I don't know if any of you guys have ever had Botox or know anybody that's had Botox, let me know. I don't really need it. I mean, I gain weight and lose weight so much. Like right now I've gained like 30 pounds. So I hate even looking at myself in the, you know, I looked so good last summer. I was sick though, but still. Anyway, nothing fits me. I'm so glad you guys only see like from here up, because my clothes are so tight, they're embarrassing. Anyways, but I know that, you know, Botox can make you swollen when you get those injections. So to me, this is more of a, I don't know. This says, I wonder how she got that scratch or bump, but she also has a baby. You know what I mean? And so maybe if the baby grabbed her, because I know my daughter with Kai, her son, my grandson, he grabs her face and grabs her hair and grabs her eyes all the time because he's just mean like that. But so I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't think anything. I don't really even think anything matters right now when it comes to her. But anyway, there's a lot going around on Twitter if you guys want to check it out. But I do that just every day because Twitter's new to me and I just like to share what I see or what I think is interesting. So let me know if you guys tap the like button on the video if you guys are enjoying the content so far. And also if you like the fact that I do Twitter highlights, because it helps me know if you want to see it, you don't want to see it, or what have you. So moving on, I did see this reaction video. This is LawTube reacts to Amber Heard cross-examination. You guys, I don't know how. I've been streaming this trial every single day, and I don't know how much of this trial you guys have seen, but I did not see the knife. I didn't see it. And I came across this video last night, and I was like, how did I not see that knife in evidence? How did I not see the bailiff show the jury this knife? Have you guys seen this knife? Jesus, it's huge. So let's go ahead and watch this just because it's super cool. I'm going to mute myself while I watch this with you. It's a really cool video.
So it was during these cycles of violence in 2012 that you gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
I gave him a knife, I think gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
Ooh, good question.
I gave 2012.
That's what I would give somebody that was abusive towards me. Is a knife.
We've seen a picture of that knife, but I think we should bring out the real thing.
Oh, bring out the real knife.
You have the knife?
Master
I love it.
Deputy.
Yeah.
I bet they do have it.
We should bring out the real thing.
Yes!
Master Deputy.
I love Emily. I love her.
Oh,
Master
baby.
Deputy, bring out the real thing.
A little scripted,
Master
but
Deputy, bring out the real thing.
Oh, great.
Master Deputy.
Cutter,
Sheriff,
Camille.
Oh, they have the real knife. Bring it out. Bring me the knife. Put it in
That's
her
not my
hand while you're
resolution.
at
I
it.
think
That'd be
whoever
good.
I
made
want to
this
see
video
how big
didn't make
this
it.
thing is.
you never know
Show
how
the
big a
knife.
knife is in a
To Ms.
picture.
Heard.
You never know how big a knife is until you bring it into court. I've learned this multiple times.
Master Deputy Sheriff, Luther.
Master Deputy Sheriff?
Master Deputy Sheriff.
Knife.
Brandish
To
the
Ms. Heard.
weapon.
Use the evidence. I like it. This is good.
I'll laugh. It's like this. Holy shit, that's big.
Yes.
Did you guys see this? I didn't see it.
No, that's
That's the knife you gave to the man who was.
Damn, that's a big knife.
That's a
Yes,
knife.
that's
It's like Crocodile Dundee.
That's the knife you gave to the man who was hitting you, right, Mr.
I did not see that.
I wasn't worried he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him. That's for certain.
But you
That's not
gave
the
it to him
question.
while.
For certain.
But you gave it to him, allegedly. Will you please show the knife to the jury?
Yes.
That's a
Yes.
big
Jury
knife.
showed them
Hopefully
really
we can
close.
see him holding that knife again.
Well, that's a big one.
Zoom out, zoom out,
Oh
zoom
man,
out.
I wish I could see their
You could
reactions.
say that's
I
a
am
mega
so
knife.
cheesed right now.
That's a mega
This
pint
is the knife you
knife.
gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012. Yes.
She's gonna keep reframing every damn thing, and I don't care.
I love y'all
Yes.
lot too, you guys.
Charity is the bitch blade.
These are sarcastic.
It makes me wanna be a
questions
lawyer.
by Camille.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820.
Oh, they're going to show the fully intact phone the next day that's sitting on the counter.
I love it. I
Okay,
absolutely
let's
love
see
this.
it. I bet it's gonna be a picture of the phone and it's not broken.
I believe
How much
this
do you wanna
was
bet?
already-
Just
He's
just
funny.
pick apart
I don't know
all
who
the
he is, but I
hyperbolic
found him a couple
nonsense
days
in the
ago.
stories and let the jury infer that the rest of it's hyperbolic
you.
nonsense.
Whoever took this photo standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
That's certainly convenient.
It's
Wow.
convenient. The pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this
Good
picture
argument,
either,
though.
right?
You don't see it because
That's a
it's
good argument.
whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
You didn't?
What?
Refresh
You
the
didn't hear?
recollection.
The
Refresh
counsel
the
elicited
recollection.
it.
I disagree with that representation.
Mhm.
Oh,
You also saw this
So
picture.
does
Of course you do.
do you now?
Actually,
Of course
can
you
please
do.
bring that Defendant's Exhibit 1821,
Oh, here we go.
Colleen is under the
which is
bus.
also admitted to
Today's going to
evidence.
be so much.
Okay, here we
Today's
go.
going to be so much.
And according to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I
All
didn't
right,
notice
my
his
guess.
finger come off,
Where'd it go?
obviously. I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
Well, it's not your best guess, Ms. Heard.
That is my best guess.
Okay, let's go back to my question.
Oh my god.
You submitted a declaration under
Let's
the
go back
penalty
to
of perjury
previous
in this
testimony.
case. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Let's look at that declaration.
Let's.
Oh good.
Shall we?
Let's do that, Camille. I love it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh man,
This is today's going to
this
be
is really
spicy.
fiery.
It's not your best guess, is it? Because you have other under oath declarations that say something different. You think he cut it off with a knife.
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but
Oh.
yes, both of those things happened.
Convenient.
We'll get to
We're
the
not quite
sequence.
clear.
According to you, I'm holding you down by the neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking?
While Mr.
She's asking you
while
how the fuck
Mr.
this
Depp is
happened.
holding you by the neck against the countertop.
In order.
This is the how many hands does he
While
have?
Mr. Depp
A
is
lot
Of
you
course,
pointed
Kathy.
yourself that you would
Anytime.
ask this
Thank you
on
so much
cross.
for being here.
while
Stick
Mr.
around.
Depp is holding, he
We'll
grabs
have a
the
lot of
bottle.
fun.
That's your testimony.
No, those two things didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
She's so.
What? Oh, I'm
While
sorry.
he's holding the bottle. Is that your testimony? While
was holding
holding
my-
you down by the neck.
Sorry. What was your question?
Oh, she's getting annoyed.
Your
She's for
testimony
sure
is,
getting annoyed.
Oh,
Your
she thinks
testimony
she's being
is-
smart. She
But
thinks she's
either-
being smart.
your testimony is, Ms. Heard,
Oh.
that either he has the
So
bottle
angry.
before or after he's
Camille has
holding
to
you
make
by
sure
the neck.
she
on
doesn't
the
get
counter.
angry.
She literally just
Your
asked
testimony
it.
is, Ms. Heard,
I'm sorry, I'm getting
that either-
frustrated.
he has the bottle before or after he's holding you by the neck on the counter. Is that your testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
Where's the bottle?
about the bottle,
Yeah, where's.
And
Where's the
then
bottle? Where's
When
the
did he
bottle?
grab the bottle?
And
Where's the bottle that he has
At what point?
right then
while holding you
He's
down?
holding you down by the neck.
we're gonna go.
That's for
step
you
by
to
step.
answer.
He was assaulting me with the bottle. It was in his hand.
She just asked you that
Was
like
it
5
in
times.
his hand
I don't know what you're talking
before or
about.
That's not
after he holds you down by the neck?
I was being held. It was in
No.
his hand.
No, no, no.
Was it
That
in
wasn't
his
the question.
hand? Was it in his hand? Was it in his hand before or after he holds you down by your neck?
I was being held down while he assaulted me with the bottle.
She thinks she's doing well. The jury was
We had the
not
bottle
Puts you on the
first.
counter.
last
Does
night.
he,
How did you get there?
when he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand? Yes
She
or no?
doesn't know.
So when did he get the fucking bottle, you dope?
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand? Yes or no?
She's being
As
deliberately
I have
vague.
always said, I don't
It's-
remember
it's-
exactly what happened first.
This is
I'm
a
about to be
fantastic
out
video.
Completely on
I just
Amber.
remember-
So he penetrates you with this bottle.
Camille's
And he
not
did
gonna
that
shy
right
away
after
from
he
it.
lost.
I don't remember the exact sequence
Based
of
on the
those
jury.
events.
We'll get to the sequence. And
Oh,
while he
we'll
was
get
on
to
8
it.
to 10
Don't you worry.
MDMA pills. We'll get to the sequence.
We'll get
And
to
while
it.
he was on
Remember
8
the
to
smashing?
10, we'll get to the sequence. And while he was on 8 to
worry.
10
We got
MDMA pills.
Oh,
we'll
I
get to the
have it.
sequence.
Don't you worry.
yeah,
And
I'll
while
tell
he
you
was on
what it
8 to
is.
10,
I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of these things. This was a multi-day
Look at Rob.
that took place over free.
Oh, awesome.
Misheard.
Time to get into the
Misheard.
murder days.
We're not misheard. We're not misheard.
Objection non-responsive.
Misheard. That's not my question.
Oh,
Question is
now they're going at it.
I have never testified to a sequence.
Misheard.
What?
Ooh.
You sure?
Talking.
Okay.
I know. It sounds like a sequence to me.
Sequence.
But you did. This is why this matters.
Talking about that sequence.
They're
Then on
getting
page
to the
4521.
headline of the digital printer.
Starting at-
Sequence.
Yeah, she's setting her up. Yeah, exactly.
You were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
That was my fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember
What?
feeling.
Yeah.
Using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
You would know.
That was my fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember. Fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember.
You would
feeling.
know.
It goes from no to feel.
I was never sure it was, but it was definitely
I was
that
never
shape.
sure.
You're pretty
Felt
sure
like
the
that
other
shape.
day.
Now
You
it's I was
testified in
never
this courtroom
sure.
that you had not seen this bottle until Ben King provided these photographs,
She
correct?
said that.
Not in the course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
That's not what you said.
Bring the impeaching statement.
Oh. Wait, what?
Oh, girl, you in danger. That's not what you said. Goes to you.
Correct?
You need to put your microphone on, Miss.
Miss Bretta
Elaine.
Get your shit together.
I love that.
Improper
Elaine.
impeachment. If she's going to ask her question, then she has to show where that was, and then I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank
It
you.
was literally yesterday.
It's not improper impeachment, Elaine.
She does not have to show it.
Oh my God, I so
BTFO.
Johnny
stole
was the
that.
client. He
Elaine.
also treated me.
All right. Let's please pull up.
She's
Do
like,
you remember
all right.
giving testimony in this case in a deposition, Ms. Heard?
All right.
I do.
Here we go.
All right. Let's please pull up. Do you remember giving testimony in this case in a
Don't
deposition,
make
Ms.
me
Heard?
impeach you more.
Yes, I
So this
There's
is
no reason for her to have this argument.
We could-
for who? Which one? The lawyer or her?
Amber,
I
Amber,
agree.
there's no reason for Amber to have this
Do
argument.
you remember giving testimony in this case?
Here we go.
Ms. Heard?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right.
I like the strategy of getting her to fight.
Pull up the deposition transcript.
I don't know
date
why
two.
she fights so much on this little stuff, because they're just going to bring up that she said that Dr. Kipper was also a doctor, right?
So they are handing up more testimony again, where she's contradicting herself, and Amber is trying to pull words to shift the meaning of things, but
Your
that
Honor,
lines up with
We're
Dr.
going
Curry.
to, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 374, which is already in evidence.
She's so needlessly evasive on some of
Oh,
this stuff.
Kathy, I'm sorry. I was trying to kind of follow
You took
what you
Defendant's
and Eric
Exhibit
were talking about.
374,
Your
which is already in
face.
evidence.
Wasn't in the mirror. You had to work to not have your face in the mirror. Taking a picture of a mirror is hard
You took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
without having a
Yes, that's
reflection of
correct.
you in it.
Are you in the mirror?
Yeah. Yep.
It's covered in a bunch of bullshit, but
You took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes,
written
Like
in her
someone
handwriting.
sneezed
After you
bullshit
have
on
allegedly
it.
been assaulted by Mr. Depp. Yes?
that's correct.
Yeah, you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
Why
don't
did I miss this?
See myself in the mirror? No.
Yes.
I don't see myself in the mirror. No.
Thank you.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit
Go.
375.
Get it, Camille. That's my point. How do you take a picture without a
You took this
reflection?
picture as well, right, Ms. Heard?
Had
That's
to
correct.
move to
And
not
this
be
is
in the
from one of
picture.
the bathroom mirrors in Australia.
That's correct.
This is also a pic.
This is a woman with thousands of pictures of herself.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Oh God.
No.
Is that because you didn't have any visible
She's
injuries on you?
done.
And that's why
Because
you
I was taking a picture
And I
of the writing.
stream this shit all day.
You could have stood in front of it and
Let's
taken a
talk
picture of
about
the
the writing
writing.
on the picture.
Yes, she's a
Is
vampire.
that because the writing in black means
She's
from
a
Mr. Depp,
vampire.
correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
I love
And
his
his
humor.
testimony,
I
your
love it.
testimony under oath, that you
This-
did not write the red text that says, quote, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe, end
That's
quote.
that's correct.
That's so dumb to lie about that.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger, and you're writing snarky messages to him on the mirror,
And
right?
you're writing snarky messages on the mirror.
Oh my God.
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
That was great.
Ouch.
I don't know how to respond to this.
Look at
Well,
defense
it wasn't really a question.
3-0.
Yeah. It was more of a statement to the jury, not really to you. I don't care what
I
you say to
believe this-
that at all.
And you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
That's what it would mean.
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
Move on. Move on. Don't do it again. Just move on. You made your point.
I
Major
agree.
point.
I
Didn't
do agree
Didn't
with
even
that.
restate the
Don't
question.
drill
It's like,
it.
no, I said
Just
what I needed to
leave
say.
this
drop
I
the
agree. I
mic
don't know
and
what
walk
the question
away.
was either.
I would object speculation, but she got her point across.
3-0.
That would be terrible if you were doing that while Johnny was bleeding out, basically.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
That's a fair point.
I mean, he claimed
That's
he
not
had
the
injuries,
question.
though.
She's going
I don't
overboard.
believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
Do we agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror
boy.
says he had injuries, though? Is that
That's
right?
argumentative.
To escape the fight.
You don't escape the fight, you escape the solution.
Oh my
You
God,
escape
girl.
the solution.
Oh.
That's why you're
Escape
standing outside
figuring
his
it out.
door
We cannot work it
on a
out.
TRO
If you
like
run
it's a
away to the
joke.
bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning
Run,
of the
Johnny,
argument.
run.
There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy,
Valley Girl?
the rest splits them apart or whatever. But
I've
all I'm
lived this
saying is,
experience.
you can't have a solution.
Oh
If
God, poor Johnny, man.
the argument
Jesus. When I
just
listen
keeps
to these audios, I just can't.
The argument becomes the purpose.
I fucking go to
That's
into
exactly-
the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight. Crazy. Escalated. I go split again. I go to another fucking bathroom
Yeah,
or bedroom or
he's
something.
running through the house
Bang,
away
bang,
from her.
bang.
And there
You
she goes.
kept coming to get me.
Honey, don't run away.
The first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
What?
And
Ms.
then
Heard,
went to check
Ms.
on
Heard,
him.
Motion to strike that.
And
Ms.
then
Heard,
went to check
Ms.
on
Heard,
him and see
I'm going to
if we
move to
could-
strike everything after I knocked on
Objection,
one
move to
back.
strike,
Heard.
not responsive.
Ms.
You
Heard.
don't have to do that. She's answering the question.
Not
Miss
quite,
Heard.
so I will sustain the objection.
Yes, this is beautiful. Yes.
Not quite, says the judge.
Oh, me too.
And that's a proper
Can I
way for
call
her
you
to
E,
object,
Eric?
Recording we just listened
even
to.
though she's
That's exactly
she's
what
doing the
happened in
cross-examination because she's
Yes.
moving to
Mr.
strike.
Depp,
Do that. She's answering the question.
But
She is
not
not
Oh
answering.
my
so I will
God,
sustain the
Elaine.
objection.
Answering the question is not
Thank you,
saying whatever you
Judge.
want.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's not
Not
responsive.
quite, so I will sustain the objection.
I would be such
Just
a good
answer the
attorney.
question, okay?
Ooh, she's using the judge
the recording we just
to
listened to.
reset.
That's exactly
The objection.
Yeah.
Just answer the question, okay, ma'am?
Yeah, just shut up and answer.
Elaine,
the
can you
question.
turn on
Oh
your
my
mic?
God.
Elaine,
This
I
judge
cannot
knows
hear
what's
you.
going on.
You
Turn
weren't
on your
scared
mic,
of him
Elaine.
at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course it's scary. He's also my husband.
She's not saying she's scared of him.
It's been
That
marked as
doesn't
defendant's
track.
exhibit 371.
I think that's
on
pretty
TV.
clear.
She couldn't even say it. She knew, you know what she's getting at. Were you afraid of him? He tried to kill me. That was scary. But she never said she was afraid of him.
Do not believe these
Wow.
have been admitted.
He's also my husband.
That's not an answer to the question.
Yep.
Has she
Can we
ever
all just
before
go
said
home
he
now and
tried
give it to
kill
Johnny?
her?
She said
she barely survived the
Oh no, me
relationship.
too. E. I
she
think
barely
so
survived,
too.
and then she said,
I
"I don't
think
think
so,
he
too.
tried
I think if
to
he would've
kill me,
stayed,
but
he
he
would've got
almost
hurt.
did." Essentially,
Like really hurt.
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you. You still don't have it on.
Elaine,
Take
please
that
turn
cat
your
out of your
microphone
mouth
on.
and use the
Elaine,
microphone.
Miss
please.
Bretterhoff, get it together,
You
Elaine.
still don't have it on.
Elaine.
For the 50th
You'd
time.
think she would have learned by now.
Oh my
I know.
God.
Elaine, how
Me
many
and
warnings
Emily
do you
would be
need on the
such
mic?
great friends.
At that point,
Elaine is shook at this point. She can't even push
Yeah,
the
she was
button on her mic.
flustered.
She
She-
can't
she was
find the
so-
button.
I think Elaine's stalling with the mic.
Can you imagine being on a Zoom call with Elaine? Elaine,
And
you're
you're on-
muted.
And you're
Elaine,
on.
you're still muted. Turn on your mic, Elaine.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote,
Sorry.
I feel so
I meant to
lost.
mute myself.
I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change. End quote.
Oh,
Did I read that correctly?
that's correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Ms. Heard?
I very much wanted to leave the relationship I
Yeah,
was
not
in.
not, a
Not
good
without my
relationship.
money.
Have the power. I didn't
What
feel
do
I
you
had
think
the
she was
power to
going to
leave.
say?
I knew
And they
I
didn't
was
have
in
a
very
prenup,
toxic
so he
relationship
said-
with Johnny, and
I
I
don't
knew
think
I
so.
needed
That's
to
true.
change that. I knew it was at this point.
that's true.
Yes,
Daughter, I
Eric,
At
object
those.
because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Heard that clarify even further, and I also
You don't need
think
to clarify.
Dr.
Bretterhoff.
Cowan.
Miss Bretterhoff.
Your Honor, may we please approach?
Elaine.
Your Honor, may we please
that's
approach?
for redirect.
Yeah, that's redirect.
Yeah.
Improper,
Elaine
Elaine.
is really trying to work those speaking objections in front of the jury also.
Elaine has done this several times
She's
where
testifying.
she
Oh,
testifies
I'm
on
sure
behalf
we're
of
gonna
Amber
see it
Heard
this
from
week.
the bench or from the table. This court clearly does not allow speaking objections. Yet she'll do it constantly to narrate what's going on.
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
What?
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Hurd?
I've had several, yes.
Yeah, so you know what it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
That is correct.
And Ms. Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
Let's play
Oh
it
God.
again.
Okay, Elaine.
Your Honor, this is harmful to my client.
Very harmful. Your Honor, I
She doesn't know how to
actually really
shut up.
oppose her bringing in anything from the record in this case. I think it's highly improper for her to do so.
Thank you, Elaine. Elaine turned on her microphone. Snaps for Elaine. Elaine also asked to approach instead of just arguing it out in front of the jury.
Elaine coming in a lot hotter with the objections this time.
Yeah.
I think we realized that she
Well, she's
can't
getting
let Camille run the
obliterated.
field
She's gonna have to do
'cause
something.
Camille can just keep going.
But Camille is doing some of, there's some that Camille's coming in there where I would object is argumentative.
Yeah.
You can't keep reminding the witness that stuff that's said under truth is truthful. Like that's, at some point in time, that becomes argumentative and harassing.
You actually filed a
Do
complaint
it.
against Ms. Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
What?
Uh-oh.
I heard that, and that was the first.
Are you aware
Did
that
you guys hear
someone
that? I
filed a
heard that,
complaint
and that was the
against Ms. Lloyd's
first.
nursing license in
so
connection with her care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea. You're the first person to let me know about that.
Since your testimony, Mr. McGovern, imagine that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level.
Look how flustered she is.
She was like,
down towards where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGovern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
what?
So he's lying. So you're calling him a liar. Everyone's
Of
a liar
course.
but you.
Client.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Why? People testify against their clients all the time. They're under oath.
That's her case. Everyone's a liar but me. That is her case. That is the best
But sir,
answer
you
for
and
Depp's
Mr. Depp-
case.
I agree.
They're following the beats.
Do you all agree?
Everybody
She
else
blames
must be
everything on
wrong.
everybody
You
else.
didn't report to Dr. Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to.
Dr.
When I
Hughes
was
is
a
wrong.
I don't know.
Well,
Don
everyone's wrong.
Lionheart.
That's not what her
I
note
don't know.
says.
I didn't
So
see
even
him.
Dr. Hughes is in on the conspiracy. Everyone around.
We heard
I
from
don't know
testimony
that.
from
I don't know.
Impeach her.
Two Don
Dr. Hughes
Lionheart
testified
is?
to it.
I don't know.
This goes to
Let's see.
everyone's wrong.
Maybe
This
he's
is
somebody
her
from Facebook.
everyone's
I don't
wrong
know, 'cause
but
I don't
me.
think I see the
The lawyers
comments
didn't
in
turn it over.
here.
That's their job.
on-
Whatever the
maybe he
doctor
opened
said,
Facebook.
she's wrong too. The
You
nursing
were
notes
here
are
in this
wrong.
courtroom, right, Ms. Heard, when Malcolm Connolly, he's not injured in this picture. That's
No
your
question
testimony.
pending.
Fine.
This one is Photoshop.
Ms. Heard,
Photoshop.
No
I have
question
your answer.
pending.
Thank you.
Move to strike. Move to strike.
I have your answer.
What?
Thank you.
Photoshop.
Ms. Heard,
It's Photoshop.
Miss Heard.
thank you.
Strike.
I love you more and more every passing day. XX Slim.
Now that looks more like the mirror
That is
writing
correct.
for the handwriting expert.
Yeah,
At
that
Journal
handwriting
Entry starting on page
Looks a lot like the
68.
mirror writing.
I
That looked
didn't.
like the
I
Carly
didn't notice
Simon
that.
note.
Did you guys notice that? I did not
Yep.
notice that until I saw this
Her
video
handwriting there.
myself.
And it was also an opportunity for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's important in every relationship to
Super
apologize
chat.
when you're
How?
trying to move past
I don't
fights.
even have.
She won't even answer that. Just answer
Let's
the
look at an
question.
entry
How could I
from
get a super
August
chat?
17th.
The
I don't
evasiveness
even
is going
have.
to
Don't you
bite
need
her.
a certain amount of
Every encounter.
subscribers? I'll
In
take it. But
every
I don't.
one of them. It's
I didn't know we
always
could
just
get super
conveniently,
chats.
well, this is just during
Hear
the
you
good
right,
times,
quote.
and you got to take all
I'm
advantage
sorry,
of the
I
good
shook
times.
the.
Yeah, another example
Can
of
we
me
get
trying to
super
fix
chat? I didn't think I was
was
qualified
always
to
trying
get a
to fix
super
it.
chat. I didn't see.
It doesn't even
It's
matter
by
what she says.
apologizing for your bad behavior.
I
That's
tried
sweet, though.
everything. I tried apologizing. I tried reading. I tried therapists. I tried everything.
Did you try
Yet
not
you
hitting
couldn't
him?
change,
Yeah,
like
did you
told
try
Dr.
not hitting
Cowan,
him?
right?
I couldn't change my relationship.
Did you try not hitting him? Did you try
No.
not throwing
Man,
things?
she is like
She can't.
Camille.
Her poor
Did you ever
kid, man.
consider not drinking?
Let's talk about
listening.
December 15th.
She's retaining the
2015
previous
again.
responses, bringing stuff up again.
She
Right.
physically saw me, but did not see me in a medical sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
What?
But she saw you. Let's do this
Yeah.
one more time.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Please, can you clarify,
Sure.
please?
You testified that
Parsing
during the
words.
incident on December 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the bed, correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, you described that he broke the bed frame
Rob,
with
get
his
in here,
boot
Rob.
while let's take a look
Yeah,
at
the echo
defendant's
isn't from
exhibit
me either. It's
509, which
from
is already in evidence.
whoever made the video.
Here we go.
Video from Lone Lumber.
The knife on the bed?
Man, if I broke the bed on my honeymoon, I put a plaque on it.
Come on, you little lies.
Is this a video that you have seen?
I love
YouTube?
Lawsuit so much.
Is there a knife in the bed?
God, I hope they don't go away.
That's
They all
exactly
just
it.
need
The knife in the bed. The knife in the bed. The knife in the
Your
bed.
testimony that Mr. Depp causes damage to the bed with his boot.
The
I
knife
did.
is right there on the top of the
The knife
bed.
A pocket knife on the bed there?
There you go.
I cannot tell.
All in
it's on
lumber.
Did you use that to damage the bed?
God, I love you.
I did not. I did not damage the bed. Johnny's boot did when he was punching me. I could feel him slipping.
Let's go.
That's literally what his YouTube
I did
video
not
said.
damage the bed.
There it is,
Debunked
there it is,
it
right
when he was
there.
punching me.
Wow.
I could feel him slipping.
They are watching.
Somebody
Bahamas.
watched Law
Is that
Lumber.
correct? Is your testimony misheard that you were wearing makeup for this photo shoot?
That is correct.
Somebody in
Notice
her
the
law
dark
firm
shadowing under
watched
your
it
eyes, Miss
and
Heard,
shared
the
it. I
same
bet
dark
you.
shadowing you claimed
Could you
with black
please
eye
pull up
everywhere else.
exhibit?
That was actually a good photo to show that.
Yeah.
With makeup, she still
Perfect.
has the darkness around her
Ms.
eyes.
Heard, is you please
We're in the
pull
water,
up
Camille.
exhibit?
But
Camille
she's
is
all
an
wet,
ace,
kinda.
man.
She looks
She
a
is a
little bit
good
like she was in the
attorney.
water or something.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she,
Oh,
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was
She
the
did.
gist of it.
No, you don't.
She kind of
No, you don't.
misrepresented it
recall?
to seem like that. Yes,
Everybody
She
else is lying.
misrepresented it.
like that. Yes,
She misrepresented.
She misrepresented, of course.
correct.
Mhm.
How convenient.
That's correct.
Okay, and then you kept
Convenient.
apologizing to Mr. Depp, right?
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Taylor Roberts'
I'll
testimony.
remind you.
I'll remind you.
Don't worry, we'll
Don't
get
worry.
there.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry, I fucked your son up.
It weirded him out. It
When I
never-
found this, you guys, I had to share it and react to it myself. It's
Didn't
such
fuck
a
my kids
great
up, but
video. I hope it gets
It
like a
was pretty
million views.
fucking.
It's
It was
such a great
pretty
video.
fucking weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed for him. No,
Yeah.
you're right. I'm not surprised he's. So you're looking for the counsel. I'm sure that's terrifying.
I don't need your
No,
clever
it's not against me.
comebacks.
I know.
You think you're controlling yourself?
Character.
You think you're controlling
Your
yourself?
characters become so clear, especially.
Oh God, Johnny, how did you put up with her? How did you put up with her, dude? How did you do that?
Actually.
There's no fucking
Oh wait, now
way.
walking away is okay.
Making me seem even worse and leaving me.
Johnny's showing emotion.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
No, that's not correct. We were discussing a part of it.
Oh, I forgot to put my stuff in
You're
there.
discussing
Okay.
when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about a part of that argument.
Including
just-
when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children. That
Why
Mr.
are you
Depp in front
fighting
of
on
his
this?
children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
That's what's in the
Mr.
audio.
Depp says, would this be a good time for a break?
I love that. And it's a part one, so I'm sure they're probably going to do something else. Okay, wait. I got to get my mouse to work. You guys, was that not fantastic or what? It's part one, and I don't quite know what they're going to do. What they're going to do for part two, since we're in the last week. But my fear, and I don't think Elaine's team, I don't think Elaine's team is, let me put this on me for a second. I don't think Elaine's team is smart enough to do something like that to Johnny. I don't think I don't know. They're bringing Johnny on the stand tomorrow, and I'm not worried. I don't know what to expect. So it's going to be very interesting, the line of questioning that they have for him. But I do know that Elaine is running out of time. She has 8 hours. And I know that Johnny's team has like 12 hours or 15. Did you guys see that at the end of day 19, where she announces how much time they have? And I am going to be a better host for you guys, because if we do anything else, like if we do the Marilyn Manson thing, then I need to take notes, because this was just in order, like, for me to be a successful person, I need to have more of a structure to what I'm doing. I have a Microsoft document and stuff that I use, but as far as like just reflecting on like what I feel is important to share or something to remind myself of. So it was, let's see, it was John, what is it? Depp Heard. Hold on, Depp Heard. Day 19. It's not day 20. It hasn't even started yet, so that's not. But I'm going to bring this up really quick so we're reminded at how much time they have. This is Law and Crime. I don't like to use Law and Crime, you guys. Everybody is getting 50 hours so far. 18 hours. 18 hours is what Johnny Depp's team has left. because I know Elaine only has 8 hours, I thought they said. So it's going to be very interesting. Tomorrow, full day of trial. Let me see. Let me just grab this real quick. Actually, let me use Sky. I have to be very careful what I click on in my live streams, because when they upload, I get dinged. Like if I use the wrong network, then I get dinged. And that is something I'm trying to avoid if I can. Sky News is the best. I think, is this the whole day? Was this 8 hours? Yeah, this is the whole day. So we're just going to fast forward to the time just to make sure that we know. So we're just going to fast forward to the end so we can verify the time that we have left. Is it going to let me? Let's see. Oh, that was the psychiatrist, the agent. This was such an idiot. Let's just watch this real quick because this was ridiculous. Hold on. When she said it, she only crossed her for like, or she only put her up for like what, 5, what was she, the agent? Watch. When she tries to say that that Aquaman was the biggest movie of all time. What the fuck? No, it wasn't. I mean,
are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Please describe what it is.
let me see. I just want to see her agent real quick.
Mrs. Kovacevic, what do you do for work?
I'm a talent agent.
Would you please
Hold on one
describe
second. Let
in
me
just
bring her
very
up.
general
Sorry. Let me
terms
bring her
what
up.
a talent agent does generally?
Generally, you procure work for your clients. You make introductions. You
Yeah,
read
word salad.
scripts,
Remember, I told you we were going to
negotiate
visit
their
that.
deals.
And I
Actually,
take
let
it
me
Ms.
find that
Heard
right
is
now.
one
I
of
meant
your
to tab that
clients.
up.
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard have a successful career at the time you began working with her?
Yes.
And over the period that you've worked with Ms. Heard as her agent, what have your job responsibilities entailed?
Really?
Like I mentioned before, introducing her to producers and directors.
Because she was so
writers,
famous before she
studio
met Johnny.
executives, procuring work for her, introducing her to people that can employ her, and then negotiating her deals, and then dealing with whatever happens on while she is working, anything that arises that needs dealing with.
Did you ever, at any point in time, see Mr. Depp hit Miss Heard?
No.
Were you working with Miss Heard when she was cast in the original Aquaman?
She was cast in Justice League first, and then the deal was to be in Justice League, the first Aquaman and the second Aquaman.
Did you assist Miss Heard in procuring a role or era in Aquaman?
Yes.
Was Aquaman a successful movie?
Extremely.
Was Miss Heard's performance in the film well received critically?
Yes.
Were there any negative views about Miss Heard's performance in Aquaman?
In the press, you mean? Or what do you mean specifically?
Well, in the press or otherwise.
No, there weren't any negative.
As her talent agent, did you attempt to renegotiate Miss Heard's salary for Aquaman 2?
Yes.
When did you do that?
We did that around this time last year.
Why did you attempt to renegotiate it at all?
It's standard to renegotiate these types of deals. It's normal practice.
That's why I wanted to play it, you guys.
When Aquaman came out, it was the most successful movie of all time ever.
I found out last night. I opened with that, Candy.
Even more so for that reason. But for any successful franchise movie, when you make a 3 or 4 picture deal like we did, in success, it's typical to go back and renegotiate the deal.
And now getting to your point, why did you choose to do it last year at this time?
Because that's when her option was exercised.
And when you did get around to trying to negotiate, you and WME successful in doing that?
Correct.
When did he call Warner Brothers to renegotiate? the next film?
It would have been the end of February last year.
What year was that? 2021?
Yes.
At some point, were there press reports that Ms. Heard was getting released from Aquaman 2?
There were.
What happened? Don't do that to me. No. Don't do that. We had that happen yesterday. Don't do that. No. Don't do that.
Online rumors for a while that she was being replaced.
When did you first hear about those?
First, I don't know exactly when, but it was way before. It was way before this. It was maybe even a year before this. 6 months before, maybe.
So nobody ever told you that Warner Brothers misrepresented the reason that they were replacing Ms. Heard, correct?
Why? No, why would they?
Did there come a time when Ms. Heard was restored to her role in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
At that time, what were the terms of her restoration to Aquaman
Eric.
2?
Yes. Tomorrow.
The financial terms?
Yes.
She was going to be making $2 million on the.
Of course
they
they'd bring him up. He didn't bring her up, but of course they'd bring him up, right?
Yes.
Is this consistent with what Warner Brothers originally gave as the rationale for not using her in Aquaman 2?
The lack of chemistry between her and Jason?
Yes.
Yes.
She's only up for about another 6 minutes, y'all.
Did there come a time when
I know.
WME came to understand that?
I know, huh? I can't believe. I was like, what? Of course they're going to bring him up. Of course they are.
In some way.
When she was sent the script, directly, which is the common practice for these films.
You're aware that Ms. Heard has a contract with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes.
Were you
This
working
goes to
with
the
Ms.
defamation,
Heard
you
when
guys.
she signed that contract?
Yes.
What's a bot?
A bot is a fake account that's created to execute a certain objective.
What is your educational background since high school?
College.
What college did you attend?
NYU.
What year did you graduate?
2005.
What was your major?
Communications.
When WME first began working with Ms. Heard as her talent agent, you said she had had some success. How well known was Ms. Heard?
Go ahead.
She was pretty famous. She was within the industry. You could call anyone and they knew who she was. So she had a certain level of fame. She had starred in movies and shows already by that point.
Going back and taking a wider lens, over the time that the several years you've worked with Ms. Heard, how would you characterize the arc of her career?
Oh, I'm sure they'll probably bring her up, Ace. I'm sure they probably will.
I would say she was a known actress.
This was important for us to see because she's trying to say that she got Aquaman by herself.
Executives and producers and people about everyone, knew her name. She hadn't yet reached big star status, but she was definitely, she could get the lead of.
Okay, wait. She was famous or she wasn't famous?
When I worked with her, we slowly stared to strategically, have her work on.
God, I swear, does anybody that's associated with Amber Heard not lie?
Better directors. And then when she got Justice League, that was a, turning point for her. And then Aquaman, was obviously the biggest thing she had ever been a part of.
Yeah, pretty famous in her own mind. That's for sure.
And is the arc of her career now on the upswing with her being part of Aquaman 2?
No.
No.
Tell me what you mean. Why not?
Because she's a lying liar that lies?
When you have an actor who is in a movie as successful as Aquaman was, their career totally changes. And they're in a different echelon. They, get way more offers. They're just put in a different place.
No, that's in the one we're going to do
with
today.
Studios, they're more bankable, so they can greenlight projects. All of those kind of things are consistent with when you're in a blockbuster of that size. And with her, that did not happen.
She's almost done, you guys.
Very significantly for her co-star. Obviously, he's the lead of the film and he's the title character, but even a small percentage of that did not happen for her. So that's my assessment.
What evidence sitting here today do you have that this caused her career any harm?
Yeah, really.
Because evidence in that, in my experience and the experience of my colleagues in the experience of this
God,
business.
can you just talk without stuttering? My God.
Your career takes a turn after something like that. She was very well received in the movie at the time. Everyone was very happy with her at the time. There was no issues. And then to have a complete downturn after that, and then have that coincide with constant tweets and negativity.
Well, yeah, shut your damn mouth, and then you won't get in that
I don't have a
situation.
physical piece of paper of evidence, but it's the
What
only
did she
logical
expect?
conclusion I can draw.
Can you name a single role she has lost as a result of any activity by Adam Waldman or anyone at his behest?
There was a movie at Amazon.
I know,
that
me
she
too,
had been
me
offered,
too.
With Gael Garcia
This is
Bernal.
this
I don't
is
know what
awesome. I gotta
the final
I gotta learn how to
title of
remind me
it
to
is
put your
called. Now I
guys'
can look it
comments
up.
on the screen
It
while
had
I'm
a
new to
working
this,
title
so
at
I
the time.
forget. I apologize.
That they took away from her, and the lead actor who was a producer on it very much wanted it to be her and was very frustrated with the process. And no one can say out loud, we're taking this away from her because of this bad press, because
I agree.
it's nothing she did, and it's all hearsay, and it's all whatever, but there's no other reason.
Now, Ms. Kovacevic, you've testified a bit about Adam Waldman, correct?
Correct.
And can you point us to any career opportunities that Ms. Heard has lost because of any statements made by Mr. Waldman?
I mean, the Amazon movie, for one, is one that is tangible, because that is an example of something that she had before all of it that was then taken away. I know that a campaign she shot for Todd's via Katie Slater was scrapped and not used. There was not another specific example because, like I said to you, no one.
This is important, you guys. That's why we're watching it. It's the tail end of the trial.
Because of these tweets or whatever. They just don't want to hire someone that has bad press around them from,
Well, no. Why would they?
Accusations calling. No one wants someone who's being accused of a liar and making something up and, abusing somebody. No one wants that association with their project.
And directing your attention 10 pages.
This is
into
Ben
the
Chu,
article,
by the way.
There's another quote from Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman states in this article, quote, "Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911.
I agree,
End
Candy.
quote. Did I read that correctly?
It just shows the top part of that on this page, but the top part was correct.
This is important for us to just like the tail end of how it closed, if that makes sense.
Emmy aware of Adam's statement, Mr. Waldman's statements in this particular article?
These depositions
Yes.
are so hard to watch, but
Now,
she wasn't
you
on very
testified
long.
a little bit earlier about there
Oh, God.
being
Here she
tweets
is, Elaine.
from Adam. I assume you were referring to Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. And what, if any, impact did it have on Amber Heard's career and career path to have Mr. Depp's lawyer putting out statements in the press and in tweets that Amber Heard was lying, making things up, creating a hoax of abuse?
I think that his comments spurred on, it just added fuel to the fire. So there was already so much media coverage.
And that's what you observed?
That's what I observed.
I'm going to take you to Aquaman.
Aquaman.
To understand. What, if any, performance issues were raised with Amber Heard by anyone that was responsible for the filming of Aquaman?
No performance issues raised whatsoever.
And what was your understanding of how Amber tested with the audiences in Aquaman?
My understanding was that she tested extremely well.
And
Yeah.
this is an Aquaman has reflected all the markers of a very successful.
Because JD made that happen, right?
Yes.
You testified earlier that it's quite typical when you have a series of 3 to 4 films in a franchise or a series to be able to renegotiate as you go into the sequels. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Because you make the initial deals, before the movie has done, well. And then when the movie overperforms like that, it's a custom.
In light of the success of Aquaman,
All I can see is that animation of her.
that Amber Heard
Emma
would be
Cream.
receiving
Emma Cream.
endorsements as of this time.
Yes.
Her eyes, how they were
And
weird.
What is the typical
I know.
typical
I agree.
process that happens after someone has starred in a very successful movie, such as Aquaman and Amber with Mira?
The endorsement department would a combination of offers and then seeking out opportunities.
Now, given Amber's career trajectory leading up to and immediately after the success of Aquaman 1, did you expect her career to go on an upward, downward trajectory, or stay the same?
I expected an upward trajectory.
And why is that?
Because in success of a film like that, it's usually always the case.
And immediately after the successes of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber's annual earnings to increase, decrease, or stay the same compared to the previous 5 years?
I would have expected them to increase.
And why is that?
Because her profile had been raised internationally. She was in a movie that was successful worldwide. And when you are in a movie that performs that well worldwide, your bankability is stronger. You can finance an independent film more easily. You can greenlight a film more easily. You can just do more and for more money.
That I'm not sure.
Do you recall what the budget was
Candy,
for
I'm not sure about that. Ace, if you can, or if anybody in the
first
chat
one,
knows. I'm not really sure
It
about
would
that
have been
one.
probably somewhere between 150 and 200 million.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Ms. Heard to continue to earn at least the fee she made on Aquaman on future big budget studio firms, or less or more?
That becomes an actor's quote, their fee. Yes, typically, like, you will then earn your, not on a tiny independent film, you couldn't make that much money on that, but another studio film, another film at a streamer or whatever, something like that, you would make.
She has about another
that
5
much
minutes.
or potentially get a raise.
Other than Aquaman 2, has Amber obtained any roles with a budget the size of Aquaman's?
No.
Has she been hired for any films with budgets over 100 million?
What?
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you expect the success of Aquaman and her starring role in that film to increase her ability to get more movie studios to
I look
be
like
interested
Pippi
in her?
with my
Decrease or
short.
stay the same?
Increase.
And did it?
No.
Would you expect her to get more TV roles?
Objection.
And why?
Why? Because I mentioned earlier in the conversation, TV and films are so blended now, and there's much less of a delineation between picking projects between film and TV.
And did Amber receive more TV roles as a result of Aquaman, the success of Aquaman?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you
Thank you,
have
Candy.
expected Amber to star in more than one project per year, less, or the same?
It depends. If it was a big, Aquaman takes up 6 months of the year. Big movies take up longer.
Yeah, but with that
It needs to
petition,
do
you guys, that
a couple
petition's
of
almost
them a
at
year.
5
It just
million, I
depends.
think.
So I wouldn't put a number on it, but definitely
Warner Brothers wouldn't. They
than-
got to cut her out. No one's going to see that movie,
And has Amber
and it
started
just
more than
affects
one
Jason
project per year
Momoa's
since
career.
then?
He didn't start all that bullshit.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, did you expect Amber to earn between $5 and $10 million a year for the next 5 years?
I would have expected to renegotiate on Aquaman 2, most certainly. And so right there, that would have been significantly more. And she would have, I would have expected her to earn more in a combination of TV, film, and more endorsements.
Was it your understanding that WME passed on to L'Oreal suggestions to assist them in being able to block some of the harassing Instagrams they were getting at that time?
Yes.
All right. Let's bring up 30 again, please.
Oh God, Elaine, how long are you going to go on with
Did, in
this?
fact, L'Oreal suspend having Amber Heard on the International Women's Day campaign?
I know. He's funny.
What
I
the
agree.
Conditions were for the renewal.
It was just essentially that they were renewing.
She's got like
her.
literally 2 minutes left.
It was the same fee.
Do you think
that was the bulk of it? It wasn't, like
All right, you guys. So we're gonna finish like just this last 2 minutes of her because I did this for time to measure our hours. But do you think we should watch just really quick because we closed out on JD's psychologist? Do you think we should revisit that as well? Would you guys be okay if we revisit that before we go on to anything else, just to kind of refresh in our minds how the jury went home? I think that's really important for us to revisit for tomorrow because if JD's gonna take the stand, right? They were all left at the end of the day on Thursday with the psychologist and how he responded to the questions. And that's what they had to marinate over this 3-day weekend, right? In terms of, and I think they did that strategically, obviously. So I think it's really important for us to hear his testimony. It's not that long. I think it's less than 10 minutes, maybe 15 if that's a stretch. But I think it's really important for us to hear that. This was important because to revisit this was important because it goes to the defamation, right? In other words, whatever he did it affect her career? But we all know that she leaked all this bullshit. She started it, just like he said on the audios. That's why the audios are so important to visit. And that's why it's really, really hard to come on here and live stream anyone, actually. That's why you see all of these channels live streaming for like 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, because there's so much going on in this trial. And you could only have empathy for all of the jurors that have to sit down and deliberate with this abundance of information that they've gone, right? Because they have 2 cases. That's what they're doing. They're evaluating 2 cases when they deliberate. And that's a lot. I mean, it has been a lot. And, and the way they closed in week 4 was her agent here, which we only have about a minute and a half left of her, and then the psychologist, and then they all went home. And that's why I say, if you guys have Twitter accounts, you need to be following, all the Law 2 Especially they're all going to be in the courtroom. So I feel like it's just really important to be active on Twitter, especially if you can't watch the trial, because they're reading the jury. And I think it's really important for us to understand how the jury is read in the courtroom itself, because they're physically there and they're watching their faces and how they're responding. And I know the jury is instructed to not have any, they're instructed to be stoic. They're instructed to not, express or give off any, what's that called? Like, impression, of what they're thinking. So that's why everybody's beaming in on the jury, like even with every move, every eye roll, every eye shift, every facial expression, if they have their hands on their lap, if they're writing. So that's why I'm revisiting this first. And I know that I have this docket that I start with and then I kind of gear off. So I apologize, but it's just, I'm trying to organize my thoughts in terms of how should we deal with this for tomorrow? Because I will be streaming first thing at 6 a.m., which is 9 a.m. Eastern time. And we'll start, and I don't say much. I say, good morning. I'm happy you're here. If you guys want to be here, I would love it if you're here. And then I don't talk during the trial. I feel like it's inappropriate to do that. I know that, obviously you see me on the side as we're watching the trial, but I think it's very important when it comes to the trial, it's just really hard to commentate over the trial, because if you can't hear what's going on, then you can't follow. And so for me, I like to, I like to let, the court go on and then speak my thoughts during the break and the lunches. So I will be here. Even if you guys can't comment, you're welcome to stream through, watching my channel or whatever, because I will be streaming the trial. So let's go ahead and finish with her. I think it would be wise for us to skip over to his therapist, kind of revisit what his therapist said. Sometimes when we're watching the court, especially the depositions, I mean, he was at the end of the day. So everyone was just kind of brain dead. They were saying in the courtroom, everybody was tired. They were half asleep. They weren't really paying attention. So I think now that we're fresh on the weekend, we've all been rested. It's kind of good to go back and revisit his psychologist and see what he said. I think he really cared about JD. I think he was really, really careful about what he said. I think he didn't he wanted to be honest, but he didn't want to come off as, kind of, I don't know. It just seemed to me, in my opinion, that he was very uncomfortable, sharing this confidentiality that he's, because I feel like whoever appears in this case, it also affects their outside career. It affects their practice, it affects their lives, and they're judged so harshly by the public that it's very difficult, I would think, to be a part of this trial. It also, I think, I don't know how y'all feel, but I really feel like it's very similar to the O.J. Simpson trial, because it was just so heavily televised. So let's go ahead and finish her. She only has 1 minute. And then we're going to jump over to the therapist, and then we'll talk a little bit. And then we've got other things we need to get to. So we will be here a while. I know I said my stream was going to be shorter. You guys, I will not be having a stream tonight with my brother. I talked to him. His wife is actually sick. She had back surgery and he's just exhausted. He's been helping his wife and I don't think he's up to it. He told me he would let me know, but I don't want to put that kind of pressure on him. YouTube is not as important as his wife's health. So, and plus he's just really tired. So this will be probably, the stream, my main stream for today. And then I'll get the audios up on the channel as well. But we will be listening to an audio at the end. So like I said, up to you if you want to stay, but I will be here for a little while. So let's go ahead and finish her, jump over to the psychologist, and then just hear the timestamp of what we have left, just to make sure, if you guys want to make notes on your phones or whatever, just to make sure that you're on point when JD gets up there, because the timer will be on the clock anyway. So let's go ahead and wrap her up. She only has like 1.5 minutes left.
Raised, but they were extending her.
Okay. And typically, coming out of the success of Aquaman, would you have anticipated that Amber could have negotiated larger fees for commercial projects?
Yes, we would.
Okay. And why would that be?
Because her profile had been raised. She was, she had done something super successful. So typically that's what you would do. That would just be the standard practice.
When did you first learn about the change.org petition?
Oh, the petition. I didn't hear this.
Trying to get Amber Heard dropped from.
Oh, good stuff.
I don't know when I first saw it.
Were you aware of it as of May 27, 2020?
Yes.
You earlier talked about bots in response to one of Mr. Chu's questions. What, if anything, was your understanding of these bots at this time, during this time?
My understanding is just based off my own, mainly based off my own research, just clicking on the accounts myself, and then discussing it amongst the team.
And what did you learn when you did that?
Oh, Candy, you're
Just as
taking
I would go
vacation.
through, daily.
Well, I mean, you can always catch up.
Comments or, just the negative comments. Clicking on them, many of them were just kind of accounts made for this kind of commentary, or just accounts that just had, no followers, no posts, nothing, or following just Amber and Johnny, things like that.
Yeah, really. Ace, I agree with that.
And I'm sorry. And so what did you learn from clicking onto those that led you to believe they were bots?
They weren't consistent with what I know to be
Yeah, but she's not an expert, okay? That's hearsay. You can't.
To set
She doesn't know
a
that.
career trajectory for an actor who just broke out in a major franchise film. Would you look to other comparable actors' careers to ascertain what type of acting jobs they could get?
I mean, I've been doing this job for, quite some time, so I don't necessarily look to one or the other, but in general, when someone is in, what was at the time the most successful film ever released, the natural progression is...
That's so wrong. It was the most successful for Warner Brothers. Lots of you looked it up. Look it up.
More work, more money, all of that stuff.
It was not the most successful movie. It was a successful movie. It was the most successful movie for Warner Brothers.
Okay.
But it wasn't the most successful
Are comparable
movie.
actor salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film? Are comparable actor salaries used in your mind to ascertain
Someone want to look that up
asking
for me?
price for an actor in a similar film?
Yes.
Would you consider Ana de Armas' career to be comparable to Amber's in measuring where Amber would have been after Aquaman 1? Should have been.
Ana de Armas, yes, I would say that would be a comparable, that would be a good comp.
Okay. So that was her. So now we're going to jump over to the therapist.
Is that what you have for today? That's it. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our day and the end of our week.
Oh, I thought
so.
Where was the
I want to make
therapist at?
sure you have a good 3 days.
Oh, he was right here.
Come back
Hold
for
on.
our
Let's
last
do the
week
time
of
first.
testimony. And enjoy your weekend. I just want to remind you again of what we need to remember as we go through the weekend, okay? So you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything
We're only
about the
watching
case.
this for the time.
This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social media networking site or streaming service. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes enjoy your weekend. I just want to remind you again
Wait.
of...
I'm looking for the time. It's right. I think it's right there.
those now. I appreciate that. I am missing some exhibits from depositions that we need to get, so if you get with Jamie, so we can get those and get them all taken care of for the week. Another thing that I'm doing, just to give you information, I'm getting IT together to do a laptop for the jurors for deliberations.
Did she already do the
Laptop is gonna be
time on this
scrubbed,
one?
and
I
it's just
forget.
gonna have the audio and the video files on them. Okay, so they're going to get me a mock-up by Tuesday.
Was it? Did I miss the time? Let's see right here.
For plaintiff has used 42 hours and 45 minutes. Defendant has used 53 hours and 1 minute. So the time remaining for the plaintiffs is 18 hours and 30 minutes.
Whoa, 18 hours.
And the time
JD's
for the
team
defendants
has.
is 8 hours and 14 minutes.
So it's okay. So JD's team has 18 hours, and Elaine's team has 8. So they have, and they can't be. I watched LawTube last night. Sort of. Who was I watching? One of the things, and they said that they can't interrupt them or something with that time. So elaborate in the chat if how that works. I'm not, I learn everything from LawTube, so I don't know how it works, but I know they have 18 hours. So that's quite a bit. That's quite a bit of time. I'm very interested to know how they're going to fit all this in before closing arguments. And I'm also wondering if you guys are familiar with court, because I haven't been watching the LawTube's live streams as much since I've been doing this myself. But is the closing arguments included in the time? That's what I was curious. I don't think it is. I feel like LawTube said it wasn't, but let me know in the chat if the closing arguments are included in the time they have left. That's all that's my question of the day. Okay, so now we're gonna just watch his psychologist, just so we can refresh our memory. It's only about 10 minutes, I think, maybe 15 if possible. I know it's not 30. I think it's only 10 minutes. So let's listen to him. You guys, I'm gonna heat up my coffee real fast.
Self-destructed very early.
Wait, where are we? Let's see. Where are we? Where did we start? Oh, right here. Right here. Okay, right there. And I know I think he's what, 15 minutes, maybe 20? I think he's 15 minutes. So as soon as we start with him, I'm going to mute myself real quick, you guys, and get some coffee. Sorry. I didn't have time to really. I'm such a sloth. My sister, my family, they all call me a sloth. It's horrible. I have some good stuff to share with you, though. I was looking at it while we were listening to that lady on the. Okay, we don't have to wait. It's not live. Okay, how do we start him? Let's see, right here. Come on. Right here.
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Okay, sir. I think we get to start right here.
I'm asking questions first. I believe I may be the only one asking questions.
All right. All right, thank you.
Oh, really? A couple of hours. Ooh, awesome.
Can you please provide your full name? Alan, last name?
Okay, I'm going to heat up my coffee real quick.
You're a doctor, correct? Correct. And you're a psychiatrist? Yes. How long have you been a psychiatrist?
I feel so sad for him. He just looks like he feels like he feels bad or something. It's horrible. Horrible.
And you went to medical school? Yes. What medical school did you go to? Northwestern University. Johnny Depp was a patient of yours, correct? Correct. You understood that Mr. Depp had substance dependence issues, is that correct? Yes. Do you recall what substance issues, what substances Mr. Depp had issues with? Marijuana, alcohol, opiates, I believe. Did you ever have an understanding that Mr. Depp had anxiety syndrome? I knew Mr. Depp had anxiety. And how did you come to be aware that Mr. Depp had anxiety? He told me that. Do you recall having any conversation that Mr. Depp was bipolar? There was some question about bipolar disorder diagnosis, but I do not remember any specifics about the discussion. Do you recall having a conversation with Mr. Depp about a bipolar diagnosis? No. What behaviors did Mr. Depp acknowledge that should be changed? Certainly his drug use and his turning to drugs to help relieve a lot of the psychic pain that he was experiencing. In working with Mr. Depp, would you agree that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger? I would say that he expressed having issues with anger. Mr. Depp expressed having issues with anger? Yes. Did Mr. Depp express having issues of anger towards Amber? He expressed having anger towards her, yes. Do you recall what reasons Mr. Depp told you as to why he was expressing anger towards Amber? that, no, I'll have to say no.
In working with Mr. Depp, was he ever suspicious of Amber having affairs?
I can recall now he expressed feelings of jealousy. But I don't remember if it was about affairs.
Do you recall any more detail about what Mr. Depp was feeling jealousy toward Amber about?
No.
In working with Mr. Depp, did you see that Mr. Depp had any issues with patients?
Yes, he was impatient.
What is your understanding about issues that Mr. Depp had with Amber?
It was a very chaotic relationship with a lot of fluctuations and ups and downs and lots of difficulty in emotional expressions and lots of anger in both places and high intensity affect and emotional expression. A lot of love, a lot of disappointment, a lot of fears.
Dr. Blaustein, I'm showing you what's been marked as Blaustein Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my invoice billing document.
This is from your father.
Why are they bringing that up?
Document in the ordinary course of business.
Yeah, Tom Selleck for sure. Vibes, huh?
And this billing invoice is
Magnum.
For Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
Was it Magnum PI?
So where it says 10/2/14 from your billing records, would this be is this your understanding the first time you met with Mr. Depp?
By phone, yes.
And in total, if we look at the number of sessions you either met or spoke to Mr. Depp that weren't canceled or didn't show up.
Yeah, that's true.
My count comes to 18 times you met with Mr.
Candy,
Depp.
I'm reading
Does that
your
sound
and
about right?
Ace's notes.
Looks like 18 times.
Did you have any concerns about any of the amounts of
Omar
medications Mr.
Sharif?
Depp was taking?
I lean more towards Magnum.
I
Tom
have
Selleck.
history about the Adderall that I would have expressed to him.
Tom Selleck, they're rocking the
What were the
mustache.
concerns about the Adderall?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but I remember
Careful of
asking
HIPAA.
about how he was diagnosed to have ADHD or under what circumstances he would take that, especially if he wasn't currently working.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Depp?
I hate Rottenborn. Well, I don't hate him because I don't know him, but I just don't care for
What he did
Rottenborn.
when Marilyn Manson would visit?
And baby Rottenborn is worse.
No.
When you were working with Mr. Depp,
Good luck tomorrow,
did you have any
Johnny.
understanding whether Mr. Depp was still abusing drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
But you do recall that there were times in your working with Mr. Depp where he had breakthrough uses of drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, his relative sobriety was not complete. Yes.
And that's what you mean by breakthrough usage, that his sobriety, Mr. Depp's sobriety was not complete.
He looks so sad. I don't like this.
Again,
It's
that's
very
relative
uncomfortable.
sobriety because he did continue to use marijuana throughout.
I know.
Almost entirely throughout the time that I knew him. With a short time exception, I think. So I call it relative sobriety and a decent breakthrough uses of other substances.
Okay. And when you
He
say
looks like a very
breakthrough
tall
usage,
man to me. I don't know why.
just so everyone understands, what do you mean by that?
He was trying to be sober. He was working on sobriety. And,
That's sweet.
By breakthrough uses, I mean sobriety would mean the abstinence of
using the substance. And so the breakthrough would be on a particular time he would have used the substance that he was trying to be sober after that.
Okay. So in addition to marijuana, in the time you saw Mr. Depp from October of 2014 through January,
which is legal in California.
There were times where Mr. Depp broke his sobriety with drugs or alcohol in addition to marijuana, correct?
I believe so, yes.
I know. I can't wait till tomorrow, Candy. I can't wait till tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Rottenborg.
Do you know why?
Objection. Hearsay.
Mr. Depp stopped seeing you?
I know he was preparing to leave to Australia to go to work, and I assumed that was the reason.
You can feel it on his face and his demeanor.
But he
was very uncomfortable doing this. He did not like doing this at all.
In 2015, correct?
Correct.
And did anyone inform you as to why he stopped seeing you?
No.
Last seen Exhibit 9 are notes reflecting your care of Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And you kept these notes in the ordinary course of business, correct?
Correct.
And you kept these notes in a file for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And this is page 1 of those notes from October 2nd, 2014, correct?
Correct. Again, there will be plenty of places where I don't remember, I can't read what they say. They are for my current attention purposes only in these particular notes.
Okay.
So that's what makes them process notes.
In working with Mr. Depp, did he discuss any
yeah, I agree.
abuse he received as a child or an
Ace,
adolescent?
I agree.
Yes.
18 times is a lot.
And
It
do you
really
recall
is.
any difficulties that Mr. Depp was talking to you about in his relationship with his fiance?
No, not from this.
What does it say?
Such a pain in the ass.
Do you recall
That's
why
not
he was saying
incriminating,
Amber
though,
was
to
a
say
pain in
she's
the
a
ass?
pain in the ass, because she is a pain in the ass. Everybody knows that.
And
I don't think the
what's
jury's
next
going to
thing
take
say?
that, you know?
Well, in boxes about his kid's mom. And I think I have the word destructive.
What was destructive referring to? You know?
I don't know. No, I don't. Something relationship 14 to 15 years, mother of my kids.
Vanessa.
Alibi officially. He didn't want to be his dad. Thinking I'm not abandoning like his dad. And then below kids, it says clear, better. She needed me to be all this. Needed me to be
He only has a few minutes.
all this week, or
I like the fact they didn't spend that much time on him.
If you turn to
I
the
like
next
that.
page, it says page 2.
Yep, got it.
And then what's the next line say?
This violence, rage that we've had over a couple of years.
Okay, and so what is Mr. Depp referring to there?
Recall?
So do you recall that in working with Mr. Depp that he spoke about violence and rage in other relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber?
Well, rage and chaos. I don't remember violence, but I can remember rage and chaos. Now, again, the context of this is I had met him at this point. This is an initial telephone consultation.
This was the consult.
So to see whether or not he was going to start therapy with me.
But in your working with Mr. Depp, was he talking about rage and chaos with relationships in addition to his
Yeah, of
relationship
course.
with Amber, correct?
Yes, yes.
Amber blames
What other
everyone
relationships was
but
he
herself.
talking about rage and chaos?
Again, I don't have the specific recollection, but I think it included the mother of his children, and arguments about not child custody, child care, or visitation, or access to the children.
But let's pause that for a second. So do you think that when he's mentioning Vanessa, it sounds to me like when he's having his session with this guy, and remember, he talked about that this was a consultation. So it sounds like what's happening is he's having the tension between Amber and him, which she's writing him, you know, like a fucking whatever. And then he's trying to keep the peace also with Vanessa, where the kids don't like her. You know what I mean? The kids don't like her. They never did. So I think a lot of his anxiety and a lot of, I mean, I'm just trying to piece this together like you are, you know, and I may not have as many, you know, details in terms of the case as you guys do, because on this day I had my daughter came by, and you know what I mean? I was streaming, and like I said, I don't talk in between the courts. So that particular day I had a lot going on. And so I was on camera, then I was off camera, and I was walking back, you know, cause it's an 8-hour shift to do this. Right. And my life is still going on in the background. So I missed part of this, just like I'm so upset that I missed the knife. Like when Camille brought the knife out, how I missed that, I don't know. I think I was having audio issues or something. Now that I've got all that taken care of, I don't have to worry about it. I nixed the earphones. The earphones were causing an echo, and I said, F it. And I'm just using the mic by itself. And we sound check before I start, and that's that. But what I'm thinking he's talking about is, you know, when he has this consultation with JD, and he's talking about, you know, that he's trying to get sober, he's trying to keep the peace in his marriage, because you already know the I don't know, what do we want to call her? Can we call her something? Because to me, she's like a Donkey Kong, man. She just keeps, you know, she just keeps beating him down, and he has no chance with her. And then I think Vanessa was involved with that, because, you know, him and Vanessa always had a smooth relationship, the way it sounds. So it sounds like, just like, let's backtrack also, you know, because I understand my family tells me, oh my God, you start one way, then you're over here, then you're over here. But so with this therapist, let me put context to this. With this therapist, he's explaining, right, what JD is going through. He's trying to get sober. He's, you know, trying to do whatever it is he's supposed to do in the 12-step or AA or whatever they have him in, Al-Anon, I don't know, whatever they have him in. He's trying to stay afloat with Amber, who's harassing and domineering and all this stuff. Then he's got Vanessa with his children trying to say, hey, you know, what the hell's going on over there? You know, the kids are this or that or the other, right? With all of that. And I just feel like he was, because I mean, in all the audios, he's pretty for the solution. He's not for the problem. Because I know people like this in my life. You know, there's people in my perception of life. There are people that focus on the problem, and there are people that focus on the solution. So she, like the attorneys were saying when we were watching that mashup video, the argument becomes the purpose, right? So she was very much a problem. She wanted to focus on the problem, not the solution. And if you're beating a dead horse, like I think Ace mentioned, you know what I mean? How can you get to a solution? You can't. So I feel like when he had this consultation with his therapist, on top of the fact he's trying to work, right? He's trying to work. So his personal spirit must be barely hanging on, honestly. I mean, and I can see him self-medicating. I can see him, you know, trying to pull him out of the sobriety, trying, you know, to get above, you know, just somehow even keel in his life. You know, he's trying to maintain, you know, his work, because I think wasn't part of when they broke up Black Mask or something. Wasn't he doing Black Mask or something? And then Alice came later, right? When she filed. So all this anyway going on with this therapist expressing what he was going through at the time, to me, it just sounds like he spoke to him at a time when he had all these balls in the air with everybody coming at him wanting you know, a solution to this issue that keeps coming up. You know, he's got this new wife. She's young. Nobody likes her. You know, he can't get along with her, whatever. And then he's got the established relationship with his wife, you know, with his ex-wife, who has always been pleasant. You know what I mean? And another thing to add, to piggyback onto that, is that when they talked about her, like when Rum Diaries came about, I don't know if you guys remember, and this is kind of like a sidebar thing, but I don't know if you guys remember, but she read for Rum Diaries 5 times, and still they were not going to hire her. So Johnny Depp came in and encouraged them to give her the part. So that's why I think she premeditated this entire thing, because she was not going to get that part without him. You know, if he didn't take an interest in her or whatever, that's why the Aquaman part is also very, very, very important, because she did not get Aquaman by herself. You know, I mean, maybe she, you know, maybe the reading or whatever, maybe it did go well, maybe it didn't. I don't know. But we don't know what goes on behind closed doors when it comes to the Hollywood, you know, when it comes to the studios and the agreements and the contracts and all that stuff. It's all who you know, not what you know. We know that already. So for me, hearing this therapist at that time talk about, you know, this whole, you know, uncomfortableness or whatever it's called, like this, I don't know what the word is at the moment, but you can tell how uncomfortable he is sharing this with the public. But at the same time, you have to put yourself in Johnny Depp's shoes. You know what I mean? I mean, his life was going downhill from the minute he met her. So it's like, I just don't even understand how he dealt with her on a daily basis and how he even got through. Like, I honestly, to be honest with you guys, I am shocked. I'm grateful to the gods above. I'm serious. I'm grateful, but I do not know how this man did not get through being with her without ODing. I'm serious. I mean, it's like he went into such a deep depression. He hated life, you know, and his kids could see it and feel it, you know, and his wife could see it and feel it, and all the people that knew him. I mean, obviously he was very close to Marilyn Manson, who has his own issues, and we'll hear more about Marilyn Manson's case as the weeks go by, because LawTube is getting interested in that. So obviously that's going to be a topic moving forward. But at the same time, I just really empathize with this therapist, because if you're really, really listening to the story of all the things that Johnny was going through at the time that they were seeking out therapy, or Johnny was, and Candy, in reference to what you were saying about how she didn't agree to do marriage counseling, I'm not sure about that, only because there's several audios where they're talking about she's really like a beating drum, man. She just doesn't quit. So there's a portion, and I think it's in the 2 hour 5 minutes that we're going to hear at the end of this. I think that's the conversation we're talking about, where they're talking about talking to somebody, and she's just beating him down. I mean, you can tell she's relentless. She talks in a loop. There's no solution with her. She just constantly, and I don't even know what, it gets so far in her repetitiveness in whatever the fuck she's fighting for, that you don't even know. You don't even know what this bitch wants. You don't know. That's why it seems so frustrating listening to poor Johnny, because I mean, I'm not saying Johnny was perfect. We all know Johnny had issues. That is not a secret, but we have to take into account that he was overly indulging in the things that he took probably recreationally, you know, a part in. Because it's just very bewildering that his entire career, including his children's lives, his previous relationship, whether or not he had dependency or not, that never really came up. Not really. Not as an issue in the press that he was, you know, in trouble. Like, I mean, let's use Charlie Sheen. You know what I mean? As an example of that, where his dependency spiraled and unraveled in the public. You know what I mean? And that led to his demise when it came to his career, you know, and even his health at this point. I mean, you know, what he's carrying in terms of health issues. But I think this segment right here just speaks volumes, because it talks about a period where he was overwhelmed. I mean, he had all these people in his circle that he was trying to please. And Johnny Depp seems like he's very much a people pleaser. He's very empathetic to other people's feelings, where therefore he wants everyone to be happy, and he wants a pleasant experience within his close-knit circle. You know, so due to the fact that he has so many personal challenges and dependencies that he deals with on a daily basis, you know what I mean? And then on to boot, his mom was sick. His mom was sick this entire time, you know, and he knew that was coming. You know, he knew, even with all that, you know, having to make peace with his mother and his child. I mean, you know, I feel like it doesn't matter how old you are or what your past is with your parent. It still is detrimental to lose a parent. When you're going through those final stages, especially when your parent is sick or has, you know, an illness of some sort, it's even harder to make peace with whatever relationship you have with them to date at your age, you know, and he was my age at the time. So it's like having all that. And then, you know, like there are parts in this audio as well, and we'll pick up on this video, on this interview in just a second, but there are parts in these audios that we will see in the next, you know, couple hours that I'm here. We will see her saying, well, I'm going to walk away now, as if it's always okay for her to have her space and do her thing. But the minute he says, I need a break, I need space, I need a minute from you, she completely, you know, you're causing me so much stress right now. Oh my God, I can't. You know what I mean? Come on. He's walking away to another fucking room that's like 2 seconds away, and you're going to cry and moan that he's leaving you? Are you fucking kidding? You know what I mean? So there's that kind of instance. And then there's the whole, you know, you perpetuate the... I mean, I understand she's a narcissist. I understand she's BPD. I understand she's histrionic. That's evident. But I just don't get the way her brain works. I don't get it. And I know that sometimes when you're talking about psychology and sociology and all these things that make us who we are in the human behavior, sometimes you can't really fixate on the whys. You know what I mean? Because you'll just go in a loop trying to figure out, why do people do what they do? You know what I mean? It just goes on and on and on. So that's the reason with my live streams moving forward, even with this case or anything else I'm talking to, I will always intermingle and embed psychology with it, because it really has a lot to do with when you're dealing with people that are like Amber Heard. And I mean, I'm sure there's more people out there that are similar, maybe not as bad, but it is very important to understand one-sided people, difficult people, bitter people, domineering people, controlling people. You know, it all kind of falls in the same bubble, if that makes sense. So, I mean, not everybody can have the same disorder, but what I mean is when you're dealing with people like this, that are difficult and just are negative by nature and just can't seem to find, you know what I mean? A good nerve. It's just really difficult to try to make sense of that. And I think a lot of people that don't relate to that behavior, I think, you know, if you're a healthy-minded person and you're in a relationship with a difficult person or a negative person, especially, I'm sure some of you out there can relate if you have family members that are just negative or bitter, or someone around you that has a bad attitude or always in a bad mood, only sees the negative, that pessimistic, if that makes sense. You'll find that they just never can find, they can't find, you know, they just never let up. They're relentless. They're relentless. And it has nothing to do with you as a person, but all of us in life have somebody in our lives, family, friends, whomever, someone you work with, that is just always difficult to deal with. And honestly, I think unconsciously we don't realize how much that affects us. It really does affect us. So when he came to this guy, to circle back and go back to this interview or this deposition, it has a lot to do with where his mindset was at the time. If he was having trouble with his kids, and his kids were emotionally affected by her, he was already struggling with his relationship on how to keep her fucking happy because she was just impossible. And then his wife, who was also noticing now everything was just everything was out of whack, right? So it makes sense what he's saying. And I understand, because you can definitely feel with the psychologist how he feels so uncomfortable talking about this. So I'm sorry I get on a tangent, but I can't stress enough how much it matters to understand, because a lot of people see this stuff, they see these depositions, it's quick, it's easy, it's hard, it's boring, people aren't listening, they're not in tune. That's why when we see something one time and then we go back and see it again, we see something completely different than what we saw the first time. So that's why I felt it necessary to go ahead and, replay this, because it's going to have a lot of effect tomorrow. What we're talking about right now and what he's saying has a lot to do with how they're going to question Johnny Depp tomorrow and how they're going to use that to Amber's advantage. Remember, because Amber does not take accountability for anything she does. She blames everyone. Okay. She's blamed her doctor. She's blamed the nurses. She's blamed her legal team. She's constantly having fits. She doesn't hear outside of her own I want it and I want it now. It reminds me of Willy Wonka and the fucking girl that, blew up and they rolled her out of the thing. I want it now, because that's how she is. She can't keep a staff member. You saw the personal assistant. So it kind of all ties in together. And it's basically, something that you really need to focus on when it comes to the questioning of how this relates to defamation. Because when you're listening to LawTube, you have to understand why they're explaining what they're explaining, because this is not about DV in general. It's about this op-ed she read when it comes to defamation, and is he guilty of the allegations that she accused him of that caused her to write the op-ed. That is the thing. And the title. That's what they're talking about now, because she never mentioned, SA before. She never mentioned it before. Now all of a sudden she's trying to blame the paper because it made the title. So just kind of keeping this fresh in your mind for tomorrow, because we're in the last week of court and it's all going to come together in closing arguments, as we know, but this kind of stuff matters a lot. So let's go ahead and finish his. And I'm sorry for the tangent, you guys, but I have something to say. I came to play, y'all. I came to play. By the way, Dave Matthews is my favorite band of the 90s. And he has something called a song. He has a song, if you guys have ever heard it, it's called So Much to Say. I think it's called, oh my God, it's my favorite song. So if you ever want to look up Dave Matthews, look up the song, So Much to Say. If I could use it as my theme song, I would. I definitely would. But when I come to talk, you guys, and discuss things, I come to play and I come to break shit down, because I'm very, very much an analytical mind. So just so you guys can get to know me. But anyway, okay, so let's go ahead and finish his depo. He only has, I think, 10 minutes.
On the left, it says raised 2 kids, 15 and 12. And then below that, she tried to protect me. She tried to protect me too.
You know what that's referring to?
My association now is his sister, but I don't think that's true. I don't have a specific recollection, no. Wouldn't take fear, wake up to fight devil. Wait up to fight devil.
You know what that's referring to? Wait up to fight devil?
I think he referred to a devil as some version of internal depression and chaos that he felt. Something like an everyday phenomenon he felt he was struggling. And he, I think, would label that as a devil.
So Mr. Depp labeled it's something that was internal to him as the devil,
as a representation of something horrible inside of himself. What I would say.
So the devil was something horrible inside of himself, correct? That's what Mr.
Again, I don't think he ever said that, so I'm going to be careful here. The devil was the representation of the battle that he had many days when he woke up with the depression and anxiety and fears that he had.
Did Mr. Depp ever refer to himself as a monster?
Candy, I wanted to punch her in the face. I'm catching up with your conversation in the chat.
Remember the word monster in my office, but I don't know if it's referring to himself or not. Maybe that'll be more revealed as we go forward.
Now, turning to Blaustein 12, which is page 4 of this exhibit, and there's a 3 at the top, correct?
Yeah.
And then to the right, that says Amber fiance, correct?
Correct.
And then there's
work through anger just below that.
And where it's saying work through anger, is that referring to his anger towards Amber?
I think what he was saying then is that part of his goal of therapy was to work through anger that he and his fiance had towards each other. Then going back to the left, better with girl about it. self-destructive, hard to not put in front of me.
Do you know what self-destructive, hard not to put in front of me means? It's referring to?
I think the self-destructive was his drug use. That's what I'm referring to at this time.
I'm now looking at Blaustein 13, page, which has a page 4. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And at the top it says Johnny/Debbie, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the date, it says 10/what?
That's 10/7.
And so it says JD 10/21/14, correct?
Correct. A lot of things, work, intense work, fatigue. Need a minute. Here I can say with certainty, his words, shit with my girl.
And what's that referring to?
Difficulty he was having with Amber.
Do you recall what he was talking about, what difficulty he was having with, Ms. Depp was having with Amber?
No.
The next line looks like it says she refuses to accept.
Correct.
Do you know what Amber refuses to accept? What Mr. Depp was referring to?
Nope.
And to the right, it says Amber what?
Amber wedding.
Were you talking at this point about potentially Mr. Depp and Amber marrying?
Yes, he was talking about that, yes. Okay.
Dude, she keeps looking at him. It's creepy.
And then what does
It's
it say
fucking
under
creepy.
she refuses to accept?
Some people might think that her looking at him is she's feeling bad, but I don't believe that. I think underneath it all, I think she's enjoying every single minute of this. I think that she's out to humiliate him as much as she can. And just, she wants to, when all this is said and done, she's going to only feel better if she's destroyed his human spirit. That's what I think her intent is. And it's very much creeping me out that she keeps looking his way. I'm very fucking, and I know she just wants to intimidate him. And I know he's not even, I know it's bugging the shit out of her though, that she has no control, that she can't get him to even, look at him or gaze over his way, or like, what's that called? Like straight over to his way. But I also wanted to add, as he's answering these questions, is that wasn't he working at the same time? I mean, could you imagine? Wasn't he working? I know. Let me know in the chat, you guys, when you think about what he was putting up with her constantly bickering at him and, kind of woodpecking at him. I mean, I think there are people that like kind of verbally express themselves and lash out. And then there's people that suppress. And I feel like, cause I was a caregiver for a long time. And I remember, just trying to keep my cool because my dad couldn't control, his dementia. He couldn't control it. And I was tired and I was, deprivated, and I was trying to be patient with him, because he was so reliant on me physically and mentally and the whole thing. And so I could only imagine, like, as he was trying to work, and as, like I said, he's dealing with Amber, and I could only imagine the physical stress his body is carrying. Does that make sense? His blood pressure, just everything, the tension in his shoulders and his back, like just everything. And then, leaning on these substances. Actually at this point, let's retract, like, let's just take those out of the equation altogether, because he's trying to get sober. Right. So like, I'm listening to this and I'm thinking to myself, what makes this humanizes it's just, this is amazing, because it really brings celebrities down to, an average person, because they really are. You take all that money away from them and they're just a person, just like us. But at the same time, I feel like just thinking and listening to him, listening to the therapist say this or that, it's like, I just feel my body tensing up, so it's like, and I'm relating to it. I'm taking away from listening to this, thinking about how I feel when I'm overwhelmed, when I'm stressed out, when I'm this, when I'm not, because I have anxiety issues as well, which I'm sure a lot of us do, especially those of us that have like technical disorders. I can just only imagine like how he's feeling, and how he is trying to work also, I have to say that, just because that's what I'm thinking about when they're questioning him. And I know it's almost over, but I'm just like, gosh, this is like, how did he do that? I mean, he must be really talented, man. I mean, to deal with all this shit, carry all this tension, you know, trying to get sober, trying to deal with her, trying to deal with the wife, trying to deal with the kids who are probably upset with him too. And he's feeling the guilt for that too. You know, what his kids are now having to go through because he's so close to his children, you know, and maybe they already had issues with their dad. I don't know, you know, but I'm just saying it's just, I don't know. It's heavy. All this stuff is really, really, it's heavy.
Wedding February.
And then what's next?
Not want to go to marriage, 51 years old.
Were there any discussions that you had with Mr. Depp where he had concerns about the age difference between him and Amber?
True, Ace. I believe that also.
So. No.
But he still knew better now. Let's not give him too much leeway.
Under 51
He knew better.
A lot of life experiences. You're being my mother and psychotic sister.
What did you understand Mr. Depp was referring to where you wrote "You're being my mother and psychotic sister"?
Yeah, I don't know. The ice cream picture really pissed me off. I mean, really pissed me off. That was fucking cruel. That was low.
You're being my mother and psychotic sister.
That was just low.
That's what I would think. Yes.
Okay. Then the next line.
High tolerance for marijuana.
Who has a high tolerance for marijuana?
He did.
I don't think the marijuana is a big deal.
To the next page, which is Blaustein 15.
Not really.
And where I have a number 5 on the top there. What is it? Something?
Self-destructed very early.
And Mr. Depp.
That was due to his mom, though.
Very early?
Yes.
Okay. How is Mr. Depp describing that he was self-destructive?
I agree with you, Kathy.
I think
that's a really good point.
Let's continue, and maybe something's there.
He was trying to be sober from booze and pills, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then was it you who said reward?
Yeah, asking him about where can he get rewards elsewhere. Where did he get reward? I maybe asked him, where did he get rewards elsewhere? And there he said, in the past, MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine.
She was friends with Margot. I wonder how she feels.
So when do you understand where you wrote MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine?
I'm not quite sure, but those are things that he had used in the past. There's raised another possibility that I had asked him specifically about that, but I don't think so. It's more likely that those are things he had used in the past.
Do you know what pills Mr. Depp was referring to be sober from?
I know oxycodone was the main thrust at that time.
And then it says, back to the left, it says left off.
They must have questioned him for like an hour.
Yeah, and that's probably a note to myself to try to get back to a reward loop mechanism, and it's parallel to a relationship. What kinds of rewards could come back to him that can be healthy? What kinds of rewards that can come from the relationship that can be healthy? And then talking about biology changes. So I made a note to myself there to talk about how the brain changes in the face of many of these drugs over time.
Did you talk with Mr. Depp at all?
Yeah, I used to like her. I don't like her anymore. Not if she's friends with
medication, these drugs.
If she's friends with Amber, then fuck.
Yes, I did.
And then it says 10/27/14.
She was like, "Yeah, I'll take the part."
Relationship issues, being accused, is his word, of being manic.
Oh yeah, she was always calling him manic.
Grounded by seeing children. Son is one of the positive aspects of the relationship. I assume he's talking about his past relationship there.
Mr. Depp was saying that Amber reminded him of his mom and his psychotic sister.
But the relationship reminded him. of his relationship with his psychotic sister and his mother. Yes.
And Mr.
Okay, does anybody know? Because I didn't get that. I'm kind of glad we're revisiting this because for Monday, for tomorrow, because I didn't get. Did he have a rough relationship with his sister? I mean, I know that when she testified, she talked about that she was, concerned, I guess, maybe, of his dependencies, but do they have issues? Or was it just because of Amber? Do you know? Does anybody know? Because she was really early in the case, the sister, and so I don't remember her testimony. I don't remember, you know what I mean? I don't remember her testimony very much. I'm just. Oh, he has two sisters, but they're talking about Christy. No, he's talking about Christy, right? I thought the other sister he was kind of estranged from or something because of they talked about something about a ranch or something about some money, some financial fallout with the other sister. I thought. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. You guys, I'm so lost with this. I just, I don't know. It just seems like he had a lot. He had a lot going on. So I don't know how long do we have of this? Because I feel like should we finish this or because man, he's got another good. What do you think in the chat? Should we kind of move on now, or are you guys wanting to hear the rest of this? Because I know we already kind of this. He was the person that closed out for the day. So I'm not sure if you guys want to continue to hear the rest of his testimony, but I know he was an important part of the day for sure. He was for sure an important part of the day. But I don't know if we should finish. We've got, because if you look on this thing, see, he's got about another, he has about another 7 minutes. Should we finish it? Oh, okay. All right. So we're going to move on. One thing I wanted to share with you guys that I found, before we move on to this is, I found this thing and I think it's really important to share. I wonder if I can move this over here. The thing is I have two different browsers open. So one thing I thought it was good to share was this. Let me see if I can move this over here. So I want to share this with you because I think it's really important. And obviously it's also something you can take with you for life. So I want to share something with you because I think it's really interesting to hear. So let's see if we can get through this. Let me know what you guys think. I know I've lost some people in the chat, but I have been on here for a while. So, but I think it's important to hear this. So I'm going to share this with you guys really quick. Well, it's not really, well, actually we could put it on, let's put it on let's put it on 1.25 and see how we do with that. We don't want him to sound like a chipmunk. So let's go ahead and listen to what he has to say.
I'm going to briefly discuss a tactic with you that is a preferred tactic of covert narcissists, and is their use of something called the word salad. So let's get our definitions right. A covert narcissist as opposed to an overt narcissist. What's the difference? Well, the way that I've simplified it, and it's pretty gross oversimplification, but it really helps to get a foothold on quite a complicated psychiatric definition, is that the overt narcissist thinks that they're awesome and that they deserve special treatment. And generally speaking, the world agrees with them. They have enough people in external reality to say, yes, yes, you are awesome, we should all do what you say, that it satisfies them that they can afford to be overt. The covert narcissist thinks that they're amazing, but generally speaking, the world does not agree with them. So the world, their external reality, is not giving them feedback that, yes,
hence Amber
they're
Heard,
perfectly entitled to special treatment, that the rules don't apply to them. What does this create in what is fundamentally a narcissist? There isn't really two distinct types. Everybody with NPD kind of flows between these two states. So they actually function in reality in a more nuanced view.
No, Candy, I have not heard that.
The two primary emotional suprastates of the NPD, overt and covert. And they actually represent two separate strategies. The overt strategy would be, fuck you, I'm taking this because I'm amazing and you're my slave. The covert strategy would be, oh, please let me have that because I'm in a lot of pain and I need that more than you. And I'm really a good person, but I'm the victim of some terrible tragedy. Give me the thing that I wanted the entire time. Wheedle, wheedle, wheedle. How does this manifest more deeply than that? Well, it means that where the overt, usually, I'm saying the overt and the covert, so they're two separate people, they're really not, they're two emotional suprastates, feels confident because they have a secure source of narcissistic supply. The covert is in a constant state of desperately and frantically trying to hold on fleeting little bits of pieces of contrived narcissistic supply that are always running out. So one is a more confident state.
So if you listen to this, then you can see how she operates.
Can afford to be brash and bold and arrogant with their agenda,
which is not her.
Yes, I want to take over the world. Why? Because I'm the superhero and I represent the super race, and this is what we need. The other one would have to use much more sneaky means to get people to go along with that, and they would have to lie their ass off in order to get there. Not that the overt narcissist doesn't lie, of course they do, but the covert narcissist cannot afford to be so direct because people don't really agree with their worldview. This disparity, if you imagine a narcissist who's constantly living in a state of provocation and narcissistic injury because of reality. So the covert narcissist wakes up thinking, I'm fucking amazing. And one of the first things they see after waking up, or they'll be a reminder of, is something that reminds them that the world doesn't agree that they're amazing. They run the pattern. If only everyone would listen to me, if only everybody would understand my misunderstood genius, and also I'm always the biggest victim.
So the reason why I brought this up is because word salad came up. That's the reason why I brought this video up.
Something that you did to me that you didn't realize you did to me made me feel even more emotionally worse. So we start to blur the boundaries. We get deep inside of moral relativism and start using, frequently covert narcissists will use psychobabble, if they've learned it, to say, well, yes, I did kill all of your kittens, an entire bag full of 20 of them I dumped into the river, but you don't understand that when you merely stroked one of my kittens and showed it love, that fired off issues for me from childhood that made me feel infinitely worse than you felt when I drowned 20 of your kittens, you see? Frequently, you will be accused by the covert narcissist of doing the very thing that they themselves have already done and worse. Now, why?
That's why I played this.
Because they live in a split state where they're constantly receiving narcissistic injury from the external environment, but also from themselves.
Oh, no.
The superego is always disappointed in them and always judging them for failing to receive the entitled treatment and the narcissistic supply they truly believe they deserve. So they're actually frequently not confident,
hence Amber Heard.
They're more frequently quite emotionally labile, quite insecure. The emotions go up and down. They're very insecure.
That's why I played this.
They have to be more manipulative in order to get what they want. So manipulation is as natural and normal for them as just breathing would be. And so
this is why I played this.
Like the word salad become more frequent. If you're a true overt narcissist and you're in an overt narcissistic state and you're cornered having lied about something, then the truly overt narcissist answer would be, yes, I lied because you can't handle the truth. Yes, I lied for the good of God, who I'm speaking to, for the good of the communist regime, for the good of the fascist regime, for the good of this, for the good of that, I lied. Or simply, yes, of course I lied, you idiot. Did you really think I would tell you the truth, you fucking worthless moron? You know, something, you know, countering it by just leaning into outrage instead of pulling out of the outrage and going, oh, I mustn't make this worse. Just leaning in and going, yeah, of course I lied to you. You're an idiot. Why would I ever tell somebody like you the truth? And actually using that as a new opportunity to just rain down more blows psychically onto your already shattered ego. That's the overt narcissist way. The covert is the junkie whose suppliers are always going offline. You know, those people you see, these poor lost souls, you see them around cities. They're into heroin, they're into crack, they're
That's
into
why I brought it up. That's the only reason why I played this.
Addicts, once they become truly addicted, they end up with the same face, they end up with the same voice, the same speech patterns.
You heard it all over the stand when she was up there.
They're dying.
She never answered a question.
Months of their death because they're constantly walking around town at full pace with a really intense look on their face with their crackhead mates looking for the next hit. We can find a little bit of something over here, and then we can find a little bit something over here, but we've got no money and we can't afford good gear, so we're always jonesing for the next fix. It's a much more...
This is why I played this.
The evil is coming out of me. It's all psychic. Let the healing comment. The darkness, the demons. They the state that they're coming from, the core state that they're coming from is vulnerability. So when you say this is why in the literature, especially in the older literature on narcissism, it wasn't called covert narcissism. In fact, it's really the internet that's calling it covert narcissism. The literature usually refers to a fragile narcissist or a vulnerable narcissist. A narcissist with a very fragile sense of self and a very fragile, therefore, grasp of reality and self-image, and the vulnerable narcissist, where there will be many ostentatious displays of vulnerability. I'm such a victim. I'm so weak. I would never do the thing that I just completely, totally did.
See, that's why I played this.
You see this happening.
You saw it all over her testimony.
Personality
all
disorder
over.
is being disseminated through the culture. You will see this happening a lot. You'll find people who've seen it in the news in the last 6 months being caught red-handed doing something, and then in their defense, either in court or during interviews, saying, I would never do that. They just stole somebody else's chocolate milkshake. They guzzled it down. They still have the chocolate around their lips and dripping down their chin. And they get caught and they're like, how do you defend yourself? And they go, what? Steal the chocolate milkshake? I would never do that. It's on your face right now. I would never steal somebody's chocolate milkshake. I'd never do that.
That's why I love Richard
examples of people doing and saying this. What is this? It's a split. It's a splitting away from the shameful act. So the covert or fragile or vulnerable narcissist actually feels a ton of shame. They're constantly living in shame for their grandiose fantasies. They're like, I have these grandiose fantasies, and then the inner critic, or superego, depending on how you want to define it, the superego, the great judge, the inner critic inside of them is inflamed and goes, you fool, you don't deserve those things. Look at yourself. You're so blah, 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 blah. And then their state goes down and they feel like shit. So they're constantly doing this. This is why some researchers have said when you're looking at the clustering for the traits that we will
cluster
test for
B
to define borderline personality disorder, oops a daisy, it looks like they're right inside there for vulnerable narcissism. I'm not going to get into the whole thing of people who've been diagnosed as borderline personality disorder when really what they have is just CPTSD. My personal way of sorting that one is to say, look, if you're not exploitative, you're not entitled, and you're not deliberately and consciously causing other people pain to get what you want, you can't really be borderline personality.
But she is borderline.
People I respect, people with way more qualifications and research backing them than I have, will say that that is wrong. The borderline personality disorder is distinct. It's a debate that is ongoing. What about the word salad? Word salad is when you just spew a series of words that actually don't really connect to each other within the context of the speaker's own sentence or paragraph, nor do they connect with the question or the conversation.
That's why she doesn't make sense.
Where does it come from? It's actually a psychiatric term, and it was used to define the way people who've been diagnosed with schizophrenia would sometimes speak. They would speak sentences, and they were clearly trying to express themselves, but the brain couldn't process and apply a proper syntax. So they're trying to speak, and what comes out is just dissociated little clips and bits of phrases about different things, and it's just garbage. It doesn't mean anything. In the modern media, in the modern parlance, we've taken that term, which was from psychiatry and linguistics within psychiatry, and applied it to what politicians do. So you ask a politician a direct question, and they word salad the answer. You get like a sequence of words that is about the subject, that clearly is around the question that you've asked or is appropriate to that sequence in the conversation, but it really isn't answering anything and it's really not saying anything. What are the two advantages for the covert narcissist for using word salad? Number one, it can make it seem as though you are answering the question whilst you are not. So the flow of any conversation, or indeed interrogation, would be you speak, I speak, you speak, I speak. So you speak, we're in perhaps an argument over something dreadful I've done. You speak, I speak, you speak, I speak. You say something, you ask me a question, perhaps it's something I can't answer, or you make a point that is a solid steel point that I can't argue against. But I can't say nothing because of the way language is formed. If you have the last word, you have won. You've made your point. I've conceded
Misheard. Misheard. That wasn't my question.
If you're in the narcissistic personality cluster, you can't allow that. It's a deeply, deeply competitive outlook. In fact, it's so hyper-competitiveness is such a key and consistent trait that I've seen when dealing with narcissistic personality disorder. I'm surprised it's not listed as one of the major traits of narcissism. Hyper-competitiveness, meaning they can turn anything into a competition. If you start to raise the issue of empathy with them and say, hey, maybe you could be a little more empathic to how I feel or to how that waiter feels or to how friends feel when you speak to them like that, because when you're interacting with a narcissist, you won't just see them abusing you, you'll see them abusing other people.
See?
What they will do is they'll turn that into a competition over
her
who
personal
has more
assistant,
more empathic
her legal team.
That can happen.
Anyone that comes to work for her.
Hyper-competitiveness is brought in. It will be so you're putting yourself above me for empathy. Well, fuck you. I'm fucking 10 times more empathic than you, buddy. And so it's not a contest. I'm just saying, like, maybe if you consider how other people feel when you speak to them, you wouldn't speak to them the way that you talk to them right now. You might be a little more sensitive or a little bit more patient if you had a bit more empathy. Just saying, oh, so you're saying you understand more about people and more about how to
That's
talk
why
to
I
people
played
than
it,
I do,
E.
and
That's
so on and so
exactly
forth.
why I
It gets
played
turned
it.
around. So the two things that the word salad lets them do, it lets them seem like they're answering a question, like they're hitting that beat in the conversation or in the interrogation. We're boxing. You get 2 digs, we move around a little bit, and I get 3 digs, and we move around a little bit, and you get another 3 digs, and so on and so forth. It's like a back and forth.
Is the resolution bad on this?
When you're trying to argue with somebody with a narcissistic personality disorder, it can feel like I can almost hear the ping pong, patink, patonk, patink, patong, patink, patong, and I'm just like, this is ping pong. We're not two adults sincerely discussing an issue, moving towards a solution.
I put it in 1080p to speed it up. Sorry, you guys. Sometimes the resolution doesn't automatically
Towards a
reboot.
solution. So the model in my mind of our adult conversation as we hold hands, face the problem together, and move along our path towards a solution is a fucking fantasy inside of my head. In your head,
her
this is a
head,
boxing match.
yeah.
In your head, in the person you're doing this with, in the narcissist head, it's a ping pong game. They just have to keep playing it back to you. That's the first thing it lets them do. The second thing it lets them do is it lets them covertly manipulate your state. And so there's 2 things, and part 2 has 2 subsections to it. So I'm a covert narcissist, and I've been asked the question or put in a position where I really know that I'm in the wrong, but I don't want to admit that I'm wrong. One thing I could do is I could use word salad, which is like a sequence of words. So if you say, did you hack into my email account and read my emails because I have evidence totally here that you completely did? And I go, well, yes, there are emails, and people use email to talk to each other all the time. So don't make it about whether I looked at them or you looked at them. All the people who wrote those emails too, they also looked at them when they opened their email address. Don't tell me you've never opened an email before, because I fucking know you have. So don't come at me with this load of bullshit. Sometimes people use letters, and they write those letters with parchment and a bit of ink.
Sorry, you guys. I have them on 1.25 because I thought you might be upset with me that I played this. But the only reason why I played it was because part of the reason why she can't answer a question, since they have labeled her as a narcissist, even the forensic psychologists have, labeled her with narcissistic tendencies or whatever. That's one of the reasons why she can't answer a question. And the second part of why I stopped it is because what he's explaining right now at this moment in this video is like an example of the house of when she says, I pledged, but I didn't. I pledged and donate. I use those simultaneously. So therefore, he's explaining with this email situation, with this email example, he's explaining the exact same way that she answered the question with the donation thing, with the $7 million. So I love Richard Grandin. He's got the same kind of vibe as Emily D. He's just kind of hip, kind of modern. These are old videos, by the way. He's a lot more better now, but that you guys saw me play his 3-minute clip of the narcissist test as well. But I just really like the way he communicates. It's very easy to understand these types of people by watching his videos because he makes it very easy, clear. He's very clear on it. No, cycle babble that's hard to understand. No, he just kind of breaks it down into this is why they're this way. So that's the only reason why I said that.
Quill, and they send them by ravens, like in Game of Thrones. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying I'm a White Walker from Game of Thrones? That's not an amazing example of word salad. I made it up. Really? We thought you wrote that beforehand. I made it up off the cuff, but it's kind of addressing what you said, but it's taking it in a different direction. Now, within that, there's two subsections here. One is I can control your state and generate confusion. And it is
hence
confusing.
Johnny Depp.
It's absolutely, it's confusing. It's a technique that we're trained to use in neurolinguistic programming and hypnosis to draw the other person into trance. When you use a sentence that has in neurolinguistic programming, it's called linguistic ambiguity. So you say a sentence that doesn't really follow its own syntax. And as the person becomes confused, you're doing this for a nice reason. You're doing this to get them to relax, to release their phobia of whatever it is, or their anxiety about this or that, or to make them feel more confident. You're using it for nice reasons. But as you're talking to them, and you're using your special hypnotic tone of voice, which is so smooth and calm and relaxing, you'd say something like, I don't know, whether it was time for you before to relax and sleep down now, or maybe just later, what we could find ourselves doing is going into that state right before sleep, where people find they can dream and have everything that they ever desired, and so on and so forth. There's no, that sentence, if you write it out, is like what my English teacher would punch me around the back of the head. Like, it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't make sense. But by using word salad, linguistic ambiguity, I induce a state of, in the hypnosis way, positive confusion, which then allows the brain to sort of go into the submissive state of, I don't really know what he's saying, I'll let the embedded commands go in.
That's why they're always saying she makes no sense. She does not make sense
at all. If you play it back, I say the word relax, go down, to dream, to sleep. I probably said something about flowing or letting go. I don't know what I said, but that's where the embedded commands go in. I'm not saying everybody with narcissistic personality disorder has a great understanding of NLP. They don't, but they seem to have an understanding of manipulation through language and patterns of behavior that they all share. It's like they all go to the same school, or they all go to the same academy. And this is one of them. So word salading induces confusion and helplessness, which makes the other person kind of give up. And it also makes them more open to suggestion. So if you wanted to use this positively, you would use a phrase of linguistic ambiguity, and then you would say, and hey, now you can feel good and relax and da-da. That's how you'd use it in a therapeutic or a hypnotherapeutic situation. If you're a covert narcissist, you would answer the point that was made to you with something that doesn't go anywhere. So the two things it can do, one is induce confusion and helplessness. The second thing it can do
Johnny Depp
is the covert narcissist can use word salad for blatant provocation of negative states. So they can make you feel, if I just use word salad to whatever question you ask me, eventually you'll feel helpless, annoyed, and you'll be like, fuck it, I just give
that's
up.
him.
Fine, you win and you move on.
Yeah, exactly.
But I could also use word salad to introduce things that trigger things in you. I could use it to imply that you're, how would I piss somebody off? I guess that you're just a nasty person, that you're dishonest, that you're immoral, that you're, I don't know, just think of the horrible things that you can sling at somebody. So I get asked that. So let's imagine there's a system here. Here's the covert narcissist. Here's their strategy, which is the word salad. And here, right here, is the state that they want you to go into. So they are going to choose a state they want you to go into. Let's say rage, because it's great. If you can get somebody to rage out, well, then they lose the argument. If you can provoke somebody to the point where they're so enraged, they fling something at you or at the wall, or they punch something, or they turn around and say something dreadful, like they call you something like the most horrible thing they can because you wound them up. That's a good way of winning the argument and having it all closed down. Then all that shame and guilt will be in their state and not in you. So you've won. You've transferred the shame and the guilt. So you can word salad in order to provoke as well. It's a fantastic tool. It's frequently used. Watch out for it. I am going to start talking a little bit more about covert narcissism on this channel because it's kind of one of those things that I mentioned and then I let it go, and I'm realizing that this is the major threat. Overt narcissism isn't really a major. God knows an overt narcissist can ruin your day, ruin your life, but at least you can see that shark coming. At least the fin's in the water and the noise is going dun 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 dun. You get all that when the overt narcissist is coming your way. The covert narcissist is much worse because they'll come as a victim. They'll come.
I'm trying to get him to do it. I'm trying to get him to do it
and fix, and everything will be okay. And by doing this, oh, sad puppy, like the cat in Puss in Boots, the cat in Shrek. By doing that, they evoke certain feelings in you that get you to take your armor off, that allow you into the inner sanctum where there's no boundaries. And then once they're in there, they can do the biggest amount of damage. So you actually, even if you have some boundaries, you'll take them down for somebody who's really good at covert narcissism. Final point, one thing to look out for with covert narcissism is flip-flopping between 2 or 3 personalities.
Which
the overt narcissist can afford to be a dick and be a dick
The only reason he's getting ready to close this, but the only reason why I played this for you guys is to kind of pair it up with her testimony, right? And then because I'm closing out this this live stream, I'm not leaving right this minute, but because I'm closing this out with an audio, which we'll listen to and I'll end the stream. It's a 2 hour and 5 minute audio. Oh my God. But the reason why I played this is because I saw this back. I started a sort of a channel kind of breaking down some of my own mysteries of relationships. And I did it back in 2016, and I found Richard a long time ago. And for me, that's why I vibe so well with Emily D, because she's just fun. She's fun, but she's direct and she's serious in the aspect of the point she's making. And so that's why I figured sharing Richard is he's very intriguing. He really is, because when he's explaining something, he makes it interesting to learn. And that's the reason why. Sam Backman is they pair together when they talk about narcissism, but at the same time, Sam is more professor like. He's more seminar class, like the way he conducts his videos are very like, we're here today, and he's reading a script the whole way. But because Richard is younger, he's more animated, he's more sort of modern, if that makes sense. He's very easy to follow, and he's very fun to listen to when he's actually breaking it down. Now he's got a whole program, and he's obviously grown so much since 2017. This video is from 2017, but in my future live streams, you will see me pulling videos from him often, because in everyday life, I think the more you learn about this in general as people, the more you actually start to pick it up as you come across people in your life. And you're like, oh my goodness, like I wouldn't label everyone, because this was way before narcissist and gaslighting and all these things started coming up that people are just using in regular everyday language, which they should not be using, because if you don't know what it means, don't use it. You know what I mean? Like if you don't really understand the way it is used and why it's used, then to me, it's just like it just becomes this whole fad thing, this whole general thing. It's not like something that people are really eager to learn the true definitions of why people are saying or doing this. It's like cognitive dissonance. It happens a lot when people come across narcissists, because narcissists they're conditioning you to believe certain, they manipulate you to a level where you actually question your own reality. And I think it's just really strange in that sense. But anyway, I found Richard way back when, and I pull his videos from way back when because they're most effective. Things have changed a little bit in terms of the psychology of things nowadays in 2022 versus 2017. But I think the basic knowledge of it all is pretty much, even keel. So I'm going to go ahead and let him finish this, and then we'll talk a little bit more, and then we'll go into the audios that are just, oh my God, they're just so hard to get through. But the reason why I played this also, though, is so if you stay for the audio and you hear the audio, then you're going to hear exactly what he just said. Not only are we picking it up now from the testimony of her, and also you can even, like, if you want, you could even apply this even somewhat to Johnny Depp if you want. But I honestly do not believe that Johnny Depp is intentional with trying to hurt people. I mean, I think that he has issues. I think that his dependencies have, obviously, made his you can't take all those substances and not have it, change the chemical of the brain. A lot of people that have been addicted to substance abuse have been diagnosed with bipolar, some of them even with schizophrenia. I mean, it depends. But at the same time, I feel like this girl is she's naturally manipulative to a level that is just out of the ordinary, or anything that it's to an extreme, right? And this really what he's explaining really demonstrated her on the stand, and the way that energy that her and Camille had going back and forth. And so that's why I wanted to play a little bit of the deposition of his therapist versus when you hear the final audio of today's stream, because it's going to be very important how you apply this knowledge. And I understand it's a lot, but this case is a lot. I mean, this case is an abundance of fucking, just mind terrorism. You can't nobody can wrap their head around all the bullshit that happened in this relationship. It's just insane. And then to pair it up with the case itself being defamation, it's very hard. It's very like difficult to not gear off and get caught up in all this emotional nonsense, you know, versus we got to stay focused on the defamation part of this, because that's what it's all about. So let me go ahead and let him finish, because y'all know I can go on a tangent and all that kind of stuff. But let me go ahead and let him finish out. He only has like a minute or something, because it's only 23 minutes and it's already at 21:22. And then we'll talk a little bit more.
All the time. I've known people with overtly narcissistic traits, and I've said this on the channel before, who actually weren't that corrupting. I'm not saying you should ever willingly engage in a little bit of contact with an MPD. It's going to hurt you. That's just what they're going to do. But if somebody has overtly narcissistic traits and you take them for what they are and you keep them at a distance, it doesn't have to hurt. A covert narcissist, what should you do with a covert narcissist? You won't know until you're in pain. You won't know that you're even in danger until like in June, where you're the good guys from House Atreides, and then House Harkonnen comes up and goes, hey, homie, can I have a hug? And you give them a hug, and then they slip the poison blade in, and you're like, this poison's a bad one. It's worse than the Gom Jabbar. I feel all fiery and agonized, and I'm going to die soon. And that's where you realize that you're in trouble, because they don't come waving a knife at you like Sting with ginger hair. What? Sting with ginger hair? Yeah, Sting with ginger hair. And going, I'm going to cut ya, because I want to cut ya. They don't do that, because they're not a character from King Arthur. They'll come up and they'll hug, and they will induce a receptive state in you first that gets the Holtzman field to turn off. You're like, I don't need this super futuristic suit of armor anymore. I'm going to switch it off. I switched it off. Now let's cuddle. And then at the point of the cuddling, that's when the knife slips in, and that's when you realize you're in trouble. So
that's why,
covert narcissism is usually something that is dealt with post hoc. You've gone down the road with them already.
This is why I said, I don't know if anybody picked this up, but I mean, when I first started streaming, I was basically talking to myself, which was kind of embarrassing, but I did it because I was, trying to start. But this is the reason why I said in one of my early streams, when I was streaming, like just when I started the trial and stuff, and I was listening to the audios, and I hope you guys chime in on this, but I found it very creepy knowing, Richard's work and knowing his material, that she said, I love you so much, especially in the 4-hour and 22-minute audio. So if you guys listen to that, especially Candy, if you're going on vacation, when I posted the video, I think it's already up. But if you want to listen to that in your ears, I don't know if you're flying or driving or whatever, but if you want to go ahead and listen to that video, I highly recommend that you listen to that audio, because you're going to hear some of the things that he's explaining now. And it's just unbelievable. I mean, the way she says, I love you, she fights with him and digs in him and digs in him. And then she says, I love you. And then she says, walking up to him and telling him she loves him a fucking 50 times it's psychotic. I mean, it would actually scare me. It reminds me of these women that are on like Snap and Deadly Women and all that kind of stuff, just because it's so weird how she does that. But I am only relating that because I know of, like, I've been researching and studying narcissistic abuse for about 6 years now, actually, since I found Richard, like in 2016. So it's like when I see these cases and these situations, especially this one in particular, I mean, it put a light off in my head right away. But that's where I learned all this stuff, and I was like, whoa, she just says I love you way too much. And it's just weird, because she'll fight with him, make him feel to the bottom of the ground so small. And then she'll turn around and say, are you okay, Johnny? Are you okay? You know what I mean? And she's constantly pulling and pushing and pulling and pushing and pulling and pushing. And she's doing that on purpose. That's why I wanted to play this video for you, because it's a tactic she uses for him to question his reality. Now he's like, because originally when he entered the relationship, he had a baseline. He had a strong sense of who he was and how he believed and how he dealt with women and people and relationships. And since he's come across her, she's made him doubt all of his natural instinct of how a disagreement or how you should feel and how you should act in a relationship when it comes to companions and partners and roles and everything else. I mean, roles within the relationship. And now she's questioned all of that. She's made him push his boundaries, and he doesn't even understand what's real anymore. And that's why I found it very, very odd, but I love you, but I love you, but I love you, Johnny. I love you. Don't you know I love you? I love you. I love you. And he's saying, baby, 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 but baby. And then she doesn't even let him finish a sentence. He'll be like, but let me just finish this sentence. She won't do it. She won't do it because she's constantly conditioning him to question his own sense of self, the way he believes, the way he communicates and everything. And he's already immensely, insecure, obviously, about, who he is and how he's dealt with people or whatever, because they say, he was not very good with people in the first place. And he just doesn't connect to people very well. So in relationships, when he's trusting his partner, it's like, that's everything to him, so when she's breaking him down and making him feel so small and, critiquing the only thing he's been proud of and the only thing he knows he owns that he's good at when it comes to his work and the industry and the whole thing, when she was doing the 21 Jump Street thing. And I mean, you're right, Ace. Like, I don't understand how he's so patient, but I mean, if he has respect and love for women, and he was never intending on doing anything to her anyway, but the immense patience he has with how small she's making him, and how that's the thing that really shows true to his character, that he loved her, he cared about her. So he I think when you deal with people that are this destructive, I feel like when you enter the relationship, if you're a very well grounded, mentally stable person, whether or not you have your own issues or not, there's a level of awareness that you have. And when you come across people like this, you almost like you accept it, like, oh, that's just that person. They're bullshit. They're fucking not even close to what they're trying to sell themselves as. You can see logically that she's using her beauty. She's using her sexual energy. She's using all of that as a tool. So he picked up on that right away. But at the same time, as we said, he was in his 50s. He just turned 51, kind of entering that state where maybe he was having some, issues, and he decided against probably his better judgment to go ahead and have a relationship with this young girl, which he knew was not really going to make it. It wasn't really going to do anything, because what do they really have in common? That kind of thing. But also I think he intuitively and genuinely wanted to help her. That's why I think that's why he was so bewildered, why she came for him so hard. His intentions with her were always good and always genuine. Now, is he rich and blah, 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 and is he entitled? And Johnny Depp has worked for everything he's done in the industry. He's known and very well respected for his craft first, before he's, even thought of as a human being or a male or everybody knows his work. So that's separate, right, from his, personality and stuff like that. So I'm just voicing my interpretation, my perception of what went on with that. And so I just feel like, even though he was wiser than her, I feel like she opened just enough for him to question, the things that he knew in his life that he already dealt with, just logic, and being reasonable with yourself and knowing where your boundaries are with a partner and things like that. I think she just pushed him to a point where he just was like, that's why even in some of the audios, you hear him say, I do what I do, or or he's constantly apologizing, or he's agreeing to do this and agreeing to do that, and all that. So it's an emotional knot. You know what I mean?
And you're like, oh, fuck, you have stolen both my kidneys. I need them. Then you're already in pain. You're already in trouble. You're already on the wrong foot, knocked off balance, and that makes you vulnerable. So I want you to be aware of these things. But word salad is a very, very common tactic. So please be aware of it. Watch out for it. Thanks very much for your time and your attention. And I look forward to speaking to you soon. Cheerio. That's not how I'm going to start ending videos. Cheerio. That's not a thing. Thank you for your time and your attention. And I look forward to speaking to you soon. That's how we're going to do it.
Okay, so anyway, that was just a video that I really wanted to share with you guys. I thought it might be beneficial. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. It is, it's an older video, so it's not Like I said, I think a lot of the literature and a lot of the mental, like even the DSM-5, a lot of it is still pretty much the same as it always has been. I know they're working on a DSM-6 at some point, but I think the way that BPD has been discussed and also diagnosed and so on and so forth, things change, all the time. So I just kind of wanted to really share that with you, because I think, once you know the reality of how she operates and who she really is, then it makes sense, because this was not just how she treats Johnny Depp. This is how she treats her partners and the people in her life, her sister, her friends, her mom, her dad, her romantic partners, her staff. I mean, this is the way that she truly treats people, because she feels like she's superior. She's above them. And she feels like, if she can just deal with them in some kind of weird, warped way, that she can alter the way that they know their reality is. And I think that's the purpose of someone like her that wants to do that. So you guys, we've been online now for almost 3 hours. We went over the Twitter highlights. We visited some of the deposition. We talked about this week, what we think. Let's go ahead and talk about that a little bit before we get into this audio, because these audios, you guys, they are hard. They are hard. Even for me, they're so hard to listen to, because they're so fucking long, and they just go in loops. They just go in circles and in circles and in circles. And I'm like, oh my God, but they're important to have. They're important to listen to. And tomorrow's a big week. He goes back on the stand, and we'll just see. I think a lot of this behavior as well that Richard has talked about. And also, if you saw my Sam Vaknin live stream, where we went through his entire 2-hour interview, and I kind of reacted to that and kind of expressed my thoughts on that. It was an interview with Sam Vaknin by Nancy Fulton for actors, screenwriters, and producers. And he talks about, how they study for parts for psychopaths and things like that, and the different narcissists that exist in the female and in the male. And it was really it was really good material to learn. So if you haven't seen that, or if you get, have some open time sometime in the future, check it out. You don't have to do it now, because we're in the middle of a trial. But anyway, I just really wanted to share that with you, because these audios matter. And also, you're going to see some of this behavior in Elaine as well. Elaine is just, I don't even want to talk about Elaine. But yeah, so the 4-hour and 22-minute audio did go up. I just looked on the back end of the channel while Richard was talking, and that is up now. I didn't get any dings for it, so that's pretty exciting. I basically just changed the title. And so it should now be on the channel. While we listen to the audio, I need to add an end screen to it. So I need to have another video that's referred. But we're going to go ahead and start this audio, you guys. So it's been a pleasure, having you guys in the chat. Thank you so much for being here today. By the end of this audio, y'all, it's going to be 5 hours and some odd. And I know it's on the East Coast, it's getting late. I know some of you guys have to work tomorrow. So if you want to go ahead and just put me in your ears, or, just play it, that's totally fine. If you want to continue the conversation, I really enjoy having you guys here. Thank you so much for just hanging out, coming back. I hope you guys subscribe. I will be running the trial tomorrow at 6 o'clock, but we are going to wrap this stream up with this audio. As far as how next week is going to end, I don't really see. I think that everything that DEPP's team is going to bring in this week is going to have a big effect on their closing argument. And I think it's really important to be paying attention to LawTube this week to see how the jury is responding to the last couple of days of Amber's team and Johnny's testimony. I think that's going to be really important. So make sure you have a Twitter account. Make sure you're following that DIY guy, and also Runkle and Law and Lumber, Rob. Make sure you're following all these people, because they are going to be commenting. They're going to be in the courtroom, and they're going to be tweeting constantly about the jury and how they're responding to everything that Johnny says tomorrow. I think that's really important. As far as Johnny's team, I'm not really sure what their strategy is going to be. I would highly recommend keeping up with LawTube. I like Emily D. Like I said, I follow Emily D religiously, so I love her. Legal Bites, I still like them, but there's a lot of people on there that are just sort of in one conversation, and so sometimes I just like to listen to one person kind of break stuff down. But it is good to check into Legal Bites and get the multiple, opinions of where everybody thinks you know, I really enjoy Rob. I really like him a lot. He's probably on the same scale as how I like Emily D. And then I do like the DIY guy as well. So I'm really enjoying LawTube a lot, and I really think they have a lot to bring to the table when it comes to this case. It's going to be a lot of hype, a lot of energy, y'all, this last week. It's going to be a lot of activity on YouTube, a lot of activity on Twitter, a lot of activity on the media. I mean, just it's going to be everywhere because we're wrapping up and the jury's going to be deliberating at the end of this week. Like I said, closing arguments are May 27th. Or they have to be done by May 27th. So any of you guys that know about closing arguments, I don't know. I'm not educated on the court, so I have to watch LawTube to figure out how that works. I don't know if they have a whole day, or I'm not really sure how the closing arguments work. Does one side get one day and the other side gets the other day? Because if that's the case, then we're going to have to wrap this up like quickly. And with Johnny's team having so much time left, I'm really interested. But they did say that Johnny's team, with the rebuttal witnesses that they're going to be bringing up, I guess apparently the way that works is that Amber's team can't interrupt them, is what I'm understanding. They can't cross. So that's going to be interesting, at least the way I understood it. So if I'm off on that and that's not a fact, please let me know in the chat. But we're going to go ahead and start this audio, you guys, because we've got a long 2 hours and 5 minutes. I will be uploading this by itself also. So if you do have to go, I totally understand. I will be doing this completely separately. What it is once this video uploads, I will take it from StreamYard and cut it and just have that audio uploaded to the channel in a playlist so that the audios are available. I'm trying to do this very carefully because I am, reviewing and reacting to other people's content, which I credit always in the description box. But these audios I'm trying to share as well live in case someone wants to click on it and just listen. It's a great, audio listen, honestly, if you're driving, if you're cleaning, if you're getting ready for tomorrow, if you're cooking, anything like that. So we're going to go ahead and get it started. So I hope all of you guys are having a wonderful evening on Sunday. I know it's probably dinner time. So I'm going to go ahead and put myself off camera and put my avatar on, put my mic on mute, and we're going to try to get through this 2 hour and 5 minute audio. So I hope you guys are doing well. Enjoy your dinner. I'm going to try to get my food that's now kind of shriveled up. I'm going to try to go get a snack. And here we go.
I thought that we had some sort of game plan.
I told you what I needed. You said we should make a list, but yet you don't. Seeing the counselor's not gonna it's not gonna do it. It's not alone. We gotta change how we do things. And I want to trust you, and I feel like all the trust is gone. All the fucking trust is gone in the relationship because you keep splitting. We fight together, but you're the only one who splits, and I want that back. But you
if there's no trust, there's nothing.
Then maybe there's nothing to talk about. But I did come over here with enough love in my heart and sincerity.
Thank you.
To say to you that all the things I said, which now I feel like, but I meant them. I fucking meant them. Even though you fucking split, didn't come home. I still did that. I fucking have showed myself. I've proven myself. I've fought for you. I've showed up.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that's about that.
Well, on a plane, I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking participate.
I pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved, and that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't do it in a way that actually means we won't fight. It always makes more fights. It always makes them longer. It never, ever makes you calmer. You never come out going, I want to talk, or I'm okay, or it's going to be okay. And I am I'm sick and tired 100% of being the only one that goes and fights for it. You know what that does? It demoralizes the half of this relationship that is me. It demeans me, demoralizes me.
Really?
Yes, really. Really, when you split on me, how do you feel when I leave you?
When I
I've
split,
left
when I
you
go into the
before.
other room, you said.
You leave how you get another room, you get a flight,
When-
things like that. And you
when is
asked me not to
when
in
is it?
Australia, and ever
No,
since then,
how
I've
many?
fought.
How many? How many?
I don't
You're
know. I
wrong.
have to count them up.
No, because I haven't left you in a house maybe twice. Last night and another time.
No, you've done it before. I've come here before. I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah, you've come here before. Last time and another time, and then last night.
You've done this several times, and
went to
getting
other
me
rooms.
a room. I mean, getting another room at a hotel is just the same thing.
When did I get another room at the hotel?
You text Steven or Nathan in Toronto to get you another room. It's chronic. It happens all the time. And if you do it to go into another room, you do it and you get dressed.
You were fucking screaming at me.
I'm not going to validate.
Y'all, let me know in the chat if you think that this video is pro Amber. That's the two videos that are available with the 2 hours and 5 minutes just seem to me like they're pro Amber, and we are not pro Amber here. But this is the only audio I could find on this audio.
I have not done this to you. I have not said these things to you. I have not started the fight by saying I'm going to get another room. And I'm not going to sit here and fight about fucking Toronto anymore. Guess what? I let it go. I'm not fucking talking about Toronto.
Send me the tapes.
I can whisper it. I can write it. Guess what? I'm not saying another fucking word about Toronto. I'm so sick and tired of fucking fighting about old fights. This is not about a fight. This is broad. This is a broad thing. And if I'm telling you every single time you get dressed and you fucking split the top of a fight, you never fucking try and work it out, you never fight for me, you never come to me, you never self-calm, you never self-soothe, you're never the one to throw the olive branch. I'm sick and tired of it. It needs to fucking change. And you can go, I can't meet those demands, I can't do it, or you can fucking promise me so I have a modicum of safety, I feel a modicum of respect, a little tiny shit sliver of fucking like, you are in this whether it is good or bad, whether it is good or bad, down and up, lows and highs, tough and easy. Not just when it's easy. I feel like you're a fucking vacation husband. You were so there when it's good. You're so there when it's easy. The second it gets hard, you question it. Last night, I'm just as guilty. I give you that. But I have been primed and conditioned. At this point, I thought I'd never get over Toronto. It hurt so bad. I got fucked over so bad, and I did not do anything like that. I didn't stoop to that level at all.
You got the tapes. Let me hear them.
Absolutely. I wish it had caught everything too.
Why don't you send me the fucking recordings?
I will.
Just text them to me.
I don't know how else to say I will to you. Hasn't really been a kind of safe environment now, has it? So if I'm looking to stoke a fire, yeah, okay. I haven't, because we have not been well. We have not been good. When I fucking move out, if I move out, then you'll have them, and you can fucking relish them. You won't fucking like it, what you hear. Won't make you happy. But you'll hear what I'm telling you. We haven't really been good. It hasn't really been a safe environment now, has it? You act like you're fucking on something when I haven't, sent you this. Like, well, send them to me. Get this. It hasn't been good. It's been a little tough.
Well, it wasn't before Rio.
Wasn't tough?
I mean, it was only in the sense that you tried to keep me,
It's been really tough.
And why did you come to Rio?
All I've been trying to do is be with you, spend time with you. You said you needed that. You said that it made a difference when I wasn't working. You wanted me to travel with you.
That was the
You
time
said
you're
our
looking for
relationship would be
apartments?
different. That was after Toronto.
Yeah, that's when we came back here.
I know where we
Toronto,
were.
Boston, here.
I know where
rehearsals.
we were. We've been on the road basically since Australia, and I have been at your side, and I have not been filming a movie.
Well, we were on
And
our honeymoon. I hope you were at my side.
I'm not talking about just a honeymoon. Now, am I? I'm talking about many months. And was it all the honeymoon? No. I have been at your side throughout it all. You said, why did you come to Rio? And I answered you. I would love for it to be better. I have no fucking consistency, no safety, no security. The relationship is something you don't fight for, you don't stand up for, you always run from when it's tough. I'm telling you, I need more. We didn't say vows. You didn't make them exactly in the same, in that way, you know, but now is the fucking time. I need to know if you're going to be there. I want promises. I told you that at the beginning of this conversation. I need promises that you're going to fucking be there. I need promises that this is important to you, not when it's easy, when it's hard too. If this is something you'll fight for, that this is something that's sacred, that neither of us throw out every fight. I can't be the only one to hold the promises. I was in Toronto and it fucked me over. I can't be the only one. You can't be the only one. If I split on you, all those times that I thought about doing it would not be here. And I stayed, and it's tougher. You know, that's stronger. I'm stronger. It is easy to run. It is easy to run away from problems. It is easy to take that out and say, well, that's the easiest. That's the safest way out. I'm not saying we should get in physical altercations. I never want to be in that. Never. But every time you don't like what I say and you fucking run away, will never work out anything. You can't run away every fight. You can't. It's easy. It's not brave. It's not strong. It's harder to say to somebody, I want to work this out. I want to face what I have. I want to face what you have. I want to work it out with you. You're not working it out. You're running away. And then you made me be the bigger person every single time and come to you and knock on the door and come to this house and say, hey, we're married. It's supposed to be sacred. Calm down.
I made you.
Yes, by default. If you're never the one to do it, one of us is. And I'm the one to do it every time. It means I'm the bigger person every time. It means I have to be the strong one. It means every time I have to fight for our relationship. And you get to be lazy. You get to be cowardly. I don't know what it is.
What are you here for? What do you need me for?
Once again, I am fighting for the relationship.
With a guy that you don't fucking trust or like? Why?
I did not say I didn't like you. I love you. You're my favorite person in the world.
I don't see how.
I remember what I said at the beginning. I'm sorry you feel like you can't imagine it. But I said this to you at the beginning of this conversation. I said, you're my favorite person in the whole world. If you weren't the most magnetic, shiny, beautiful, interesting, dynamic person I had ever met in my life, it would be so easy to walk away from this bratty thing that you do.
Untrustworthy.
Did you hear what I just said? Yeah. I said I can't trust. That's not meaning you're untrustworthy. It means we've created a situation. And I'm telling you what you do to create it too. We've created a situation in which trust can't grow. It's like it's trampled every single time, and we need a marriage. That's why I sat down. Do you not remember me sitting down at the very beginning of this conversation and saying just that to you? Say, I know you got married for security and for safety. So
you guys, I put that thumbnail in the front because, hold on.
Because if something would walk away, we wanted to stick.
I put that thumbnail in the front because to me, that's a video that promotes Amber Heard, and I'm not about that. So I just put this thumbnail in the front of there. She's a whack job anyway, but I needed to have something in front of that. I don't agree with what they're showing there. Just so you guys know why I changed that.
Foundation at the beginning, you said I really like having that. It feels safe. So don't argue with me when I say it now.
I'm not arguing with you.
Oh yeah, but you had to pick it apart.
By saying because I loved you and you're my wife, I wanted you to be my wife. That's picking it apart.
No.
Then how did I pick it apart?
I don't want to do this. I don't want to fight about a fight. I want to fight about semantics.
How come when I come up with a point, you can't answer it? You don't want, or suddenly you don't want to answer it.
What am I not answering? Because I don't want to fight about this new thing? No, I don't want to. I said you wanted the safety and security, and you stopped me. You interrupted me, and then you said what? Because because I wanted to have you as my.
I didn't interrupt you. You asked me, right? You said right.
I meant you interjected. I meant you said. You said. How about that? See, now is this better? I answered you. I addressed what you're saying. Now, can we please not fight about that?
And I said, because I love you.
You said loved.
We're talking about a fucking event.
You see, she's just going in circles. She's not making any sense. He's apologizing, so she's basically manipulating him until he is believing that it's his fault.
I don't know what issue is. Is it you love me? Yes, you married me though because you wanted some safety, some security, some stability, a foundation. Now, if you take issue with that, okay, take issue with it. But if you agree, then you agree. That's who you were when you married me.
Yes, but the only thing that's missing is with you. I wanted those things with you.
Yes.
And that's what I was trying to say.
Me too.
Because I love you and I wanted to marry you for that, for our love, for the security, for the foundation, for yes, of course. But you left for you.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Me too. I mean, with you, of course.
Or with you, or whatever.
I mean that. Of course. Of course I do. Of course I want that with you. It's why I married you. But I need the safety. I need the security. I need the boundaries. And I think you. Could you not agree?
I need the same things.
So
but when you start flipping out, and I can't get a word in, and it's manic and angry. What the fuck, Amber?
I get angry. I'm human. This is the kind of situation where one gets angry.
Okay, but you can't provoke anger in me then. If I just
can't control that. If I'm angry.
Just try. Let's both try. If there's anger, if there's something fucking really, really fucking poking us in the ass, let's try. Try not to fucking fight. Try to address it without jumping down each other's throats, because all that's going to do is build a mountain of fucking resentment, some species of fucking hatred within the love, and totally fucking mistrust, because you say you don't trust me. I get it. Okay, I'm flake. I'm with this. I'm with that.
I didn't say as a person. I was speaking specifically about this. I don't trust the marriage. I don't trust you. I don't feel safe with it because you always fucking bail on it.
Well, then I don't know.
I want the trust back. You can deflect all you want. Say it's my fault. Say how dare I get angry at you ever. Whatever. I'm telling you.
As much as you don't like that shit in your marriage, I don't like
Candy, it was, but just portions of it, not the whole thing.
That you put on me in our marriage, and
but it's all been admitted in its entirety in evidence.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what.
And sometimes I don't want to fuck.
Johnny Depp's team played the entirety of any audios that counteracted to what the point they were trying to make, if that makes sense.
It doesn't have to be one. It's not like I'm saying, hey, choose fight.
You just said I get mad, I'm going to scream.
No, I didn't say that's always the case. I said, yeah, I'm mad. It happens. It happens.
Yes, I know. It happens often.
The things that are wrong are repeating themselves, and they happen often. If you think I'm some fucking tyrant or bully, then don't fucking be with me. But don't sit here and insult me like I'm the fuck up because I have the
audacity the one to get saying that I'm the tyrant and the bully and at the same time the guy that runs away and
you run away every single fight.
Okay, so I mean, then what are you?
I'm not
doing
lying
with me?
about it.
Then what are you doing with me?
I already answered that. I already spent. We went through this conversation literally 5 minutes ago. I answered this already 5 minutes ago.
You just said to me that I shouldn't be with you.
No, I said if
That's
you.
what I feel.
No, I said if I'm some, harping bully, which is what you make me sound like. Like I'm like constantly on you, making you feel bad. That's because that's what I do. And then you ignore everything. You take me for granted.
Word
You ignore
salad.
Everything that I do for you, you make me sound terrible. You talk about me in a terrible way. You do not fight for me, and then you want to sit here and make me sound so
What do you mean
terrible
I
to be
don't
around.
fight for you?
You
What's
don't.
that mean?
Everything I've already explained.
No,
10
fight,
minutes.
no, fight for you. I don't understand. What does
You
that mean?
never ever do the work. Put in the work. If we're arguing about something, you don't ever try to get to the bottom of it, figure out, make the peace. You want to make it easy on you, so you split. You don't fight for me. You don't fight when there's a problem. You don't come to me. You don't make peace with me. You never extend an olive branch. You're never the bigger guy. You're never the one that's like, okay, I'm going to put my own feelings aside for a second and say, this is bigger than us. Let's stop fighting. You never are the one to come and knock on my door. You take me for granted.
It's not true. It's not true. I'm not the one who fucking throws fucking pots and
Those are different.
whatever
That's
the
different.
fucking else at me.
That's different. That's one does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's a complete non sequitur. Just because I've thrown pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because they're invasive.
What the fuck is she talking about? That's different. What is she
I'm not
talking
saying that.
about?
You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making
I'm
non sequiturs.
giving you a situation.
No, you're trying to justify how you don't or do come to the door.
No,
based
I'm
on whether I throw
justifying.
pots and pans. It's
No,
irrelevant.
I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans. Okay, cool. Let's
No,
talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who fucking did that. I didn't.
So that makes sense. So that's clear. Yeah.
The only time I ever threw anything at you was when you
Why
fucking
are you-
threw the cans at me in Australia.
Why are you trying
No,
to
Danielle, I'm sorry. I don't know that.
those
I don't know Florentina. I
whether
don't
or
know.
not you come knocking on the door? I don't
Because
get
that
why
is a
one
fucking
informs the other.
irrational and violent fucking maneuver.
How
So
does
a
one
man would
inform
want
the
to
other?
get out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
How does one inform the other?
Oh man. Go home and listen to the tape. Please. That's what they're for.
Yes. You listen to the fucking tape.
Oh, I'm gonna.
So will I. I'm not going to sit here and promise you I'll never get mad at you or that you'll never fuck up. I know you want to live in a world where everyone just says yes to you and doesn't question you or criticize you ever. I know
Don't
perfectly.
insult me like that, please.
But that's not the case. It's not why you're with me. I am honest with you. I'm sorry. You don't want to be held accountable. I get it.
I'm not sure you're so honest with me.
Well, that's your
Watching you live in front of Travis last night was really a
that's
spectacle.
your problem, and that's your whole thing that you've created.
That's my problem, but my problem is that you don't trust me.
No, I
What
don't
the
trust
fuck
you in
is
this.
going on in there, man?
I don't trust you in this, and I want the trust back.
You don't trust me in our marriage. Well, what is everything we're talking about? Our marriage.
Tell me if you want to stop talking.
You're saying you don't
then
trust
just
me
tell
personally, or you
tell
don't trust me in the marriage? What I don't understand, what's so different. Tell me the difference, please.
I think I have in the last few hours. No.
No, I think you could probably explain it to me a little better. I'm slow.
You want to keep being an asshole?
Do I want to keep being an asshole?
Stop the attitude.
It's a redundant question.
Stop the attitude.
I should sound the attitude. Okay, sure, no problem.
Stop.
No problem.
This is exactly why I played Richard Grannon's information, and this is exactly why I did Sam Vaknin's interview. If you guys haven't seen my Sam Vaknin interview live stream, you've got to see it. I'm
not
telling
gonna sit
you,
here
it's
and go
fantastic.
over every fight we've had.
This bitch is
You have
fucking
to refight
psychotic.
this fight. You have something you're holding on to about Travis. Fucking go fuck. You know, go do it. Go run away together. I don't know what you're fucking holding on to, but you have created that. I have no part of that. I don't know what you're fucking latched onto in your brain, what stray hairs have fucking commingled and tangled in your brain to make you think you've really figured some sort of thing out. But this is not unusual for you. It's like almost every fight, I could pretty much guarantee you find something that you can like manipulate.
Let's
and
ask
twist into
Travis
something.
tonight. If you
Yes, why don't
told
we
him,
invite Travis into our fucked up, broken ass, 3 fucking wheeled truck of a marriage? Why don't we crash it straight into the wall? Because no one knows us better than fucking Travis.
you're just afraid that the truth will come out,
What truth?
that you lied.
What are you fucking talking about? I didn't fucking even have a fucking thing to lie about. What are you fucking talking about? Every fucking fight, there's a new thing that you've convinced yourself is a lie.
I said to you, Amber, tell Travis what you just did. Did you just fucking, did you punch me in the fucking jaw? Did you fucking kick? Did you? Did you? And you wouldn't say fucking, you said, I don't know what you're
Oh, so
talking
I
about.
lied.
Never fucking,
I see the
never
lie.
fucking
I
happened.
see the lie. You really should run with this. In fact, maybe you and Travis can like go and like, you know, do a tell-all about what a
Hey,
what, you know, an investigative
Stop with
study.
the attitude, right? Stop with the attitude.
Sorry.
You're getting all bunched up.
Sorry. Sorry. I don't. It's so fucking pointless, and you know it, to sit here and fight about fucking whatever you think happened with Travis. It wasn't
No.
a conversation.
Listen,
we
I
were
was not
fighting.
high.
I'm not going.
You
to.
lied. You're an asshole.
You were fucking full of shit. What
Lied, you
lie?
asshole.
When? What conversation did I have with Travis? Big investigative study you've done. I'm not sitting here and
No,
fighting
I
with
was
you
in a
about
situation with
the
you.
fight that we
After
had
you
last
fucking
night.
got physically violent with me, I texted Travis. I said, "Come up here," because
know.
I didn't want
Come and
anything to
save me.
happen.
I mean, yeah. Mhm.
It's coming to what? Save me?
No, go ahead. Continue. You. Travis to the rescue.
No, that was the last one. You can go. You go. That was the last insult.
Oh, yeah. You called me a liar, and yet
I watched you lie.
you called me a liar.
I watched you lie. I
You're
heard it. I was
bullshit.
right there.
There's no what. You still haven't told me what lie it is.
We'll talk
But
to-
yet, every single fucking time,
We'll
you
talk
know,
to
you do
Travis.
this every single fucking
We'll
time.
talk to Travis.
I'm not fucking talking to nobody.
No,
Fuck
because
that.
you
You go fucking jerk him off. I don't care. I really could care less. It's you every single time you latch onto some sort of thing. When I already told you, I don't know what you're fucking talking about. You don't even know what you're talking about. You still haven't even told me what it is. But run with it.
I have told you what it is.
No, you haven't.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
You
can
told me to do it. You
Yeah.
told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing and you
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fuck, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I
I
didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the
I-
way. I'm sorry that I didn't
You,
hit
punched me.
you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a closed
You didn't
fist.
get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what
me.
the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm not
toes?
sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
That's
you-
the difference
you
between
poor
me and
toes.
you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start
You
physical
are
fights.
such a baby.
Because
Grow
you-
the fuck up,
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get
Because-
the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable. Every single time. What's your excuse? when there's not a physical fight, then what's the excuse there? You're still being admirable, right? Just by running away. And you can sit here and call me names, but you get called a name, and what do? That's the last insult. You're a baby. You're a hypocrite. You don't do anything that you actually do. You expect from people what you can't give them. If they do something, a taste of it to you, you fucking lose it. But yet you dish it out.
What are you doing with this?
I'm giving you his Xanax in case you need it.
Oh, thank you.
Seems like it's worn off.
Yeah, it probably has.
I love you, and I've told you a million times in this conversation how much I love you. I do love you. And I've fought for this marriage and fought for you. And you don't do the same. Not ever. Okay. And I'm married to you. For the foundation. So we start out. Not so that it could be a transient thing we throw around at each other, run away from. But I haven't even been able to have like a fight with you beyond in any real talking kind of speaking context in so long, because anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything. Tell me what I need for this. I want to feel the trust, and I can with you. I know I can. I have felt it with you. But it's been destroyed by constantly being reminded that you take me for granted, or that you don't see this as a permanent thing, for better or for worse. I feel genuinely that you are here in this marriage and committed to this marriage for the better. And really not for the worse. You can't say the same about me. I fight even when I feel terrible. I show up. I pursue. I give you space. I've done everything to really show how committed I am. You know I am. I'm here for God's sake.
And I haven't.
No, not when it's tough. Not when it's hard. Not when it's worse. This is the grandest gesture you've shown me in a long time. Is by sitting in one place and actually facing some of the stuff we need to talk about. This is the biggest gesture you've given me in a very long time. It means a lot, of course, but it should be much more. I know there's things that I need to do different. I want to make you happy as a man. I know I can change certain things that are hurting you. But I know I can't blame myself entirely for going straight to the fucking finish line, the first sign of stress yesterday. Because of how it's been lately. Like since Australia. And I've been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I could fucking do.
Since Australia, we've been on a honeymoon and we had a great time, other than the fact that we had a fight in the train, which was physical. But Then we had a fight in San Francisco. But I thought everything else was great. You're saying you've been pondering this since Australia.
No, the splitting.
Me splitting.
Like the lack of, I even said this in Australia. I feel like it was so good for so long. We talked about things. We were allowed to have fights then. Remember, we allowed ourselves to say, hey, you did this or you took. Remember, we would even have a little argument and it was okay. It was an argument. I don't know what the fuck has changed. I can't figure it out. And I don't mean to criticize anything that you do, but it's so chronic with you, the changes in personality. It's like sometimes you get these clear months and you're this different person and it's wonderful. You're this. And then sometimes I'm like, struggling to stay connected with you, struggling to have 5 minutes with you, struggling to connect with you, struggling to have my friendship with you, and I can't fight with you. It's like, but they're so chronic that I have to go, what the fuck has changed? What thing has changed? Do you not remember how different? You were so different. You allowed me to.
I allowed you to what?
And you were so present, and we were allowed to fight. We were not even fight. We had arguments. You weren't like this. Mood swings up, down, like really aggressive and then really cool and calm. I mean, you've given me this time here on the couch, and it's amazing that we can actually talk. But I never feel that safe. I constantly feel like you're about to fucking split, and I don't want to feel like that. You made me feel meaningless.
Threw me out of the bed, room.
Yeah, why wouldn't I if I know that you're about to split? I mean, that's what I'm saying. You
I wasn't
always
about
split.
to split.
You always split, so that's
Candy, I think, yes, I think
I
that.
was laying in bed watching television, man. I was laying in bed watching television.
I fucked up last night. I'm not going to.
See, I don't want to promote this video because, I don't see this audio is like, promoting Amber's side. That's why but it was one of the few audios that we have 2 hours straight of uncut audio. I don't think Christina on her channel has it this way. I think she broke it up into two. And this is the reason why I have my thumbnail covering it, just because I think whoever this is, they're pro Amber. I noticed this yesterday, and that's why I was asking you guys as my chat if you think the same thing. But I was trying not to let you see that just because I don't like what they're promoting on here. But anyways, yes, I do believe that Dr. Curry was provided with all of the audios available before she actually did the evaluation. Candy, just so you know. All right, I'm back to. I just don't like this incredibly credible. They are pro Amber. I just don't. Or at least what I can see in their tags. Dan Wooten, yeah, they're pro Amber because they tagged the sun. I wish I didn't. I'm trying to cover it, so that we don't have to. I'm not promoting that video. I'm even mad that I'm like playing it because I'm giving them watch time, but there's no other way to play this 2-hour audio, to give you guys this audio. So I guess I don't know. We'll just make sure that our tags say justice for Johnny Depp. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know, Candy, that yes, both therapists were provided with all of the audio footage. All right.
But I also can't blame me going to the finish line, and that's always where you drive it.
But you're saying you thought you were sure I was going to split. But
Always. I mean, that's just.
Why would I split if I'm laying in the bed with you watching television?
Anytime I tell you that I'm unhappy with anything, and it's typically the same thing. Anytime my voice is complaint, I'm not allowed to have a complaint. I'm not allowed to think anything wrong. I've told you this 1,000 times. 1,000 times I've said this to you in calm and in fights. Baby, I don't feel like I'm allowed to just have a complaint, and you aren't allowing me the luxury of us just being normal human couples. Like, as soon as you get mad, you take off on a train. Remember, I even asked you, is it about Adderall? Are you doing too much? I know it makes one edgy. It makes one like temperamental? Could it be too much? Like, what is it? Alcohol doesn't seem like it unless it's like in Toronto where it just became that. But in general, it hasn't been a problem so much. So I don't know what changed. I mean, I'm sure it's something because it's not a chemical. It's strong. It's one day you were different.
It's the same.
And it hasn't been bad.
It's the same changes that are happening in you. It's exactly the same. Huh?
Everything wish that was the case.
That is the case.
I have always allowed you to work up and be a human. I've always been able to have a communication with you. The difference is you make it so we cannot even communicate at all if it's anything negative. You go, you take off on a train, you don't get off. You don't calm down. You don't come back around. You don't honor when you say, I just want a few minutes or I want a little time, but I'll be back. You don't assuage the anxiety and stress that gives me and makes things worse with me by saying, hey, we will. Remember, people was like, you have to say, I will be back in this amount of time, more or less, and then actually honor it. You have to come back. So I said, oh my God, if he could do that, that would be great. And you never do it. You know, you don't ever honor that. You leave me with way more anxiety, stress, anger, and resentment. But in Australia, for a few months, you were so.
So were you. It makes a difference. I wasn't being attacked.
I'm that. I'm not. I have not attacked you any different. I haven't changed. I have not attacked you any different. I never attacked you. I never attack you. Just because I have a complaint with something you did is not an attack.
It becomes verbally insulting. It becomes all kinds of shit. It becomes like right at the get-go. Yeah.
See, that's the problem. If you see any criticism as a verbal assault, of course we have this problem. We're gonna have it next time you do. God forbid I have a problem with something you do. We're gonna be in this situation.
Say it
Are you
nice.
ready for it?
Say it nice.
What if I'm hurt? Am I not allowed to be hurt and be human? That's the thing. You're not allowing me to be human then. You take my humanity from me. You're telling me I'm not allowed to feel things and I'm not allowed to react because to protect you.
Last night happened because I was at Isaac's for too long. Next door.
It happened because we could not
And
communicate.
for what? For what? What did we gain from this fight? From me just, the horrible fucking act of me being over at Isaac's for just too long
I did not
for you.
cause this because you were at Isaac's. You lie to yourself. Go ahead. You're just lying.
Then
to
why
yourself.
were you upset last night?
This did not happen because of Isaac's. This happened because we're fighting. This is not about Isaac's. We actually haven't really even talked about that. We spent 2 seconds on it because it's not about that. It's bigger than that. The point is I voiced a complaint. It could be anything. You could say, baby, you did something to hurt me. Which you did, and you admitted.
Why didn't you say that?
You admitted that you would feel that way too, and you said sorry for it. That would have been great, but I could not feel safe saying that to you because I knew that your reaction would very likely be a defensive explosion and an attack and freak out and get up and walk away and all this stuff. So I wanted to avoid it. So I took an Ambien to try and go to sleep without even having to speak to you about it because I was really hurt that you fucking left me stranded. You didn't think about me. You didn't text me. All the things that you apologized for. You already apologized for it. Can you do me one small favor and not take it back?
I ain't taking it back.
Stop defending it, please. You already apologized for it. It meant a lot to me. Do me one favor today. Don't take that back.
And what did I just say?
This isn't about us. It is about us not allowing.
Is it about me showering?
No, it's about you not allowing me to have any problems with you or be upset at you or mad at you or even hurt by you at all. You do not allow it.
If you could have just said in a kinder way, a nicer way, like, listen, I feel fucked over by what you fucking just did.
You wouldn't freak out.
No, I would say fucking, what is it? Like what? And fucking too long at Isaac's. You said you wouldn't be that long or whatever. You shouldn't. I feel stranded. I felt fucking left. Whatever. I'm not. What am I gonna fight with that? Why would I get mad at that?
Oh my God, the first thing you do is I don't have to text you, and I mean, you just be, it would be shit. It'd be a fight. It would be terrible. It would not be,
It was a fight.
yeah, it was.
It was a fight. And
And
it shouldn't have been. And so the Isaac thing was the impetus because you were that was a lot of what you said today.
it was the impetus, but it's just a small example of a bigger thing. You know, it's bigger.
Okay, so it's a bigger thing. It's coming from back in Australia.
No, it's like Australia, we were allowed to fight. You can't sit here and tell me I can't feel things. I can't voice them to you. If we say to each other, you can't get mad, and you can't be hurt by the other, then we're living in a fucking motherfucking fairy tale.
Look, then of course, nobody is able to and shouldn't hold shit in. But we can go to the other person and say, look, man, I feel fucked. I feel shit. I feel this. I feel that. And then we can assess how you feel. Well, fuck, I guess, oh shit, I see what you mean. You know, I see what you mean, I get it. Or fucking, I don't understand what you're saying, and you're wrong, and you're whatever.
But it's going to be the latter, and it's been the latter for months now, where that's your reaction, is not ever admitting wrong, ever doing anything wrong, ever admitting it. You always go straight to you're wrong, fuck you kind of thing. You don't say fuck you all the time right away, but I'm saying
always.
Like for months now, it's been, I can't voice any complaint. I can't say I feel fucked over. I can't say I'm hurt. I can't say you fucked up. I can't be mad at you. I can't be hurt. Nothing. Because I'm the bad guy. Oh, well, I'm always fucking up, and like you're always on me, and I'm always fucking up, and like getting mad at me for being honest with you. We've had a million fights where I'm like, I was honest with you. I told you how I felt. If you were me, wouldn't you feel bad? Yeah. Okay, well then, the fuck? We had these few months where we actually could even feel things and fight, and it was an argument. But you don't ever it's like I don't know what's changed, but it's like you can't ever just make it short and get over it. You can't. It's like you get on something and you will not get off of it. Hence why I'm always going to you in fights for hours, trying to get you to calm down. Please, can we talk? Please, because I don't want to go to bed that way. And you told me you didn't want to go to bed that way either. Yet you want to fucking do this all night long and make it an all night thing by disappearing for hours at a time. And then when I come to you, I'm the bad guy. I feel fucking alone. I feel like you're not fucking helping. You're not fucking doing anything in fights. You're not overcoming yourself. You're not overcoming yourself. It's every one of these fights could have been so short. Why aren't you doing some of the work? Why aren't you coming to me and saying, look, olive branch? Why aren't you saying, I'm sorry, bigger picture? Let's look at the bigger picture. Why aren't you doing any of this stuff? Have you noticed that you're not?
Candy, exactly. Exactly. Hence, word salad.
Thank you for being the bigger person. Thank you for coming and apologizing to me. Thank you.
Sorry, when?
Is it? I don't know. Honeymoon or Venice?
I don't remember which one it is, but
I'm really sorry. I don't remember exactly.
No. I wasn't questioning you. I'm sure
I'm
it
just
happened.
saying
I know. I just don't remember that one time, but I'm saying the majority of the time. And if you want to argue with that, then we'll never see eye to eye. I think you and I both know the truth. The majority of times, you cannot calm yourself, and it's me trying. Whether I'm hurt, whether I'm mad, whether you just told me you hate me in my eyes, I'm the one trying to get you to calm down, trying to get an olive branch, trying to not make it an all-night thing, trying to get over it, trying to see the bigger picture. Even if I'm hurt, I'm still trying to do it because I see the bigger picture. You lose the bigger picture every time. And if you want to stay married to me, You need to figure out if you ever, I mean, if you think you can. If you're going to lose sight of the bigger picture and only be my husband when it's easy, you're only going to be there for the ups, never the downs. You're only going to be there for health, not sickness. Every time it gets hard, you lose the big picture and you can't think about anything else but breaking up, divorce, fighting, splitting, running away. If you can't be the one to come around sometimes and see the bigger picture and know that it's not worth fighting for days, if you can't do that too, we need to walk away. I don't want to walk away. I don't want to end this.
But do you not think you'd instigate the same thing?
I'm not talking about instigating. I'm talking about ending.
But ending, you don't.
I'm talking about ending.
Yeah, but you don't always do that. You don't always end up to be the one.
Remember
to
we
say,
had you
what
pointed
you
out an
do is
example and
in
I
the
said,
morning
okay,
you
we
say,
can
"I'm
settle
sorry."
on the fullest. No, I do it at night. I do it at night. I come, whether it's night or day. I've done both. I've come to you every single time. On the plane, I came to you. On the Venice, I came to you. In Toronto, I came to you. In what do you call it? San Francisco, I came to you. I pull you into the bed or I hug you and I get us to calm down. And I'm glad I do because that's what makes it not be an all night thing. And nothing harms our marriage more than sleeping in different beds because we're mad at each other or going to bed mad at each other. We made a promise. You didn't keep that promise, but we did make a promise to not do that. It was your choice not to live up to that promise, not mine. I tried to get you to come to bed when you were mad. I tried to get you to calm down so many times in Toronto. In Toronto, in Venice, in San Francisco. I would come to the 7 different bathrooms if you were, and try throughout, whether I was mad or hurt or not, because I saw the bigger picture. I didn't think it was worth this. I'm always the one trying to end it. You never let go of things. You constantly do this.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
You're never the one coming to me and saying, let's not fight anymore. You're never the one saying, come just get into bed. Let's not go to bed mad like that. On the plane, it was me. In Toronto, it was me. It's always me.
On the plane here from Rio,
You don't want to admit it.
you were losing your marbles. I'm the one who came to you and said, "Let's calm down, please calm down," and you were blaming me.
Think about it.
Because your flight was going to get in late and you wouldn't be able to
Think about it.
have time before your thing.
Just think about it.
Oh, no.
Majority of our fights.
No, absolutely. Okay, I'll admit that. Yeah, the majority of our fights, I hang on to it because
Candy, in court, they said that it was done privately.
some of the shit that you go through in a fight.
It was brought up, but
be
privately, so it was closed, and no one. It wasn't
painful and
discussed
hard
in
to
open
forget
court.
shit.
So yes, she did say something in the UK trial about it.
You constantly are using that as ammunition, which you could shoot yourself in the fucking head. Fine, okay, but at least admit you're doing that. If you want to hold on to everything and never get over it and never let go, then don't scratch your head and go, I wonder why I'm so aggressive when you point out anything I did wrong. I wonder why I have so much resentment for you. I wonder why we fight so much. Stop scratching your head and wonder and just admit it's because you never let a fucking thing go. You can't get over anything and that you won't and cannot calm yourself down when you're mad.
So it's all my fault.
No. It's not. It's not.
Yet you can sit here and find blame in everything that I do. But you never say a thing about yourself.
I have included myself.
You copped to last night.
I have included myself.
Bingo. Are we seeing a pattern here? He picked up on that very quickly, so he knew. He knew that she was like that. Just like up on the stand, she blames everybody, but she takes no accountability for anything she does. Hence, word salad.
What I'm talking about, I'm not guilty of. I'm not do let things go. I move this relationship forward. I fight for us when it's on my mind. I do let things go. I see the bigger picture.
You said you said, I'm tired too, man. You said you see the bigger picture and you do let things go. Yet, after Toronto, you're looking for apartments.
That was a hard one. And I did not say it 100% of the time. And no
The
part
plane
of
was
this
a fucking
conversation
hard
did I
one,
say,
too.
no part of this conversation did I say, I am perfect. I did not claim it.
No, you didn't.
I'm claiming the vast majority of time these patterns. And I own them. I'm right. You know it. You don't have to admit it. But you know what I'm saying is true. I'm able to see the picture. Whether I'm mad or hurt, I do leave for better or for worse. I have honored my word to not leave. You ditched me last night, and I understand. I understand how shitty that girl. And I understand my part in it. But it is a reaction to this fucking situation we've created. It's about to crack, and I'm trying. I can't do that. I can't be the one. I also don't want to make me unhappy.
If you guys think this one's bad, you should hear the 4 hours and 22 minutes one. It's the same way. It's just a loop for 5,000 hours.
And I do. And I do make you unhappy, and I do let you down.
Only you know if you can change it or do better. I know you're not perfect. I've seen you be pretty damn close. I've seen you do better than this.
So basically, hold on. I gotta stop this for a second because I gotta say something. Hold on.
I've seen you have way more control over yourself.
These people right here and their bullshit. I can't show that. It's just bullshit. Everything they're showing on that video is bullshit. But anyway, just a minute ago. So remember what Richard Grannon said about they wear someone down. So she literally has spent, I don't know where we are in the fucking video, like what, an hour maybe? Where are we in the video? I mean in the audio. So we're 51 minutes in and she basically wore him down until he literally is now convinced that he needs to apologize and say, yes, I have let you down. I've done these things to you, because she just keeps beating it in him. She'll say one thing, he'll repeat it, and then she'll say, no, that's not what I just said. And he'll say, no, you literally just said that. And she'll say, no, I didn't. Which is exactly what Richard Grannon said word salad is. And that's the reason why covert narcissists are mind terrorists. They just are. That's what they are. So I thought it was very important to point that out if you haven't picked up on that already. And they do it to everyone, not just their partners. They do it more severely with their partners because they see them the most. But she does this to everyone, including her sister. All right. I'm going to continue.
Fucking edgy, and you get so mad so fast and you stay mad. I've seen this happen before, and I've also seen you better. I've seen you clearer. I've seen you better. I've seen you do better, and you don't let me down. And I subsequently will do better and let you down less. I hope. But I'm not changing how I do things. You're changing how you do things. This is dramatic change. And it's been a few months now, and I'm begging you. Now is the time. If you choose to stop it, fucking great. I will be with you to change. But I can't set myself up to be the only one to keep promises and then wind up in another situation like Toronto, where you're booking the room or trying to get me on a flight. Or I'm not saying any of the things, and I'm hearing all this shit, and I'm not defending myself, and I'm coming to you saying I love you, and I'm trying to protect you from yourself, and I get destroyed. I can't do it again. I won't ever survive through that again. And I don't want to. You made me unhappy.
I don't want to. I don't want you to.
Will you leave me like that?
I don't want to be unhappy.
Instead of just like
You're saying to me that I would, for a long time, I was able to keep everything together.
Thanks, Candy. These audios, they're torture.
Exactly.
They're hard.
And it was
They're
so-
hard.
Right?
it was.
So
I understand you're frustrated, Eric, and I appreciate you being here. Just be careful what you say in the chat because
right,
YouTube will
there was
YouTube
one I do
will
in Australia when I was calm.
they will do
That
they check the engagement or something anyway.
Yeah,
So
but-
just be careful of how you
what am I reacting
speak.
to?
You know what I mean?
If I know,
Just
if I'm trying to keep
as
a
a
cool head, I'm reacting
heads
to
up,
you
you know,
fucking jumping.
because I'm learning myself as a streamer.
Before a jump, just a normal argument. Maybe there's a difference. There is in medical.
There
Sometimes
is, but
you
you
just go, that was rude, or you snap.
that
You
you
say,
tend
baby,
you tend to jump. You tend to jump.
okay, all right. This is before the jump. This is like a normal, fuck, man, that really fucking sucks. Like, I matter too, or whatever it is. And it's not.
You think you don't matter to me?
It's not the best point. It's an example.
I'm sorry.
There are times when you can make for months now, consistently.
Well, I have no idea.
You have been. I did. I've told you a million times. I've actually told you probably about 5 times. I can't have a normal complaint. I can't have a normal complaint. I can't have any problems with you. Baby, I feel like I can't tell you anything's wrong. Baby, I feel like I can't be honest with you. Baby, you gotta relax a little. What the fuck? I gotta be able to tell you if something's wrong. How many times have you heard me say that? I have told you this. I've also mentioned how different it was in Australia and begged for whatever that is. It clarity? Is it less Adderall? I don't know. Is it work? Is it, you know, like something's affecting you, and I am not judging you. I'm not. In fact, you have elucidated my opinion on medication. Do I not give you your meds every day? Do I not remind you to take them?
Of course.
Do I not? I know that you have to take medication. I am very aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
And you have actually changed my mind a bit as to how necessary they can be. I used to kind of think that they were not superfluous, but I don't know, just like
An escape.
yeah. And now I don't think that, and that's because of you. You know, you changed my opinion about that. But I do know you, and you don't know moderation very well. You're allergic to moderation. So I balance you out, I think, a little bit. I try to keep you safe. I try to keep on you a little bit to remind you to take.
That's funny, Eric. I just meant words like hate and things like that, you know. I'm trying to learn about streaming and chats and things in the way YouTube monitors engagement. So that's the only reason why I said something.
Take my boots off. No, I'm not. I'm not saying you're tooting your own horn. I'm saying there are a lot of beautiful and wonderful things that you do for me that I've never even dreamt like that someone would be so fucking caring as to, you know, hey baby, it's time for your meds, and you know, it's so beautiful that your wife is, you know, doing that. It's beautiful that, you know, the act of just simply taking my fucking boots off when I get home from work. That is monumental stuff to me. The you know, the care throughout the day. You know, here, drink this vitamin water. You know, I mean, there are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful things that I could go on and on about you, about us, about how you've made me feel, how you changed my life, how you know. But I do not want to be. I don't want to be a fucking shithead in your eyes. No, that's true, man. It's true. There are a lot of things. There are a lot of positives. There are a lot of positives. I'm not just saying it. I'm being honest. What?
I meant it. What I said earlier. If you were not a favorite person, it'd be so easy to walk away. For you too, I'm sure. You know, if you, God, I mean, I think about all the times it would have been very easy to walk based on the bad, on the stress, and the fight. But I can't. You're my favorite person. The most beautiful dynamic, shiny, smart, sexy thing. I can't. It's something you fight for. And I am. I'm trying. I just want to feel safe again. I want the stability. I mean, we meant marriage for life, right? We meant like better and worse and all that stuff. You know, we didn't say these words.
Of course, and we did.
Better or worse, we didn't say. But maybe
Whitney said for better or for worse.
she did.
Yeah.
And then
But it is for better or for worse for me. It is.
I feel
I didn't leave last night
you're
because
making me feel like it's not like you're not there for it.
I left last night, honestly, I swear to you, because I just couldn't take the idea of more physicality, more physical abuse on each other. Because had we continued, it would have gotten fucking bad. And baby, I told you this once, and I'm scared to death of it. We are a fucking crime scene waiting to happen if we don't get our shit together. And that, by getting our shit together, that might mean fucking hey, we do this and we make it. That might mean, goddamn, you know, you say, I've tried and done, toodaloo. But we've got to get our shit together as individuals and as a couple. Because I love you. And I do not want to leave you. I do not want a divorce. I do not want you out of my life. I just want peace. And if I'm the culprit, majority of the time, I will fucking do everything I can. And I will recognize when I'm fucking starting to go sideways. I will recognize it. But please do the same. Please do the same. And it's okay to fight, like you said. It's okay.
You gotta. How do you remember that? I mean, how do you know that? Because sometimes you're so clear as to what is priority to you and what you care about, and then you seem to forget it when you get mad.
I could say the same thing about you, Angel.
Sure. But I'm asking you, like, what do you do to like, how, if it was just up to self-control, maybe they would have.
That's why I think the list is important.
Yeah.
Two lists.
I want a list though of what.
One, here are things that you do that can hurt me or fuck with me or makes me mad or this or that. And, you know, and we take it without freaking out. Just take it and own it and study it and fucking, and if we have a different opinion, let's talk it out a little bit. Let's talk it out a little bit. And I'll make a fucking list, you make a fucking list of all the things that you think you do that you'd like to change, the things that I do that I'd like to change. In fact, that's the first list we should write.
Yeah, I was gonna say this. The first list that you mentioned, it just, someone once said to me, as soon as you start listing what you don't like with the other in the relationship's over. When they kind of said it as like this aside, they were like, well, that's how you know.
Send me write me a letter, put it in an envelope every morning if you want, or on our little notebook. Say, no, please don't. Please love me today. Please don't hurt me today. Please don't get crazy today.
But then what happens if one of us gets hurt and because that's life, it will come up. If we don't do things differently, and want a list of things that we don't do. I can't keep throwing our relationship in the air every time we get mad because all bets are off every time the blood pressure goes up a certain amount.
Look, these don't have to be followed through with. These are just things that I suggest because I don't give a fuck some cock says it. Oh, as soon as you make a list, it's like, yeah, fuck that.
I don't know. It just makes sense. Like, I'll do it.
I don't look. It doesn't have to be gross. It's just you've just. I mean, I don't need a list. You just went through the majority. And I went through a lot of mine. And you don't have to make the other fucking list. I'll make the other list.
No, I'm not saying I want to make that list. I agree about that one. I just want to know what we're going to do differently and how to help check each other on what the other one needs so that it doesn't get to this point. I can't keep living like this.
Oh, I can't keep living like this either. I've got less time on the fucking planet than you. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life fucking fighting with and being a drag to someone that I fucking adore. I'm not living my life like that, man. The rest of my fucking days, which fuck what I got. Who knows? Fucking month, fucking 2 weeks, goddamn 30 years. I don't fucking know, but life is short, precious. And I don't want to fuck up yours. I don't want you to fuck up mine. I'd like a bit more understanding from both of us.
That sounds very good, and I agree. But what about what are
in the moment?
What are we going to do different in the moment when you're mad and you go fuck it?
In the moment,
decide all bets are off.
In the moment.
Oh, Eric, we have another hour of this, just so you know.
I put the fucker away. I told myself every fucking day, no, he's gone. No, he's got to fucking put him away. I put him away. And by a list of the things that I feel that fuck you over or make you feel shitty or anything like that, I fucking, when we're in the moment, I remember it. I remember what I put on my list. I remember it. And I try to bring it down notches, many notches. I'll try to, if we're heightened, to say, please, I don't want you to feel this. I don't want to feel this. Let's
I need to know what we need to do different. I need to know.
It's got to be done with your mind and your heart.
What do we do different if I have a problem? You
Tell
need
me.
to tell me how to tell you different if I'm hurting you. You need to let me be able to be mad. Sometimes you're going to make me mad. I'm a human. I cannot live where it's like.
Well, then it's the same thing goes for me then. You're going to have to allow me to get mad.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, but I get mad and then you start fucking yelling.
I don't have to start yelling. I think I start yelling once it gets fucking heightened. I've gotten a lot better about that. It's just only I only start yelling when it's fucking hour 11 and we're really in it.
Yeah, you haven't gotten better about that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had 3 physical fights in the last month and a half, 2 months.
Talking about the yelling.
No, but you witnessed it. You're the one that brought it up. Australia was fucking great. We just argued. Let's go back there. Let's go back there in our fucking heads and in our hearts. Let's go back there.
I understand, Eric. You don't. If you need to go, it's okay. Thank you so much for being here and supporting my channel and supporting my live stream. I appreciate it. But you can always come. You can always circle back as well because it'll be on the playback.
That's not always. That's not always.
Doesn't
big.
have to always be the monster. But what is it? Can you put that away? Can you remember the bigger picture? You don't want to spend your life. I've asked you this so many times in fights. You want to spend your time like no, you don't. But I ask you because this is something you're choosing. I'm saying to you, olive branch. And you don't take my olive branches. You made me feel humiliated for offering them. You asked me to stay in Australia. I stayed, and then you walk out on me all the time. You got to take some olive branches from me. You got to offer them too. You got to be bigger than what you feel at that moment. And so do I. So do I. But if I call you on it, will you hear it?
Yeah.
You call me out on it if I'm doing it.
Oh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. And I'll do it in a fucking as peaceful a fucking and as calm a manner as I possibly can. I don't want to instigate any fights. I do not want to fight anymore.
Say we're having an argument and you get mad.
An argument's an
How
argument.
can, yes, but say we're having an argument and you get mad. It escalates. How do you talk to the you that's in front of me right now?
No, that's JD. He smokes in all the audios with the lighter. You hear it frequently. I don't smoke.
Doesn't mean you have to like what I'm saying or doing or vice versa, but
Can't
can
you
you
just say,
calm down?
baby, please, please, please don't put them on with the monster. Please don't, let's not yell. Please don't, you know what I mean? And I'll do the same. I have
Promise.
done the same. What?
Promise.
Yeah, I mean, what? Yes. Why would I say it
just
if I
want
didn't?
because sometimes you don't keep your what you say, and I want this to be
So
different.
now my words, not yours.
No, that's not the case. It's just that sometimes when you get mad, it's like you disconnect from the person that you are right now. And I'm wondering just how to what's the communication? What's the phone number? You know. For that.
And you, how do I calm you down when you go into a flurry?
Maybe say. Remind me, remember what we talked about. Calm, maybe please calm down.
Please look at the bigger picture.
Something that will remind me of this conversation, when I'm upset and I'm feeling like it's pointless,
Don't ever lie.
I don't ever lie. I know you and I see things differently sometimes, but I'm not lying. For someone who, I know that's your deepest fear and that's why it comes up in fights and stuff, but you got a trust issue in general in life.
Okay.
I never fucked you over, and I'm not going to. And anybody who knows me, if they had to list 2 or 3 things about me, adjectives about me, one of those 3 would be super honest, straightforward, honest. Everyone else in my life, I know you have trust issues, but you can't let it cloud who you know with me. Please. It comes up a lot. I know you have an issue with it. It's not me. You can trust me. If anything,
Say that to me at the time.
What? Say what?
What you just said. Say that stuff to me at the time. If I'm starting to fucking flip, you're off to a movie, or I'm off to a movie. Whatever.
I feel like I do, but I guess I should say it different. I'll find another way. I'll pay attention to how I say it.
It depends. Let's both pay attention to how we talk to each other. To respect each other.
We're not going to do that all the time. Sometimes we're going to be shitty or whatever.
Of course not.
But we make a promise to each other about the rings and the divorce.
No rings, no divorce.
We promise each other. Please, I want so bad to feel like the marriage I
promise you.
Worked so hard to make happen. It's like meaningful.
Don't talk about making the wedding happen. Talk about the 4 years we've spent together, please.
Yes, but I want to I have those 4 years no matter what. But I fought for that wedding. And we had that wedding. Beautiful wedding. For what? If we don't, I want to, like, it means something that there's some.
Yeah. It did mean something, and it does mean something. And I didn't get married to you to fucking. Just fucking, 17 more fights and it's fucking over with. I got married, I knew the fucking fights weren't gonna stop, but I thought maybe it would curb them a little.
I wanted the security back. I freak out. I cannot make normal decisions, calm decisions, or ones from the heart where I'm thinking of you more than me when I feel like you're splitting on me all the time. When the marriage is on the rock. I make the same mistake about throwing our marriage around. I won't do it again. I'm not going to do it again. Okay?
Yes.
I'm not, I promise. But there's something so anxiety provoking and scary and malicious and really just turns everything over when you split all the time. Please, if you really don't want to fight and you're not just trying to hurt me, which sometimes it is that, if you really, really, if you really love me and you do care about this, please find a good way to do it one that's respectful. You can tell me that you are. I need to know that we will be able to talk about it, because the problem I have is when we don't communicate. It comes into me, it builds up in me, and becomes cancer in me. It got worse every day when we were back from Toronto. It got worse every single day. Not better, worse. Until we spoke about it. Until Whitney's birthday, and we talked about it. Then it was okay, but I don't want to resent you.
I don't want to resent you. I don't want to not trust.
You know how many times I've chased you out of the elevator in the hall? I gotta stop doing that. I'm not nitpicking. I don't mean to be focusing on something, but if it's a major thing to me, and it is a major.
If things get physical, we have to separate.
No,
we have to be apart from one another, whether it's for fucking an hour or 10 hours or fucking a day. We must. There can be no physical violence towards each
agree
other.
about the physical violence, but separating for a day or night and taking a night off from our marriage,
No.
It just means it opens up.
Listen, I'm just giving examples. It could be fucking 3 minutes. It could be fucking 2 weeks. I'm just saying.
But we need to agree on certain boundaries, so we have boundaries again. We need to make agreements and hold each other accountable to them and ourselves accountable to them, which is why I'm even bringing this up.
I'm not.
You know what I mean?
I'm not saying anything negative.
I know.
All I'm saying is we need to take whatever time we need. You need, or I need, to kind of let things settle for a minute, so that we don't fucking kill each other, or fucking worse, fucking like really kill each other, or fucking break up or whatever.
Just don't. I think that
help me, and I'll help you.
This is the thing that makes me feel unsafe and unstable. To be honest, this is what makes me not trust.
What's that?
It's that there's like
walking away, going to our corner.
No loophole. It's like, oh, okay, well, take the time you need, take the time I need. Okay, fine. Every time I get mad at you, I can go split. Except for, oh wait, I don't have my own place to go split to.
No, Amber, stop.
You know, it makes me think I should. It makes me, you know, I don't have a place I can go. I don't have it. I'd have to go to a hotel, you know, and I don't have the funds to do that. I mean, it's.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Look, I think we should control ourselves and not get physical. And if it gets physical, and we've dropped that wall, then we're gonna drop the other ones. And it's gonna be like you're gonna fucking split, or I'm gonna fucking split, and this isn't gonna come back.
You may be right, but you can't predict the future once again. Here's what I'm saying. If the fight escalates to the point of where it's just insulting for both of us, or if it gets to that physical fucking shit, the violence, that's when we just say, look, let's go to our corners, man. You hang wherever you want, baby. I'm going in the office. I'm just gonna fucking sit there and try and de-jellify my fucking brain. I'm not talking about me running out of the fucking house. I'm not talking about me, you know, splitting because I'm fucking cunt and a coward or whatever. I'm talking about go to our corners. I'll go to my little office. You go, you can have the house. You could just take the house and wander wherever you want. I won't fucking come bother you. You know, and if at a point you're feeling like better after 10 minutes, come knock on the door.
I always do that.
And please let me finish. And if in 10 minutes I'm feeling like, all right, I got the solution for this, or I know how to, we can, you know, please, I'll come knock on your fucking door, or I'll come find you.
You tried.
What?
You tried to not make it
I've just told
an
you.
all-night thing. I wasn't done. It was when you try and not make it a lifestyle. I mean, you try and remind yourself that they can just be fights. We try and
Absolutely.
respect that it doesn't have to be an all-night.
Absolutely.
I don't want to go to bed mad. And we were
I
doing
don't-
really good with each other. We
I
were doing
don't-
it for a long time.
I don't want, I know, but we weren't insulting one another to the point of like, wow, you know, like the way I insulted you in Toronto, or the way you insulted me on the plane, or where, you know, whatever. Let's not get to that point. That's nothing. That's bullshit. That's kindergarten shit. We don't fucking need to do that. What we could do is just try to be fucking calm and say, look, this is getting somewhere I don't like. Please, let's take an hour max. I'll go in and fucking write and try and figure it out, get it out, whatever. I'm just making suggestions for to try and fucking save us, you know.
Just we're gonna honor our promises. I cannot, nor can you. You don't deserve to be in a relationship that is walked away from all the time. You can't. I would never want you to do that. I never want you to be in that. You deserve better. So do I. You cannot be constantly, anytime I'm upset or mad or hurt, anything I fuck up. God, if I yell, if I fuck up ever, ditched. That's not marriage. You know, most people don't have 2-3 houses they can go to. Don't dummy in your house, and you always split it.
Listen, you can't be saying that if that's what you feel, you feel that from you, because you didn't get that from me. I never fucking said, this is my house and my house only.
Kind of, but I
No.
know yesterday
No, that's our fucking house. It's our fucking.
always remind me that
I got Rocky and Josh living there. I got Whitney living there. Don't.
But you say it in fights. You use it in fights, and I'm sorry, but I feel like forget it. I just.
Don't think that you know.
Want the security and the commitment for me that we have destroyed, both of us. And I don't know if that matters to you, but personally, like if you need that,
It absolutely matters to me.
but I do. And I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you.
I'm here. I'm trying not to interrupt the audio.
Unless it's it. And then
It's just a relentless circle. That's all these audios are.
me too. I will leave
Is
you.
her wanting to be right, blaming everything on him, and him apologizing and offering an extension to fix it, and she doesn't want that. She wants to continue to dig into him and tell him how
So
he's
it's
doing
a
everything
really-
wrong.
Look, if we get to that point where it's like, this is
It's a line we don't cross.
too fucking much. Let's we fucking, man, shake hands and walk away.
But you don't do it until you need it. That's my point.
Trust me, if I'm not gonna do it unless I mean it.
Promise.
If I say it, I will be leaving. Or if you say it, I'll get the fuck out or whatever.
Promise.
Yeah, I
That rain
promise.
does not come off.
Unless I say the word or unless you say the word. Well, or you just take the ring off, because that's the same thing. That'll be the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think our marriage should be something used at all. In fact, if you want a fucking divorce, you're gonna tell me, not in a fight. Let's be honest. That's a decision, a lifelong decision that even you and me as hotheads know you can't make forever decisions when you're mad like that. It certainly feels like you and I both, even though.
So we have about 30 minutes left, and I haven't spoken a lot over the audio because pretty much this starts one way and it never really reaches a solution. He acknowledges, in my opinion, everything that he feels like that he's, guilty of or what have you. And she is, to me, she's basically just trying to say she's guilty of it too, but yet she always comes back around to that it's something he's not doing enough of. And so it's a relentless battle that goes on and on and on and on. And no matter how much he tries to defend his version, his perception of what's happening, even including her friends and all this stuff, because he's saying, I put up with all this, I'm putting up your friends, I'm doing everything I can to make you happy. I'm doing everything I can to provide a pleasant environment for you. I'm just asking that if things get to a certain extent or a certain level, that we take a beat and step away from each other and, catch our breath and come back, and she is, I understand these audios are just based on specific times of fights. I think the case is presented to where it makes it sound like that's all they do is fight, because in the trial that's all that's really been pinpointed. But obviously they had a very difficult time, and it sounds like, to me, in some of these audios, as much as she says he bails, I think he's being pretty patient. I mean, in terms of some of these audios when they're recording each other, and again, the recordings came up because therapy had recommended that they do this, right? So in my opinion of, reacting to these audios, playing them or whatever, a lot of it is basically just going in circles. I mean, it doesn't matter how much he wants to close out this conversation and say, you know. And even, I mean, I think he's even patient, these 2 hours and 3 hours, you know, these two, because when you think about it, I mean, if a relationship is coming to an end and you and your partner, you know, spend maybe a good portion of the morning or the evening trying to figure out how you're going to make things work before your actual marriage or relationship fails, then, you know, 2 hours really isn't that long, you know, in terms of like sitting down, because most people are not logically, they're not, when they're having trouble, they're not logical enough to sit down and take 15 or 20 minutes and say, yeah, this is going to determine whether we stay together or not. You know, I think in listening to all of this, to me, it just sounds like a relentless. It's like she just doesn't. And to me, also, just as a viewer and someone that's reacting in commentary to these things, is that it sounds like she uses these arguments or she uses these disagreements to spend time with him. It seems like she adopted this way to, you know, place some guilt on him to where he felt like he needed to stay. And because she's always complaining about how she doesn't have enough time with him. So in my opinion, I feel like she's using the arguments or the disagreements or breaking up, you know, his like manipulating him to stay, because that's the only way she can get him to stay, it sounds like. Even though he wants, I mean, you know, she doesn't understand, you get more honey with beet, you know what I mean? You get more honey with, what does my sister say? You know, you get, if she was sweeter, she'd get more. But because she's opposition, she's constantly opposing. So it's like to fight for what? And that's why I think in the trial, they're fixating and they're basically saying she's the one attorney in that mashup video or in that collage video was the fight becomes the purpose. And I think that's what it is. It's all about time, you know, but also if you research narcissistic abuse and narcissists in terms of controlling, like I did that, I really highly encourage you guys to listen to my live stream with the Sam Vaknin interview with Nancy Fulton, because it breaks all this down. And if you're interested in it, I think you'd get a lot out of it. Since you seem to, which I'm very grateful for you guys to still be here. Thank you so much for giving me the watch time. Thank you for, interacting with each other and being patient with these audios with me. They're hard to get through. I do say that, but I just appreciate as a new streamer that you guys have stopped by and, participated your thoughts and contributed your ideas of where you are with this trial. But at the same time, it makes a lot of sense when you understand the way that people like her operate, in a sense, psychologically. Like I said, she doesn't just do this with him. She's doing this with anyone in her life. So at the same time, she in turn is using, this because she doesn't, all she knows is chaos. She does not know harmony. She doesn't know that. She doesn't know balance. She doesn't know calm waters. That's not what she knows. And it's not what she's addicted to. She's addicted to chaos. She's addicted to constantly perpetuating some kind of challenge in whatever, relationship she has in her life. And that's to continue to control. She wants to be the one to threaten. She wants to be the one to take, to take the reins in the relationship. And she wants to be the one that he's afraid that she'll leave him, when it's not that case at all. It's not, because he doesn't know that, he's not used to it. And he's not interested in that. He said it a million times. If we're going to stay together, because of my age and because I don't have that much longer on the planet or whatever, nobody knows what tomorrow holds. So I want to, look back and know that I've appreciated the time that I have with my partner. And she's young, you know what I mean? She's young and she can't relate to that because she's not 50. Like me, she's not in that space in her life. That's why I said they're on two different planets. I mean, to have a 30-year difference is it's too broad. There's nothing to keep them to hold them together. They don't have school. They don't have music. They don't have anything to relate to in terms of connection, as far as like relating to each other. They don't have that. All they have is each other. That's all they have in common, is each other. Their attraction to each other. That's all they have. So without having any kind of something to bond them, they don't have that. So it's like, to listen to this it's very typical that she would use this, as a tool to her advantage, and then to lash out and say, okay, well, if you're not going to do it my way, then I'm going to conjure up all these, you know, all these, I don't know if I blatantly want to say lies, because I mean, they are lies, yes, but she's very immature. She doesn't have any experience in life. So she doesn't understand even the way relationships work in general. She has no idea. So it's like, to listen to this, if you're in your 50s or you're in your 40s, then you kind of understand what she's doing. I mean, if you're 25 or 30 and you're listening to this case, that's why they were talking about the jury being all versatile ages and really trying to be in tune of how the jury's responding to all of this stuff. It makes a difference because, if you're 20 something years old and maybe there's somebody out there that might be able to relate to her. And then of course, you've got your 50 something in the jury and a 40 something in the jury. And then you have a couple of I think they said few people in their 20s in the jury box. So there, it's just, it's the more you listen to it, it sounds redundant and it doesn't make any sense as usual. There's no common sense to it at all. He knows that, she knows that, but he's trying to, because he's attracted to her, he wants her in his life. He's trying to find a way to, to be to meet her halfway in some way. But she doesn't want halfway. She wants all. She wants him to walk to her. She doesn't want the both of them to meet each other. That's not what she's looking for. She's looking for him to submit to what she wants, to how she wants things done. Maybe in her life she's used to that. I don't know. Maybe, but also you have to understand her previous partner was same gender. So I don't think that has a lot to do with it. I think a relationship is a relationship is a relationship. But I think at the same time, her previous partner was not his age. Now, Elon Musk is his age. Well, I think he's older than Elon Musk. But again, another situation where she's involved with someone older and Elon Musk wasn't having all that. You already know. He was too powerful. He doesn't have time for her bullshit. So, but Johnny Depp was, I think he just really and genuinely cared for her and was willing to try to meet her halfway, and it just wasn't working. So these audios, they're just they're just a running track, and there's nothing that she runs him down. She wears him down. He submits to her, to whatever she wants. He says, okay, he apologizes. He said, okay, I want to make it work. He'll say, okay, let's make this mutual agreement. When this happens, when that happens, let's say this, let's have a code word, whatever, but it never works. It's a continuous cycle. And, I think eventually he just realized this is going to continue happening and I want out. And, and that's where the San Francisco call came in, because he did say, I don't want to be with you anymore. I'm going to file for divorce. He had a project he had to go work on. She runs immediately when he goes off to, to do his thing, whether it was on tour or whether it was a project, and she goes and files and she wants everything and, and anything. And because they did not have a prenuptial agreement, he pretty much had all the power, because he could tell her, hey, I don't want to be with you anymore. You have to move out of the penthouses. So that's why she was freaking out, because she didn't have anywhere to go. And also he put up all her friends as well, or at least the way I'm understanding it and the way I'm receiving all this information that's been kind of put together in terms of court, in terms of Colonel Kurtz, in terms of legal bites, or the law tube, and in terms of all the documentation that's been presented in court. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like she wanted what she wanted, and she wanted it at any cost. And if not, she was going to do anything and everything she could to bring him down, to destroy his career, to bring him to his knees, pretty much. And that's why in that final audio, you hear him literally pleading with her, and just the knife situation. And I don't know, honestly, I don't know which audio that is, because I don't think I have that one. I've been looking for it, but I can't find it. So, I'll have to look at Christina's channel and see if she's got that one, because I don't think I have that one. I know it's out on the internet. I know it might be on YouTube, but I know that so far there have been 1 20-minute audio, 1 hour and 9-minute audio, 1 4 hour and 22-minute audio. This audio we're listening to right now, which is a 2 hour and 5-minute audio, which I think is just the 2 1-hour pieces of audio that Christina has on her channel. And I keep mentioning her channel because she's one of the few pieces of audio that's just straight uncut audio, like this one we're listening to now. And the only other thing I can think of is I'm going to scour and see if I can find that one. But that audio of that particular instance where she's sitting there and he's at his lowest of the low is out. It is out on YouTube somewhere, but I have to find it. But I didn't mean to interrupt the audio. I just wanted you guys to, to understand we got about 20 minutes left of this, I believe. We're at 126 or actually 30 minutes because it's 2:05:25. But no, Elon is 51. If you look him up, you can Google him. And Johnny Depp turns 59 on the 9th of June. So again, very, very broad, gap there between. So, I think that's what's really happening, in this situation. And so no matter what he did, that's why I in my first live stream, when I first started talking about this, I brought up Leonardo DiCaprio, I brought up Cooper, Bradley Cooper. I brought up, there's a couple of actors that are known to date younger women, but I think these guys here, from what I understand, are kind of went really young, at the time. So, it does shock me. I mean, it does, as you get to know this case very well, it is very weird that he married her, just because they were already having such problems for so long. So it is kind of odd that he did marry her. But again, I mean, that's not for me to say, but I just trying to understand everything. So, I don't know. We'll see tomorrow what the line of questioning is like. I will be streaming, like I said, at 6 a.m. But we're going to get through the rest of this. But you can definitely tell they're just going in circles. This is a constant loop. And all of the audios that are available out to the public are loops. That's all they are. So no matter how angry you are at Amber Heard, you need to make, or in my opinion anyway, just let me share this thought. You need the general public, I feel like, so I don't mean anybody specifically you. I'm just saying in general, as a viewer or as an observer, I feel like any individual needs to kind of be fair-minded in that aspect. Okay. Because nothing that Amber Heard has done is okay. It's not appropriate what she's done, the lies she's told and this and that, but she's a kid and he's an adult, and it's that simple. So as angry as you are, there is, yes, she's done things intentional, and yes, they weren't appropriate, and they weren't fair, and they weren't well, how should I say this? They weren't they were all for her own. She's a narcissist, that's that simple. And she's, and she's BPD. But if you're upset because or you're sort of, frustrated because you don't see how she can not see what she's doing, it's because she's just not wired that way. I mean, I'm not making excuses for Amber Heard at all, but what I'm saying is she's never going to feel bad. She's never going to have remorse for this. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. She doesn't have the capacity to care. So that's why the internet comes for her so hard. And that, but I mean, it's neither here nor there, because this is about defamation. This is about the case. And, other than that, I feel happy that JD was actually able to realize that he needed to get out. He got out. Now his life is moving on. He's trying to get, his career back, and he's trying to, present this to the court of public opinion. And I think that's fair. So all of these conversations that we're listening to, I know it's very difficult for them to revisit this, but also keep in mind, it doesn't affect them the same way. I mean, I do believe it affects him because he really cared about her. He really, really did care about her. He wanted to help her. He wanted to have affection for her. He wanted to, take care of her. And she was not like that. So how can you come into a relationship with the experience he has been married, have kids, that were older. She's never been, she's never had a family. She's young. She doesn't have the experience in relationships. She doesn't have the experience in the industry. So she just has no clue. She has no clue. So it's like, there's really no way for him to win, because, if you take someone that has everything and someone that has nothing, well, that's a no-brainer. You know what I mean? She was going to do what she had to do to get what she wanted. There was no doubt about that. So I feel like, you know, whether, I mean, and the lawyers team, you know, it's like, they know Elaine and Rottenborn and baby Rottenborn, they all know what she's guilty of. They know. I mean, it's all over. They can't deny there's plenty of audios out there, you know, but they're paid to do a job. Like Emily D says, they're paid to defend their client, and they're paid to, you know, try to prove a case. And there's nothing, you know, it's not personal, it's business. So it's like, you know, and Johnny Depp is out here to salvage his reputation and salvage his career. You know what I mean? And I think, so when we listen to these audios, I just say, you know, keep in mind that she's not fooling anybody. She thinks she is, but she's not, you know, and she's older now, but she hasn't learned a goddamn thing. She's doing the same exact thing in her personal life now that she was doing with him. She's not doing it with him anymore. So that's the thing. I feel like, I think JD's come a long way. I think, you know, that he has, that he's now grown, you know, he's evolving, he's getting older, and he understands. And I think this lesson was the biggest lesson of his life. And I think he's, you know, he's rose above that. And I hope that whatever partner he chooses to get involved with moving forward, that can really, you know, bring him joy in his life. You know, he's got adult kids now, and, you know, he can rebuild his relationship with his kids, and he can stay away from, you know, the substances that hopefully that, you know, always pure, you know, what pose a threat to his life. You know, he's getting older, his health is in it, you know, his health needs to be protected. And then he's got people like Robert Downey Jr., you know, coming to his aid as well, which I think is a fantastic. I mean, if you guys remember, if you're anywhere or by what's that called, if you're anywhere near my age, then you remember, you know, he's had Robert Downey Jr. had his fair share also. You know, we know that way back, you know, we know that from back in the day. And Johnny Depp, this isn't the first. I feel like I need to remind people of this too, because I don't know how many people know, but you remember Johnny Depp had to go through the River Phoenix incident too, in front of the Viper Room. So, I mean, you know, this isn't the first time I think he's ever been in the public eye in terms of something, you know, not, of course, not relationship related, but at the same time, you know, I think he's seasoned in how to deal with the public, you know, feedback that he's getting. But at the same time, you know, just keep that in mind when you're hearing these audios, because they're hard. But the only reason why I decided to do them on my channel and stuff is because they are in relation to court. And if you haven't heard the audios, you can get lost, because a lot of times they just play like 40 seconds of the audio, a minute of the audio, or something like that. And it's important to just know like where these audios are coming from and the foundation and the context of the audios. So, but we can hear most of these conversations are exactly the same. There is nothing that we're missing. I mean, it's that you start out on the track. Let's pretend you're running track, you know, on a high school track. You start out on the track, and by the end of this audio, you will have no idea. They've gotten absolutely nowhere. So no matter how much Johnny Depp apologizes or said he's willing to go to counseling, or he's willing to do this or willing to do that, and she says, "Oh, me too, you know, this and that and the other." She just wants him to submit. Nothing applies to her. Just like there's one audio out here where she says, "I'm going to walk away now." And that's why in that mashup, you heard the attorney say, "Oh, now you can walk away." So she gets her space. She gets everything she wants. But when it comes to him, he's not allowed to have anything. And I don't know. I don't understand how he put up with it for so long. I think it was absurd. You know, I think he was in some kind of fragile state in his life, you know, turning 50, 51. I know I've struggled with turning 50 the last summer. I mean, I can't even let the numbers spill out of my mouth or fall out of my lip. You know what I mean? It's so weird to say the age that I am. I don't feel that way, but you know, my kids are 32 and 29, and I'm single in my life, and I'm older now, and it's just weird. It's weird. So I can relate to how you transition and how your life changes as you get older. You know, things change, you know, and the generations change. And it's like, so that's why I keep bringing up, I just don't understand what was the dynamic between the two of them, you know, like for her to sit up on the podium and say, or on the stand and say, "Oh, we have this in common. We had that in common." You're like, what? I mean, all she was doing, like I said, what like narcissists are famous to do, is to study the person that they admire or that they are jealous or whatever, is because they envy what the other person is. Like, they want to mirror, they want to steal, if you will, for lack of a better word. They want to rob that person, and they want to borrow those characteristics and the core of that person and mirror it off as if they're the ones, because they're not made that way. They don't have an identity. That's the problem. They don't have any sense of self. I don't. Oh, okay. Should we finish the audio, or do you guys just want to nix the audio? Well, I said I would play the audio. I have to play the audio for. I guess I could not. I mean, I guess I can. I can't. Well, I can't get the audio if I don't put it like on my live stream, so I can chop it up and put it on my channel. So let's finish out the audio, and then we'll close with the clip. How about that? We'll close out the stream with the clip. We only have 30 minutes left, and as we listen to the rest of the audio, you guys, I'll pull the clip. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. I apologize for the tangent. I didn't mean to take up your time on that, but it is important to just keep these things in mind. All right, let's go back to this nonsense.
We're hotheads and we do know the difference. However, I think it's something we should ever say to each other in a fight ever. And if you promise me, and I promise you, and we need that. We need to hold each other accountable. I want to feel safe. I have nothing. Safe. I have nothing to cling on to. You didn't even come home. I feel like I have nothing to cling on to. There's a semblance of marriage, or commitment, or stability. I mean, if I can just get up and walk away and spend the night somewhere else.
You obviously can.
Yeah, but believe it's done if I do that. That's it's not marriage.
We talked about it. You know why I left.
I do know why you left.
I'm saying now that I won't do the same thing. I mean, that will not do that. I will not fucking leave until some rational decision was made. If it's the end, it's the end. If it's fucking, if we can keep going, we'll keep going. But yeah, promise you. I hope you can trust me. Sorry?
I want to be in our marriage. I want to commit to you forever. I want it to be stringent. It's whatever fight we're fighting for. I don't want any loopholes. It's okay to leave. It's acceptable to do this. It's acceptable to say this about like splitting or breaking up or leaving. We should fall asleep together every night. Ideally, never mad. I'd love to say, of course, you could promise that, but I don't know if it's possible. I'd love to strive for it.
Yeah, you weren't ready for that last night, for sure.
No, I fucked up last night. I'm really sorry.
So let's understand that we're both guilty of the same shit at times.
No one's saying it more than me, though. I am saying that.
So let's.
It's just chronically overweight, and I need that to be something you realize and that you know. And it's affecting not just me, it's affecting our marriage. It's affecting how I trust, how I resent you, how I like you without the fight being happening.
No, I know.
I'm not trying to rub your nose in it. I feel sometimes like you omit something, you acknowledge it'll be beautiful, and then you'll go back and kind of in the vocabulary after, and then I go like, wait a second, is he taking it back? You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, but like I said before, there's not. I don't have them. I haven't cornered the market on that. You know, when you start the fucking yelling, there's, you know, it fucking gets crazy. You know, it gets fucking crazy. You know, and that makes me not feel for lack of a better word, safe within the relationship. You know, understanding of, oh well, it's just nothing. Because if it keeps going, if it's always sort of there, then you know, I worry. Yeah, I fucking worry about the marriage. I worry how much longer can I deal with this? How much longer can she deal with this? Fuck, man. So I've had the same trust issues. I've had the same disappointments. I've had the same, you know, maybe not to the degree you have. I'm assuming so. But yeah, I man, when you start fucking honking, you know what I mean? It's pretty.
Call it out. Call me out on it and help me.
I will try.
Help me. You might not even realize I'm doing it, but you gotta help me.
I will try.
It can't be an excuse to leave.
I will try to help you. If I try to help you and I can help you, fuck what I leave. If I try to help you and I can't help you, I say, baby, I'm taking an hour. I'm in my fucking office.
Yes.
If you want to talk, you want to come get me. Otherwise, I'll come check on you in an hour.
That would be really helpful.
All right?
And I promise you, I'll leave you alone for that hour. I promise you that you're not freak out.
I just want you to have your time to be able to calm down, or my time to be able to calm down.
It really helps if you give it time. It's not just.
So
And
now,
then if you just say, it will, you know, I promise you, resume this. I just need you to know that we talk about it. Otherwise, I'm dealing with cancer. I'm dealing with something that just festers and it gets worse and worse. So you have to realize that, you know, in that kind of situation, a few minutes is fine, but then after a certain point, it becomes way worse. You know, become way harder to reason, to rationalize, or it become that Kipper can tell you. He says he's the same way. I just feel tired of it. And we work a very different way. We need to meet in the middle, you know?
yeah, I do understand. I do understand all that. But I also want you to understand that, you know, there were great moments with high hopes that it was just all cool. And then, you know, whatever happens, this happens, that happens. We have a spat or a fight or a fucking blowout. I just want you to know that the way you're feeling about being unsure of us, of the marriage, of this, whether you can trust me to be this, or whether you can, you know, whether I can do the same. I feel very much the same.
You still have the added luxury that you take for granted. No offense, you do.
What I take for granted?
That you have the added luxury of knowing that I'm there and that I mean it forever and that because I show up. I come, I'm knocking. I'm the one who asks to calm down. I'm the one that comes to get you anything. I'm the one that comes and knocks at the bathroom door. I'm the one that comes into the house that you've run away to. I'm the one that comes to you and says, this isn't worth it. Let's fight for this night or whatever. You have an added luxury that you just are taking for granted in such a big way. You don't know how much that means. If I ran from you the way I used to, before marriage would not be together. When I used to run away and even whatever, when I felt like it was justified, how many times we almost break up? How terrible was that? How terrible was it for you? We would not be together if I did that. And you take for granted that I show up and that I fight for it and that I'm the one to come over. I'm the one that comes out into the hall. I am the one. I have a hothead just like you, but what a luxury you have. If you take that for granted, you're so, what a luxury. I'd do anything to have that feeling. At least in the back of my mind, I know that you showed up, that you fought for me, that you cared enough to.
Here's what you're missing in that little, paragraph. What you're missing is you're the one who comes and gets me. You're the one who comes and says you're sorry. That you're the one that comes and tries to calm me down. You're the one. But why am I riled up?
We're both riled up.
No,
It's
but-
not like every time I've done something to you in a vacuum, baby. That's what you don't get. I don't doubt you're riled up, but I'm riled up too. And I said this to you on the couch. I said this to you before. We both have. It's subjective. You have your reason. I have my reasons for a reaction. There is something that caused it, and I have the same thing.
But
I'm mad in the
but
same
what caused
way.
it? What caused it could be so irrational and so far-fetched and so minute.
That's what I say to you every time that you want to have a big fight. Every time I go, this could be something small. Why wasn't this just an argument, baby? Why wasn't this just an argument? Yes, you're right. Sometimes it could be very small. Sometimes it's not. Either way, it doesn't negate what I'm saying to you. What a gift! Like, I would do anything to trade places with you. You talk about insecurity.
I don't know how
and
you can say I'm
relationship and
taking it for
trust,
granted.
but
That's
you
a
talk about
fucking
trust.
insult.
You talk about trust and like you feel the same way. You don't feel this. You couldn't, because the difference is you at least have the knowledge in the back of your head that you can fall back on. That I showed up. That I fought for you. That I checked on you. That I came to get you. That I said I love you. That I saved the marriage. If it were up to you and I treated you the way you treated me, we would not be together. Let's face it. It's because I fucking fight for this. It's because I come over. And last time I didn't, which is what I should always do. And I am learning my fucking lesson. It's just when you walk, fucking let you walk. And that time, I can't tell you how done I was. It was like this time in Toronto. I was looking for apartments. I was preparing to tell my parents.
No,
I was done.
she wasn't.
And you
No.
called me and you were
Those are all
calling me
empty
out, slow down
threats.
or whatever, and ended up like that, whatever.
Bullshit. I call bullshit on that.
I told you I wasn't ready to see you because it had gotten so much worse that I was basically I was like, I need to.
She's never going to be done because he had all the money. She didn't have anywhere to go and she didn't have the money.
This person, and I'm now single. I need to, get my shit together, find an apartment, do all this stuff. It got so much worse. And honestly, if that happens one more time, we will break up. I know it. I know we won't survive it. That was so severe. The
What are you
damage was so severe. When you spent a week here, you said, I'm going to go away for a day. He wrote me a note. I left it on the kitchen counter. And he said, I just need to clear my head for a night, maybe 2. I didn't
when
hear
I went
from
with
you for
Bruce.
6. No, this is here. You came here. I stayed downtown. You were gone for 6-7 days. And then I didn't even let you spend the night in the house. Remember, you came over, we talked. I wasn't even ready. No, you know how long it took me to take down those walls that I built up? It took forever to build those. It took me so long to trust you, even a little bit again. I resented you so much. The damage was very deep. And I know that if I let that happen again, I in my heart, I know we wouldn't survive it. So you walk out and I have one option. That's why I come to you. If I let it go, like I did last time, which is what I should do, because if you're willing to walk out, you should be walking out. But I let it go, and it was a fucking week. And it took... and I'll never get some of that back. I'll never have that trust quite the same way. You left me a note saying I'm going to be gone for a night. We didn't speak for a week. I didn't even hear from you. You didn't check on me, nothing.
So you thought we were broke up?
Oh yeah, I was preparing to have that conversation with you and be done.
Oh, so you just said you were single.
No, I said I was preparing myself to think that way. You know, take care of my own life, get my own, apartment. That's not.
Well, I hope it doesn't get to that.
No, of course. But I'm just saying, when I didn't fight for it, when I let it go, it was devastating.
I'm laughing at the chat, you guys. This is funny.
My soul on the trust. Oh, they can't do it again. You fight. We're never going to do it again. At least you have in the back of your mind that I come and I show up. I fight. I come. I don't have that.
I don't take that for granted, by the way. I don't always know.
You guys need to quit making me laugh. Eric, you're making me laugh.
I don't always know that you don't talk. I go because I think, fuck, we're screwed. Can't live like this.
Stop me from doing that again. Thinking that again.
Well, like I said, or like you said, walk out the door, walk out the door. That is the same as rings off. It's the same thing as mentioning divorce.
I don't know.
There's no talking unless we just want to try to be civil with one another. As fucking people who are married. I hate to talk
People who are married.
I hate even saying that kind of shit, but yeah, if I walk out again, I'm walking out. And I'll know that, and you'll know that.
Just
You do that, same deal.
Every time I read the chat, I'm laughing so hard. It's so funny. Oh, great.
I love you, Amber, and I will do my best to make you
Aw.
happy. For you to gain trust, respect, whatever you feel you've lost for me. And huh?
You know what's interesting? I got to stop this for a second. But you know what's interesting about this?
Make the changes.
Excuse me. Sorry, you guys. My allergies are killing me. I got fans all in my house. But you know what's really interesting is this entire time that she's fighting for a relationship. And we got these clowns right here putting all this bullshit up here to protect Amber Heard. I that's why I'm covering it. It's just I think this channel right here, it's called. Of course, they had to steal Brian's name. I don't know if you noticed that, but I'm even embarrassed I'm using this audio. But if you'll notice, this channel's called, because Brian's channel's called Incredibly Average. This channel's called. Of course, they couldn't even be original. This channel, if I can get my mouse to work, this channel is actually called Incredibly Incredible. They couldn't even be original. They're just defending her with all the UK bullshit. As at least, I hope I'm not misreading this video, but when I first started playing it, I was realizing that they were backing up Amber Heard. So I'm pretty, like I said in the beginning, I shouldn't have used this audio, but whatever. But here's the thing. Is anybody noticing that Amber's never cried? In all these audios, she's never cried. Someone that would be in fear that their marriage or their relationship is over for whatever reason, because girls do that, they would literally be whimpering. She would be literally crying, and he would be crying with her, because it would be the death of their relationship, right? Something literally falling apart and that's collapsed. But not once does she ever shed a tear. So, like I said, she doesn't have the capacity to do that. I just find that interesting when I listen to this shit. He doesn't cry. I don't think he really has a reason to cry, honestly, because he knows deep down it's not his, he's not. I think he knows. He's just, to me, when you get older, man, you just say, fuck it. Yeah. Okay. I need to carry my weight in this, whatever's happening. And that's it, and I'm not just saying that's prone to mature people, but I'm saying that as you mature, you realize when to take. Yeah, I know. I saw that, Eric. Yeah. That's why the audios are just so limited on YouTube. That's why I've covered it with my thumbnail. But anyways, yeah, she never cries. And I don't think he cries. He doesn't really have it. But in the end, though, in that one audio they played, remember, before he rested and he was at his worst and remember, he was the whole knife situation where she said, no, that one's not sharp enough. Let me get you a sharper one. That he was emotional. So, and I do believe that there were parts of this thing that really hit him emotionally, but she's never shed a tear for this thing. Anyway, all right, we're almost done. We're at 1:43. So please, God, let's just get through this nonsense, please. Very difficult.
Fuck with me. And if we want to do it, we'll do it. Ultimately, if we don't want to do it, we know the result. Because we're definitely at the end of any of that shit. All the anger at each other. We're definitely at the end of that kind of shit. There's no more.
It's vitamin time.
Yeah, I can let the fights go.
I just want to hold on to everything and we just fight about the same.
But
my mom said.
Hey, we've got 5 people in the chat. Make sure you tap the like button, people, if you want.
Well, I don't think
help
it's
the
good.
channel
I
grow.
don't
Come
think
back,
we can
subscribe.
forgive each other this
We'll be
quickly.
streaming the trial tomorrow.
With time, it'll lessen. But everything that I said, you know, is not you're not going to be able to unhear it. And the same with me. You won't be able to unhear it. And they are horribly thought-provoking, but just try to write it off, you know, and get past it. If I didn't want to be with you, I wouldn't be with you. If you didn't want to be with me, you wouldn't be with me. And that's really what it boils down to. So if we want to be together, let's do our best to fix what's broken within the machine, within our machine, the machine that is us.
I like him. He speaks in what do you call those? Like analogies? Is that what my son's always telling me? That I have a way to describe everything that I'm trying to explain. He says it's annoying.
Hmm?
That's why I came. I'm still married.
Sometimes I think she was just bored and wanted to fight. I'm telling you, man, Phil Hartman reminds me of the Phil Hartman story.
Couldn't fall asleep. Fucking ambulance finally. And, woke up like 3 hours fucking later. Feeling like, why? Fucking why?
Hope this is important enough for you to fight.
It is important enough for me to fight for. Why do you say that?
I can't do it alone. I woke up the first thing and called you.
She's obsessed with him.
You
Even in the courtroom, she's obsessed with him. Literally, she's obsessed with him. Even now, 10 years later, she's obsessed with him. That's why she dresses like him. She stares at him in the courtroom. She stared him down on the podium. She's literally obsessed with him.
You know I love you. I know it. I got my fuck-ups and my issues. At least you know I love you. You know I love you more. Me. At least you know that. You know that.
What?
You know I love you more than me.
Oh, please. Did she really just say that?
Yeah.
Did she really just say that?
Face yourself and embarrass yourself. Like that isn't for you. It's because you're worried about protecting yourself.
I don't think you debased yourself in any way. I think it's very brave. It's a very...
Your feet are swollen.
What?
Your ankles are swollen. You take your morning meds?
It swells.
What?
It swells.
Not swelling?
Do you remember earlier in the conversation in the audio, he said, if you just ask me, baby, if you get up and, say, baby, have you taken your meds today or something? So here we are almost two hours. And she's like, oh, your ankles are swollen. Did you take your meds? So it's just, she's weird, man. She's weird. Oh, yes. 20 seconds. Right there.
Me. Just know that. You know that.
You
And I love you more than me. And I love you.
More than yourself?
Yeah. If you don't debase yourself and embarrass yourself, like that isn't for you. It's because you're worried about protecting yourself.
I don't think you debased yourself in any way. I think it's very brave. It's a very...
Your feet are swollen.
What?
Did I not go back far enough? You want in the middle of the video, that would be half. That would be half.
What?
Do you have a timestamp for me?
Not swelling?
Like how far? Like right here for 144?
Yeah, kind of like a flat school.
I just want to hold on to everything and we're just worry about the same. You know?
But
My mom said, either of us are forgiving.
Well, I don't think we can forgive each other this quickly. I think
I'm not saying that.
with time it'll lessen. But everything that I said, you know, is not.
I'll have to listen.
you're not going to be able to unhear it. And the same with me. I won't be able to unhear it. And they are horribly thought-provoking, but you just got to write it off, you know, and get past it. If I didn't want to be with you, I would be with you. If you didn't want to be with me, you would be with me. And that's really what it boils down to. So if we want to be together, let's do our best to fix
I don't remember.
what's broken within the machine. Within our machine, the machine that is us.
I don't remember. Sorry. Twitter is blowing up. Twitter is going off right now. I have like 100 notifications on Twitter. I don't know what's going on over there, but okay. Sorry, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Still married.
I hated it. I hated having to leave. I hated fucking getting here. I couldn't fall asleep. Fucking home being in a half finally. You know, woke up like 3 hours fucking later.
Hold on. She's talking so low I can't even hear her myself. I'll just do it from there. These people are killing me. I gotta get this. My mouse doesn't want to work for me.
Sorry, King.
Hmm?
That's why I came. I'm still married.
I hated it. I hated having to leave. I hated fucking getting here. I couldn't fall asleep. Fucking home being in a half finally. And, you know, woke up like 3 hours fucking later. You know, feeling like, oh God, why? Fucking why?
Hope this is important enough.
It is important. Why would you say that?
I can't do it alone. Woke up first thing and called you. Told you last night, I just, this is foolish, you know. And I understand part of it, but I also see like you know I love you. And I love my thoughts and my issues. At least you know I love you. You know I love you more. Me. You should know that. You know that.
Like what? Like what? You
That
love
I love you more than me. That I love you.
more than yourself?
Yeah. If you don't
face yourself and embarrass yourself like that. That's not for you. It's because you're worried about protecting yourself.
I don't think you debased yourself in any way. Everything's very brave. It's a very.
Your feet are swollen.
What?
Your ankles are swollen. You took your morning meds.
Getting swells.
What?
I'm swelling.
Not swollen?
It's fucking.
Oh, this just be like this.
Like a muscle over.
Stop. I caught that too, Candy.
I'll do every fucking thing I can. It's gotta be reciprocal.
Yes. I agree.
And what you did by calling me last night, you fell asleep on the phone. You do realize that.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I had to ambient myself. Again.
It's alright. Let's sweet good night to you.
Did you talk sleeping?
I thought you were sleeping once before. I think you might have fallen asleep once before. And then woke up and continued talking. And then I was saying something, talking, and then suddenly there was just no more. Yes, gone.
I really don't want to sleep without you. Again, you can't. There's a better way.
That's fine. Don't love me.
You don't. I'm sorry I did.
It's okay. Just.
But you know, sometimes that fucking thing happens. You do it too sometimes where you just.
I know.
But it can't be like the end of. Our marriage is bigger than that, obviously.
We don't need to ever get to that point.
I agree. I agree, but.
I hope we don't. I hope we don't.
Candy. I told you before I started them. This is torture. I told you.
I'll do everything I can to find out how to be a good husband.
See, she's got him saying that. It infuriates me that he's saying that.
It's just hard if anything comes up. If someone bumps your shoulder and I cry sidewalk. You know, we're wearing white again. I'm black. So it makes a difference. It's a big deal. It's everybody. It's hard. I love you. I know we can be so good.
Amazing.
And I'm here trying to move forward, forgive each other.
Listen,
We have
I know we had our fights today to try to settle whatever the fuck. All this scrambled, crazy shit that one thing reminds you of another. You find yourself going back into some other fight. It's all scrambled. It's all fucking jumbled. It's like white noise all moving around. Good thing. I'm glad that we got to a point where we were shitty with each other. I'm glad we got to a point where
8 minutes.
we didn't fucking know how this was gonna end. But I'm telling you, coming here today is fucking courageous and it's fucking happening. For you to come here and talk to me and try and work things out. And to tell me these problems, things that I do to fuck with you. I want to change. I want you to change. I want us to change together.
Thank you for listening to them actually having a conversation. I did not expect that. But I'm really proud of you for not running away, walking away, or running. I'm proud of you for that. It means that we can actually hash out these things.
Yeah, for 9 hours.
He said, maybe left. And maybe left.
Left behind.
We'll never forget a lot of things, but we can forgive. We really do need to. We need to let up. We really need to. My mom's right. There's absolutely, it's just adding weight. We're just carrying around those stones. And mom is right. I know she is.
She is right. She's right on her fucking money. She's on. We can make it if we want to.
I think we can make it one more time. Oh my God.
If you're unsure, right now.
If she is wiping her eyes, there ain't no goddamn tears. I know that.
No, I'm not. I love you. I love you. I just needed the security. I needed to have something to hold on to. Or else I'm what?
I'm sorry, but she creeps me out when she says that.
Before it becomes something you've held inside for so long that it wants to just explode. I'm just telling you. And I'll tell you the same.
Ooh, guys, we're going on 6 hours streaming. Wow.
Once we can fucking get this shit out without it being some huge drama, or even if it is a huge drama, once we can get the shit out, recognize it, and like you said, fucking it's gone. Chuck it. Doesn't work. That method does not work. Bam, it's gone. Next.
Thank you, next. That's what he needs to be singing to her. Thank you, next.
I fucking die if I start.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And it kills me that the possibility that you would think that I take so much for granted, that I
Candy, you need to quit. Oh my God, you guys are great. You guys are great. Love the humor.
That husband,
I hope in the future, you guys, we can have like 1,000 people in here with like the same kind of humor. Y'all need to share my videos, get people to come on over and
to elaborate on anything
promote me.
All I'm saying is I would fucking die if I knew that is how you call it.
Oh shit. You need to quit. Candy, you need to quit.
Now I know what I know.
You guys are killing me.
I know fucking do my best to
man.
go together, so that I don't fuck with you and you don't fuck with me. And we're fucking we're a couple again.
You're my kind of people.
Don't fight. Love.
I promise won't explode if we just do the things a little different in the fight. You know, like
She's still. Oh my
don't
God.
walk away from me.
Is she not
Do it in a different
starting
way, and
over
I
now?
promise I won't resort to the same shit. I promise. Okay.
She loves to say the word fight over and over and over and over and over again.
Hocus pocus happens and we get all fucking edgy with each other. Instead of standing squaring off like a couple of fighters, maybe let's try to sit down. Seriously, you know, like sit down.
We got 5 minutes. Okay. We got 5 minutes.
Even if we say, hey,
Can I
listen,
call you
we're
K?
fighting like bastards. Let's sit down and have a glass of
Eric,
wine
can I call you E?
and talk through this.
Oh, man.
I know you got it in you. I know you got it in you. And I know that I have it in me. It's just a question of
I really am.
realizing and admitting what you know. And I realize and I admit. What you got?
I was just pausing it. I realized I was about to run out of battery. It's still rolling.
Okay.
I'm still here. Oh, is this it? Is this it? Oh my God, there's still 5 minutes.
I'm waiting for Giacomo's.
Oh, he's doing a Halloween thing.
He's doing a Halloween thing?
Yeah, he's going to like a Halloween thing, and he said he wanted to try and stop by before.
He sent me a thing this morning at 10:45. Said, "Hey Dad, sorry I missed you. I was at a place where murderers chase you with weapons and stuff." 10:45. He said, "You want to meet up today?" At 10:57, I hit him and said, "Yes, sir. I'm at 80. I'm ready anytime you say." And he says, "Yay, just woke up, so gotta wait till like half or is it 1 or 2? I'm not probably half." So whenever you want, Bob, I'll be here whenever you are. He said, "Thanks, Dad. See you soon. Can't wait."
I like to see Halloween because they're scary. And I said, you would love to see when it's over.
Sure that wasn't last night?
Yeah.
Fuck her.
I said today at 1.
What was that? What was that?
Right?
Yeah. Well, that's all right. Maybe he was afraid to tell me or something.
Okay.
Want to,
Did you guys hear what I heard? Wait a minute.
You going back down? I thought you had shit you had to do.
what?
I thought you had shit you had to do. Huh?
No, you asked me that earlier too.
Because last night you said
I'm blowing off that, I told off it, not with her, and
Oh.
Lizzie, I see her.
Wait a minute. We got to hold on one second. Hold on.
I really am realizing the Halloween thing, and he said he wanted to try and.
Okay, hold on. Listen, really, if you guys have, is that what he's
He sent
doing?
me
No way, dude.
he sent me a thing this morning at 10:45.
Wait,
said,
wait.
Hey, Dad, sorry I missed you. I was at a place where murderers chase you with weapons and stuff.
But I don't know. I don't
10:45,
think
he
that's
said, "You wanna
damning though,
meet up
because they already
today?"
know. You know what I mean?
At
That's not damning.
10:57, I hit him
That's not
and
damning.
said, Yes, sir, I'm at 80. I'm ready anytime you say. And he says, Yeah, he just woke up, so gotta wait till like a half or is that 1 or 2? Well, that's probably half. I said, whenever you want, Bob, I'll be here whenever you are. He said, thanks, Dad. See you soon. Can't wait.
I like to do fun for Halloween, but it's very. And then I said, I would love to see if you want to come over. And
Sure that wasn't last night?
I'm show you right now.
No way.
Fucker.
I mean, I guess it's not damning though. It's not damning.
That's it today.
Because they already know. Do you know what I mean? If it was something they didn't know, then I could see. But what? No. No fucking way.
Waiting for Giacomo's.
He's doing Halloween.
That's true. You're right.
He's doing a Halloween thing?
Yeah, he's going to like a Halloween.
I hate to keep repeating this, but we got to hear it.
Halloween thing, and he said he wanted to try and stop by before.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm wondering.
Sent me a thing this morning at 10:45.
Now that I
said,
hear that, I
"Hey,
wonder
Dad,
if it's related
sorry
to
I
the
missed
picture.
you. I was at a place where murderers chase you,
You know?
with weapons and stuff.
When she sent that picture to her
10:45. He said, "You want to meet
sister?
up today?" At 10:57, I hit him and said, "Yes, sir. I'm at 80. I'm ready anytime you say." He says, "Yeah, he just woke up, so gotta wait till like a half or is that 1 or 2? Well, that's probably half." I said, whenever you want, Bob, I'll be here whenever you are. He said,
You
thanks,
think it
Dad.
was
See you
Amber?
soon. Can't
Maybe.
wait."
Maybe.
I like to.
But why would she was not? She's far away from the phone though. Is the problem?
And then I said, I
I
would
thought you-
love to see if you want to come over. And
Sure that wasn't last night?
There's a lull. Watch. There's a lull.
Fuck her.
She's in the kitchen or something.
That's it today at.
But then she
1.
comes back. Dude. They're both quiet. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Right?
Yeah. Well, that's all right. Maybe he was afraid to tell me or something.
Want to
Maybe it was her. Maybe it was her.
You going back down? I thought you had shit you had to do.
What?
I thought you had shit you had to do. No?
No, you asked me that earlier too.
Because last night you said,
I'm going off that you know
oh,
Lizzie, I see her at some point. I'm not, Rockland that has friends over pool.
oh, that's right. She said.
I mean, that can be. I'm not.
Let me,
I'm not going to do any of it. I just want to know this morning.
I want to do that right now. Let's go. Say it. Say the words.
Oh God. Stop. as they're both sniffing. I love it.
Earn your forgiveness. I forgive you. I forgive you.
She's always sorry. How about shut your sorry ass up? Can you please just stop? Can you stop, please?
Goes down to those last 2 words. 3 words. Make it my shit together. Okay?
Okay. All right. Damn. The end. Finally. All right. Now let me before we close this stream out, because y'all, I streamed what, 7 hours yesterday and 6 hours, and then I got 8 hours tomorrow with the trial. Yeah, I think they did it together. I agree. Hold on, I gotta bring this over here. I gotta bring this over here. Hold on, I'm moving my mouse. All right, so this is the clip Candy was talking about. All right, let's play.
Men categorize women in one of 4 ways: mothers, virgins, sluts, and bitches. Of course, none of the above is suitable for the modern businesswoman. But you can create your own image by selecting pieces of each archetype that work for you. For example, the sexual attractiveness of the slut, the wisdom of the mother, the integrity of the virgin, the independence of the bitch. This leaves men confused and unable to pigeonhole you. What they are forced to do instead is take you seriously.
Oops, sorry. That was it. I was trying to fix the solution. I mean, the resolution. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I can do that again, because I could hardly see that. I hate when it's grainy. There's Spidey's video. Oh, wait. No. Quality. Wait. No. Quality. 144. We could do 20. We could do 720. Hold on. Let's watch this one more time before we go. Yeah, better. Much better. Now I can actually see it. I hate that it doesn't default into 1080 or 720. It's like really...
Men categorize women in one of 4 ways.
Better. Much better.
Mothers, virgins, sluts, and bitches. Of course, none of the above is suitable for the modern businesswoman. But you can create your own image by selecting pieces of each archetype that work for you. For example, the sexual attractiveness of the slut, the wisdom of the mother, the integrity of the virgin, the independence of the bitch. This leaves men confused and unable to pigeonhole you. What they are forced to do instead is take you seriously.
Okay. All right. Okay, guys, I'm going to close that out. I'm going to put this back on me. That was for you, Candy. I don't think there's anything happening with Twitter, you guys. I think it's just my feed, actually. It always gets very, very active, like right around 9 o'clock my time. And it always gets very, very active the night before court, always. So like I said, make sure that you guys, make sure you have your Twitter accounts on, and that you're following all the people that are going to be giving you the most information. Oops. I follow a bunch of Justice for Johnny people. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and I think we're going to wrap. Let me get rid of this. Oh, yeah. Hey, look, there I am. I changed my shirt. I had to. It's hotter than hell inside this house. All right, you guys. So that's everything for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for being active in my chat, y'all. You don't know how much it means to me. I've been streaming now for a while, and they tell you when you start streaming to kind of pretend that you're making a video, because I've been on YouTube for a long, long time, but I've never done commentary. So streaming is new to me. But anyway, I'm happy that you're here. Thank you so much for hanging out, you guys. 6 hours. Oh, you guys are soldiers. I'll tell you that. But yeah, tomorrow's court. I know, Candy, you said you're going on vacation. So good luck with that. I hope you have a good time. Stay safe. Travel safe. Safe travels, as they say. Eric, I will be streaming in the morning at 6 a.m. Pacific time. Court starts at 9. Johnny takes a stand in the morning, so make sure you tune in somehow. If you can't make my stream, make sure you're. I would say Sky News is probably the best. I've been kind of playing around with who I want to stream. I've been kind of going between Sky News and People. I don't do the major media networks because I'm streaming. So people have been getting dinged that are using Law and Crime Network and also Court TV. And there's another big outlet out there that are dinging people. So I've been using Sky News and I've been using People. If Sky News lets me down somehow, then I use People. So, and they seem to have pretty good audio without a lot of cuts, where their equipment kind of stalls. So that's been good. I start in the morning. I try to get myself ready because I have to get up at 4 to do this. And I'm doing pretty good on my watch time. So I'm really proud of myself. I'm new at streaming, so I don't even know how long live streams are supposed to be anyway. I was thinking 2 hours. I don't know. That's 2 hours or more. But this trial is an exception, right? Because everybody's streaming like mad, crazy hours. But make sure you guys that you do catch. I know you're live streaming and you're spending a lot of time online now. But if you're driving or even tonight before you go to bed, I would definitely listen to Runkle's live stream. He read the courtroom on Thursday, so it's really important to keep that up. I was glad I was able to play you guys the mashup on the lawyer's reactions on the knife. But also just make sure that you listen to Runkle and Rob, Law and Lumber, and the DUI guy. They do that trio stream, and they talk a lot about what's going on tomorrow. So, and make sure if you guys have Twitter accounts, if you want to just join Twitter just for there's a lot of people that just jumped on Twitter to do justice for Johnny, to follow Johnny Depp. So, just, the support for Johnny Depp, because he doesn't have a Twitter. He only has an IG. He went from like 10 million subscribers or followers to like 17 million now or something like that. So he's just skyrocketing. But I think Twitter has more information about the court. I don't know. I haven't been on IG as much, but, thank you so much, you guys, for tuning in. I hope to see you guys in the future. Share the video, like the video, help me grow my channel a little bit if you know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. I'm just new at streaming, period, and entering the commentary world. So I think YouTube has a live stream tab as well. And I don't know how you guys found me, but I'm grateful that you did. I really am. I'm so inspired right now. I was so depressed because I had 0 for like days, and now all of a sudden, I'll take 6. 6 turns into 12, and 12 turns into 20, and 20 turns into and on and on and on. So I'm very excited about this. But anyway, I will be back tomorrow. I did go ahead also. I don't know if you guys want to torture your ears, but I did go ahead and post the 4-hour audio. Good luck with that. I'm not doing that again. I did it once. Actually, I did it twice. I did it in the first week of the trial, and then I did it again live streaming the last day of court. I'm not doing that again. So I've been through pretty much all the audios. The only one I'm missing is the one where he's down and out. And I'm really sad I don't know. I'm going to find it, and I'm going to put it on the channel, but I probably won't play it in a live stream because I think I'm pretty done with the audios. I think the last audio, if I can find that conversation, I will put it on the channel, but I don't think I'm going to live stream any more audios just because we've kind of been through that now. And I think, moving forward, we should wrap up the day of the court day. And then, of course, next weekend, we'll wrap up after closing arguments and everything. And I'm able to follow all the law channels. So, yeah. And I do check in with Emily's stream at lunchtime just for the first 10 minutes of her stream, just to find out what she thought of where they are. So it'll be very, very interesting. And I know they're going to talk about Johnny Depp's testimony tomorrow. He's pretty a cool cat. You know what I mean? I have a feeling he'll do well no matter what. He seems pretty calm, there, but I will also be, oh no. Oh, whoa. Wait a minute. You got to see this. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Why is I Stand with Amber Heard trending right now? You guys, I don't like that. I don't know what's going on Twitter. I Stand with Amber Heard is at 26,000. Oh crap. I Stand with Amber Heard is at 26,000 right now. I don't like that. I don't like that number. I'm nervous. See? I Stand with Amber Heard is at 20. Oh crap. Sorry. Wait, let me minimize that. 1 second. I did it too big. Right there. Look at that. I stand with Amber Heard at 26.4. I'm not liking that at all. At all. Justice for Johnny's only at 14,000. Oh, I do not know why that. Why is that? Let's see. Let's see. Why is this happening? I don't like this at all. I thought Me Too movement was supporting actual victims. Are you serious? Not women caught on tape admitting. Oh, okay. So the good thing is that I Stand with Amber Heard is trending in a positive way as opposed to a negative way. Like, in other words, people are using the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp. As you can see this, Justice for Johnny Depp. So if you are on Twitter, it is for a good cause. So just know that. So this is all Justice for Johnny Depp. So basically what they're doing is they're using the hashtag I Stand with Amber Heard because she lied, pretty much. So don't get misled if you guys go on Twitter and you see that it's trending. Always make sure that you click on the hashtag just to make sure that you understand why it's trending. So don't get, alarmed. Just make sure that you guys, understand. Because see, like this one here, how it says I stand with Amber Heard, Justice for Johnny. So don't get confused about that. But Eric, if you do have a Twitter page, go ahead and check out, what's going on. It's my Twitter's blown up. I don't know what's going on right now, but I will find out. I'll bring it to the attention tomorrow after court. Or actually in the morning, because I do some kind of intro. I usually come on. You guys, I'm a late person by nature. So even though I create a docket for myself, I always, here, let me take this off now. I always I run late. I'm a sloth. But usually I try to stream by 5:30 my time, which is 8:30, obviously, your time, or East Coast, Central, that would be 7:30. But I usually try to do like at least 20-30 minutes prior to when court starts. If I don't get that lucky and I'm running late, then I usually try to do at least 15 and then say good morning, share my cup of coffee, and then kind of, tell you how nervous I am. But other than that, you guys, court tomorrow resumes 9 o'clock in the morning. So I will see you guys then. Take care of yourselves, have some dinner, relax, watch a movie, step away from the internet, because God knows I am. Although I have to admit, I probably will watch Umbrella Guy's live streams tonight, because YouTube's all I watch, honestly. But if you are looking for a good show to watch on Hulu and you want to just step away from the internet altogether, that show Candy is new with Jessica Biel and JT, Justin Timberlake. So he has a really small part in it. She's the lead. But there's that. And then there is Ozark. If you guys haven't seen Ozark, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Stranger Things might have started also. So there's lots of TV shows on Netflix streaming right now. So make sure you check them out. Step away from all this stuff just to clear your head a little bit before you go to sleep. And Candy, have a great vacation. I hope that you have safe travels, like I said. And I'm signing out, you guys. So thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you guys tomorrow in court. Bye-bye.